Okay, good morning, everybody. We'll call the meeting to order. So good morning and welcome to the June 19th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the community and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of the committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. And all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for June 26th. And the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, June 24th. Okay. So I'm going to look for approval of the public agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? Okay. Councillor Hawkins and Mayor. Okay, thank you. Okay. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on May 29th, 2024. Councillor Bresciani, any errors or omissions? I'll call the question. Any opposed? Okay, carried. All right. We will now consider item EX 24-47, cemeteries, fee schedule, and bylaw amendments. Can I have the Deputy City Manager, Deborah Bryden, please introduce the report?
Thank you. Good morning through the chair. In 2022, a cemeteries funding model was approved by Council, which serves as a financial guide to ensure the two municipal cemeteries, Regina and Riverside Memorial Park, are funded to manage operations and maintain levels of service. Administration is recommending a 4% increase on most fees for 2025, 2026, and 2027. Approval of the proposed fee schedule will help ensure there is funding available to meet increased operating expenses and inflation while continuing to address smaller capital infrastructure requirements. This report also includes a few bylaw housekeeping amendments. And with that, we are here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Bresciani. Any questions from the member of the report? Start with Councillor Bresciani. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information. Can I just ask, what type of upgrades are they looking at? And is there an expansion? Because I know many, that's in my ward, and many have asked, is the cemetery going to be expanded out, or what is the current use into years right now? Through the chair.
Okay, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair. So there is an expansion underway at this point in time, and the land required for that expansion is already within the cemetery boundaries. I would ask Ms. Shaley if you want to add anything further to that.
Through the chair, that's right. The expansion has actually been completed, and so earlier this year we completed the last steps of the expansion. The expansion will provide us with the space and assets that we require for the next 20 years. And we do have additional land on the cemetery site that provides us to expand after that as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just the last question. So do we have anything in place as a city if there are individuals that, or I guess I should ask the question, what do we do if individuals do not have the means to buy a plot? or something like that. Do we have a fund, or do we do anything like that for individuals through the chair?
Through the chair, Ms. Shaley would speak to that, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Shaley.
Through the chair, excuse me, we do work with the province when individuals rely on income support programs. The city will donate the lots, and then the province looks after the other costs of the burial
Awesome, thank
or
you.
cremation.
Thank you very much. Just a comment, I was out there on Sunday as my dad is there, and I just want to say it was really great to see also the carnations that are offered for people to go. I know you guys do that at Mother's Day as well, but really want to just say thank you to the staff. You make it very sentimental and, you know, really well done on that front as well. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Councillor Skiniak.
Sorry, who?
Stanichuk, Councillor Stanichuk. I was listening to the city clerk, sorry.
Oh, she's on there too? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Which
okay,
one of us?
She's waiting. I'll let you go now.
Okay, my mic is on.
Go ahead.
All
My
right.
apologies.
Thank you, and through you, through the chair. There was, in the report, a discussion about irrigation, and I know that that's been an issue in the Regina, the main cemetery, the older cemetery on 4th. Are there any plans to do any kind of irrigation for that area? I know that I've heard in the past that it's quite expensive, so that's out of the question, or is it possible?
Thank you, through the chair.
Yeah.
I recall that conversation occurring when we brought the model in 2022, and at this time there is no plans to put irrigation within that older area. I think at that time the cost was around $800,000 estimated, and I would suspect it would be significantly higher at this point in time. I don't think anything further is.
Okay. And through the chair, just another question. On page 5 of the report, there's a discussion of the Care and Maintenance Trust Fund, which is for long-term care and maintenance of the cemeteries. The balance is $2.2 million, and it generates $75,000 in interest income every year. Can you tell me when it is drawn from, like for what things it would be drawn from and how often?
Thank you, through the chair. So this fund, we don't draw on the principal portion of this fund. The cemetery has two sources of revenue. One is fees, and one is the interest earned from this fund.
So through the chair, just to clarify, so then the interest just goes into the general operating
For
of
the cemetery.
Cemeteries, okay. I have had a request from a resident who has her parents buried in that cemetery about being able to donate for specific purposes in terms of either maintaining or different things to honor people in that cemetery. Is there any option or ability for people to donate? Is there any kind of, I thought maybe it was that trust fund, but is there any other way?
Thank you, through the chair. We have many folks that want to contribute to several of our programs, including the cemeteries, and we have staff that would be more than happy to talk to people if they want to contribute, and so I would encourage you to have them reach out to administration. We would work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Sorry, Councillor Skiniak, you're up.
Thank you. So my question is actually similar, along the same lines of what Councillor Stanichuk was asking about the Care and Maintenance Trust Fund. So is it the case then that, I think you had said like that money gets transferred to, actually if you can go over that again, like what happens to that money? And I guess what I'm wondering is, does that fund help relieve the pressure of the financial situation that the cemeteries are facing and how? If you could just describe, go over that a bit further, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So that money held in the fund is required to be held there by the Cemeteries Act, and it's held in trust for the long-term care and maintenance of the cemeteries specifically. So the principal, we don't touch the principal. What we do is the interest that's earned on that principal, which is around $75,000 a year, goes towards the general operating for the care and maintenance of the cemetery.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and as you noted, the Cemeteries Act requires, has very strict parameters in relation to that fund.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skidniak. If there's no questions, I'll ask the mover if she wants to close debate. Okay, thank you, Councillor Brishani. All right, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Moe, I'm not able yet to sign into boardroom. I'll keep trying. Can I vote verbally?
Yes, you can.
In favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 9-0 with all members present voting in favor, and Councillors LeBlanc and Stevens are currently absent from the meeting.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to EX 24-49. We have some delegations in person here. So I would like to call upon delegation first, Stu Niebergall. Stu, I know you're a pro at this. Please introduce yourself to the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Stu.
President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, and I live in Regina. The Regina and Region Home Builders Association endorses the recommendations outlined in this report. We need more service lots is the #1 item raised by Regina builders. Regina Realtors and Saskatchewan Realtor Association have been ringing the alarm on low resale inventory, which in May they reported to be at 1.69 months and 58% down from the 10-year average. The realtors are constantly asking us, when is your industry going to build more homes? We know the number of service lots for new housing in Regina is excessively low, but what brought us to this point? Over the past few years, the math has simply not worked for the land development industry to make the next large-scale capital investment into starting the next phase or the start of a new neighborhood. The new rate climbed 16.9%, which will be challenging in our current market. However, the industry has indicated it can accept this rate as it would provide certainty for the next couple of years. Having said that, we believe it must be combined with the other recommendations in the report. In today's market, the decision by the development industry to invest is binary. Approval of the entirety of the recommendations is essential. Timing is also critical. Any delay in the acceptance of the city administration's recommendation also delays the next new neighborhood by at least a year. With Eastbrook and the towns most likely built out by 2026, investment by developers is needed now to ensure availability of service lots for numerous housing types. A delay in the decision would easily transition into the next new neighborhood not being available till 2027. Such a situation would be exceptionally difficult for the industry to navigate while driving new housing into the bedroom communities and placing significant upward pressure on housing prices. The decision you make today will affect home prices in 2026 and 2027. We believe the proposed rate structure aligns with the OCP and all positive housing decisions this council has made over the past year, with the overall goal address housing supply and housing options while developing complete communities and protecting affordability for young families, newcomers, and individuals who call Regina home. We have shared with the city administration our view there is still more work to be done on the project list to control costs and ensure the project list is supported by analysis, not broad estimates. However, the 2-year rate mechanism proposed in the recommendation provides a time for this to occur. We would like to thank Deb Bryden and her team in the City Planning and Community Development Division for their work in developing this recommendation. A special thanks to Luke Grazier, who worked tirelessly to listen to all the perspectives related to this policy and do the work to explore the potential options of what he had heard. From our perspective, the collaborative approach taken by the city administration on development charge policy and the model review has resulted in what might be one of the most transparent development models in the nation, with a good opportunity to enhance even more over the next 2 years. The Regina and Region Home Builders Association supports this recommendation by city administration, and we encourage City Council to approve the city's administration's recommendations. And glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Niebergall. Do any of the members have questions for the delegation? Okay, Mayor Masters, you're up.
All right, thank you. Through the chair. Mr. Niebergall, if I'm looking at this from an expense perspective, what I see is that the service agreement fees being charged per hectare going up about 17%.
Yep.
And then there's an offset as it relates to a bit of water infrastructure in some of the project lists for quite a small mill rate increase and then a utility rate increase.
Right.
Going to the expense side of the 17% increase per hectare, what is the revenue side of that? Has that gone up 17%?
By no means at all. I don't have exact numbers in front of me, but we have seen some price acceleration this year in housing prices. But for today, and most of us have experienced this in our own homes, prices are very similar to what they were in 2014, in the Regina market. So very different from the Canadian story for new housing. So revenue has been very flat for the industry, while the expense side has, again, we've all experienced it through the pandemic, from lumber prices that have been very volatile to building materials very volatile. I mean, I just personally am going through a renovation myself right now, and I thought, knowing the industry, I had a very healthy budget and contingency. I found in my own personal situation, I needed about another 25 to 30% to, so that's been a reflection of what's happening in the entire industry. So yes, margins for this industry are exceptionally squeezed, and that's why you see the lack of investment that's occurred over the last several years.
Thank you for that. So in this, and I appreciate what you had to say in terms of front-end loading on a developer with payment over time. Mm-hmm. As it relates to this, the city will collect the fees per hectare over time, being in a better financial position, theoretically, to absorb that front-end cost.
Right.
And so as the industry representative, by and large, they're supportive of this, knowing that that margin squeeze is significant.
Yes, we have to balance off the issue of the costs that are increasing with the need that we need this particular investment. Right now, the biggest roadblock we see as an association out there right now is the fact that there is a lack of service lots for our industry to build, to purchase, and that's why you're seeing so much of the market recently has been shifting to the bedroom communities.
Thank you for that. As it relates to the city taking ownership of lift stations, for example, that front end. How important is it for some of the smaller landowners who are developers for this shift in policy? Because right now we're sort of dependent on couple? Because they may have the wherewithal if they were looking to sink money in for 40 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think this will be a really good question for the administration on one side, especially for, Mr. Lacey. My understanding, would be is that the challenge out there for investment today is not that the industry can't pay, its fair share or the costs related to this. It is the issue of having to be the bank for everything, and that is the issue. If you had, I'm going to just make up a number, for arbitrary number. Let's say you had $100 million to invest in development today, somewhere in Western Canada. You're going to put that money into a place where you're going to, get the best return on that particular money. And the margins are so squeezed here in Regina, we are probably the last place in the prairies, that investment is going to happen. And so those financing costs, are very real. And I think when you're talking to the other delegates behind me, I think they can give you a lot more specifics on that. But today we need that investment. And without that, we will just see the supply challenge become greater. And again, that's just been proven again and again right across this nation. That's just going to drive up housing prices because ultimately, the market has to balance itself that way. So if there's a lack of supply in the market, it's got to drive up prices. And in that, our city loses one of its important competitive advantages. So.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. Appreciate the information, Mr. Niebergall. At the start of your summation there, you mentioned a couple stats, 1.69% a month's worth of inventory, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, so according to the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, if nobody listed a home today, going forward, in 1.6 months, there would be no inventory to buy a home in Regina.
Okay.
So that is exceptionally low. In my 15 years, even going through the last housing boom a decade ago, we haven't seen numbers at that particular level. So new housing development is a really important funnel and feeding system, ultimately into the resale market as well.
Okay, I understand that. As part of your delegate words, you mentioned increased pressure of lack of supply will drive up prices, and you also mentioned the margins are shrinking because of expenses. And I'm just trying to consolidate those two statements because they kind of are working against each other for the policy. I understand we need a housing market, but that pressure to protect the real estate investment of the residents and make sure prices are healthy, do we negate that by going too quick at this, or just thinking of the supply and demand, the inventory, which you've mentioned, and trying to get all three thoughts to correlate?
Yeah, no, that's a very, very good and fair question and observation. I think what's occurred and, what we've seen in the market, these pressures would have really, if you look at the data, what's going on in Regina is not very logical, right? Especially when we look at what's occurring across the rest of the country. I think what has been the pressure relief in the short term at this particular time to experiencing the things that have gone on around prices that you're reading in the paper right across the nation has been the high quantity of for-purpose rental, that has occurred in our marketplace. I think right now we're second in the nation for the percentage of purpose-built rental. So that's acted as a bit of a relief. At some point, those people who are in purpose or are in the rental market, there's going to be a segment of them who are going to want to move into home ownership, and is that product going to be available in the marketplace? Today, what we've seen up to this point, builders have been building exceptionally close to demand. So unless they have a sale, in front of them, they're not building. Only today, this spring, are we starting to see some builders starting to spec out a little bit, to start to build that inventory. And I think ultimately, where you want as a city to be in a marketplace is that you always have supply just slightly ahead of demand, right? And as long as you can, you can manage that, you should have one of the best outcomes that you can have, that the price of homes are remaining affordable and there's choice, where you haven't gotten, into a kind of a boom bust, type of mentality. Yeah.
Okay. One last question. As part of the council this term, we've worked on a lot of investments in our region. I think that's kind of like throwing leaves on the forest floor. They're not lit yet, but if they come to a spark, they could burn. That demand you talk about, along with the Catalyst project and trying to stage our big infrastructure projects over the course of decades instead of months, could those be the cornerstones to facilitating that demand and recovering the value in our real estate, as well as growing the market forward when we compare to Canada, as we've stagnated? So in other words, we have enough supply jobs on the books if the projects take off, on top of organizing billions of dollars worth of infrastructure needed because of decades of neglect. And if we time this all right, we get people coming to work to stay here working, and that's the demand we need for this housing correction to happen. Is that correct?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, yes. I think you're correct in that assumption. Yeah.
And so it's not just this one policy, it's a lot of work that's been on a lot of fronts on the city to get things in the proper order, correct?
No, putting myself out on a limb here, I think if you approve this policy as it is with all the other work you have done, and I actually just last week had a very brief conversation with Councillor Stevens, who's not here today, and I said to him, if the policies that the City Council has moved forward over this last 6 months, this particular policy here, we've got some work to still do around zoning bylaws related to overlays and that. Once we can move through that, I'm sure we'll come up with something, but it would be hard to be critical of the city of Regina being a roadblock to the industry being able to do what it needs to do in the marketplace. And then the challenges that our industry are facing are truly market challenges, right? Kind of. And I don't know, again, a lot of cities can do that. But this policy here right now, this is a critical one. This is the one that all the great work you guys have done up to this particular point, my view, could just be wiped out in a second.
Appreciate that. So I guess this would count as getting rid of a lot of red tape.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Stu, for being here today. I guess in the report it talks that, and it wasn't recommended, but a possibility of having a higher development charge on greenfield development. And I'd just like to know, what do you think the impacts of that would be? And would that fracture, or what would be what would be your response to that?
Yeah, I think, again, if you look at development charges, in Canada over the last, decades, I think there is, a bit of a tendency for the industry to push back against development charges. We'll call them development taxes, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the industry will kind of hold its nose and write the check because it needs to move forward, right? It's why in my submission, and will be in my letter if this moves forward to council, that today, I think this is for developers, it's a very binary decision. The decision for them is to invest or not invest. Mm-hmm. So they cannot invest, right? And by not investing, it means they can't move forward with their business model. We don't see new investment into a new neighborhood, et cetera. And then the city will take on a different set of challenges. Again, the margins are tight. They think they can make them work, You know, so again, moving off of the recommendation, that changes their pro forma. And, you know, I would anticipate, you know, the next new neighborhood not moving forward. It can sit, wait for that pressure to build, you know, drive up prices until the margins make sense. But that's a great question for the other delegates.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Anybody else? Okay, thank you for addressing Executive Committee. Mr. Niebergall, I'll ask that you please return to the gallery. And next up, I'll call Jason Carlston. Jason, while you're walking up, I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Go ahead, sir.
Great, thank you very much. I'm Jason Carlston, Vice President of Land for DREAM here in Saskatchewan. I live in Regina. I appreciate being here today in support of the administration's recommendations in the Development Charge Policy Report. Today's infrastructure environment is challenging in so many communities, and as you well know, Regina is no exception. We extend our appreciation to the administration, particularly Luke Grazier, Project Manager, and Executive Sponsor Deb Bryden, and their project team and their consultants for leading us through the review process and its many challenges. In general, Regina's market has not been quite as strong as some of the other Western Canadian cities over the last number of years. However, recent indicators such as decreasing vacancy rates, increasing rental rates, increased immigration, and attraction of agribusiness developments to the city and area suggest that we're poised for an increase in growth. However, with low vacancy rates and a low supply of service land, we may not be able to accommodate this growth when needed. Although the proposed 17% increase to the development charges is significant in a year-over-year perspective, we accept this as it is workable and provides the necessary certainty over the next couple of years, allowing us to proceed with our projects to bring on additional serviced land. The administration collaborated with the industry in reviewing the extensive project list and on all policy facets. Although a lot of work has been done, costing of the projects in the model is supported by a varying level of analysis and confidence, with some components being well supported by studies, while other components being high-level estimates from subject matter experts. As such, we look forward to continuing to work with the administration over the next couple of years to refine project costing to inform future policy updates. In summary, the community needs to attract and retain population through continued employment growth, continued public and private investment, and by providing market choice in both housing types and neighborhoods to support a high quality of life. Adoption of the recommendations helps support growth of our community, and we ask that Executive Committee approve the report in front of you today and continue the strong work that you've been doing related to economic development. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Carlston. Does any members have questions for the delegation? Okay, I see Mayor Masters. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Niebergall. There's a 17% increase essentially in terms of the development fee charges. Can you give Executive Committee a bit of a reflection on how the revenue's gone?
Yes, through Mr. Chairperson. There is an indicator that Stats Canada and CMHC use called the Housing Price Index, HPI for short. And what it measures is housing of certain characteristics over time. So if the cost of a 1,200 square foot bungalow with 3 bedrooms, what it costs back in 2014 and what it costs today. So since 2016 in Regina, the aggregate HPI, Housing Price Index, has only increased 2%. So it's gone from 304,000 to 310,000. Whereas costs, in the last 2 years alone, we've seen costs increase by about 18% on the construction side. So revenue has remained relatively flat in terms of lot pricing. Eastbrook started in 2016. We had our first sales, and only last year did we get back to the lot prices that we had in 2016. So we came out in 2016 with prices for our builders. We learned that they were suffering. We actually had to provide rebates to our builders in 2017 to account for the high cost of the lot. So subsequent years, we lowered the lot pricing. And just this last year, we sort of got back to where we were in 2016. So revenue has been relatively flat.
Thank you for that answer. I know Dream does development in other areas of the country. How have their lot prices gone? Like, think prairies, just.
Right. So Saskatoon's housing price index has gone up about $50,000 in the same time versus the 6,000 that ours has gone up. Calgary right now is booming. So in our other communities that we work in Western Canada, we're experiencing more significant increase. So I'll give you an example. In Calgary, we often price our lots by the front foot. So it's around $4,000 a front foot. A 30-foot lot would be $120,000. In Calgary, the front foot pricing is more like $6,000. Some higher, some a little lower. So generally, the costs of construction aren't much different, though in Calgary, the cost of land is a lot higher.
Thank you for that. There's been reference twice now by yourself and the previous delegate about the project list being supported by analysis. You referenced it in terms of some has analysis, some does not. Can you dive a bit deeper into that?
Certainly, through your chair. Without getting into the details of the project list, some projects within the infrastructure list would be supported by master plans that would have some detailed costing. Some projects might even have gone further and had like another layer of costing or more detailed costing provided, whereas some of the projects haven't had detailed analysis, and it's more of a generalized per unit or using past experience. So it would be the senior engineers or someone within the administration providing an estimate of what it might be. So when we say we look forward to collaborating with Ms. Bryden and her team, it's just to refine those costs and ensure that everything is as accurate as can be.
Is there any issue you have as it relates to growth-related projects, items on that list? Because a road in a neighborhood that you build makes sense. The turnover of a park makes sense. Is there anything on that list that you kind of go, seems like they're applying growth-related projects to interior of the city versus new growth?
Right, yeah. Again, through your chair, without getting into the details, I'd have to sift through the list again, but there are some that we have some question around, and we would anticipate over the next year or two we would be clarifying either the cost split of those, whether they should all be related to growth or a portion related to city, or whether they're needed at all, perhaps.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I believe it was last year or late 2022 that the concept plan for Coopertown was approved. As it exists right now with this report, does this allow you a certain level of certainty that you could proceed with Coopertown?
Again, through your chair to Madam Mayor, that is correct. So we were sort of on pause mode because early indications in this review was that the rate might have ended up above 500,000, which we would never have been able to proceed on. So we're sort of holding off until this. So this does provide an element of certainty, which is something that we really look for. So we'd be able to proceed. Our intention, if this gets through, is next year to start servicing, and then we would see residential construction in 2026.
Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Next we'll go to Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
I'm good. My question got answered.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Next up, we have Councillor Mancinelli. Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
Actually, you know what? I think I'd be getting too far in the weeds if I asked my remaining question. Mayor Masters covered off my allotment. Thank you.
Okay, so then next we have Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. So kind of the same question that I asked Mr. Nabergill. Just, you know, it was discussed here in the report as to one of the options that could be that the DC could be charged higher in the greenfield developments, and I just would like to know, like, what would be the impact for a developer? What do you see could happen, and again, would that affect development?
Yeah, through Mr. Chairperson, when we were modeling this, we were hopeful that it might come in around the 350, because that was sort of what we had put into our pro forma as workable. You know, anything under 4 was something that we decided that we would live with and be able to proceed with, but 17% increase is significant, particularly given you know, the responses to the revenue. We just haven't seen the revenue increase. So it's a very price-sensitive formula, really, the math of development.
Okay, thank you. You obviously, Dream develops obviously in other cities, as you've indicated, and I know you know, I've always heard from administration and maybe even some developers that you can't compare apples to apples because every city does it a little bit differently. But with the recommendation that's before you today, compared to even the other cities that you develop in, would you say that, you know, we're closer to where they are as well, and that would then you know, development to move forward in our city? Through the chair.
Yeah, through your chair, that is correct. I think we're our closest city to compare to is Saskatoon, because the economics are very similar. Cost of land is comparable. At one point, we did an analysis where we took the Coopertown plan and we costed it as if it was in Saskatoon. And effectively, we would have had to pay another $9 million more on fees and charges to the city of Regina than we did in Saskatoon. And we might pay a lower fee, but the city of Saskatoon has higher sort of recoveries. So for instance, in Saskatoon, we spent $7 million to build a major park within Brighton, but we got 6.3 returned to us from fees that had been collected, whereas in Regina, that park is just turned over. So the fees might be lower. It is hard to compare. It's not apples to apples, but it's comparable enough that we're able to proceed.
Excellent, thank you. And I guess just the last question is, you know, in regards to, I think probably since I've been on council, one of the most frustrating things with all of these fees for developers is that, you know, they say we pay for that, but yet sometimes it doesn't actually end up in that area where the development has happened. So our development fees go in and it's sprinkled across here and there, and so when we have major congestion on our COLA, they're going to say, well, guess what, it goes to water and sewer. Although we've got 50,000 people living out there, does not matter. What is your thought on that, Chair?
Through your chair, I think that's a very good point, and it's one that we still haven't fully addressed, I think, with the administration. Use an example. I've been in the industry for over 25 years. For the full length of time that I've been in the industry, the Pasqua Street and Ring Road interchange has been in the model. So money has been collected for that for over 25 years, but we still don't know when that's going to be constructed. So that's when it becomes frustrating. So I think Ms. Bryden has committed to becoming more regimented with accounting for projects, and there'll be a little bit more rigor going forward, and we want to be a part of that because we do have those concerns. As you express them, I think there are a few projects like that that are examples. And that's also why it makes it difficult to go to an area-specific rate, because once you go to an area-specific rate, then the 9th Avenue interchange would just become a northwest cost, although it's been collecting money for 25 years citywide. So I think those types of issues would have to be reconciled before we'd be able to move to an area-specific rate.
Great point. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I want to understand the statement that was made by both you and the previous delegation about the need for serviced lots. How many, in terms of the Dream portfolio, how many serviced lots do you already have? Or is you're waiting for these development charges before they get serviced? Is that what the situation is?
Yes, through your chair. So it's a good question because we have current neighborhood Eastbrook in the southeast of Regina, and our builders are building on about 120 lots right now that are serviced and they're constructing. And then this summer, we are servicing about another 115 lots that will be delivered to the builders. So Eastbrook has about 3 years worth of lots. In 2026, that'll be the last year that they'll be subdivided and dispersed, so there'll be no more lots in our neighborhood in the southeast, and I think the towns for the city of Regina is on a comparable timeline. So this applies for us mostly to Coopertown. That's where we've paused because of the need for infrastructure, whereas Eastbrook is underway and is a little more modest at 100 lots a year, but that's only 3 years worth of land remaining.
Okay. So through the chair, so then once there's some agreement in terms of what the new development charges are going to be, then I'm not sure what the next steps happen for Coopertown. What is that process? If you could, don't mind explaining it because I don't understand it. Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Chairperson. As mentioned by the mayor, the concept plan for Coopertown is approved for 160 acres. So we have all of the streets laid out and the park location and all of that. We're just finalizing some of the servicing patterns or schemes through the administration now. But even though that's approved, for us to be able to proceed to develop, we need to do detailed engineering design, which we would do over the course of this year after this is approved. Next year, we could undertake servicing. So we go underground, put the pipes in, put the shallow utilities, all of those in, and then build the roads. And then best case scenarios, we're delivering the lots to the builder by the end of next year or early 26. And then in 26, they could undertake residential construction. So it's quite a process to bring vacant land to the market by the time a house is constructed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
I want to ask a high-level question of you, Mr. Carlson. We use a service agreement fee model to pay for the idea that growth pays for growth. It's been a challenge because of the transaction costs associated with that model. For example, it's sometimes hard to know what part of a development is local and what part of a development contributes citywide. And as you just mentioned, it's sometimes difficult to estimate when projects are going to come on, and you used the Pasco Street example. Are there other models in use by other cities across the continent? Is the service agreement fee model the right model for us given the challenges that I've outlined?
Through you, Chairperson, another great question. I hope you ask that of the administration because they have a consulting team that's worked on models throughout the country. I think most cities that I'm familiar with and all the cities that we work within have some level of development charge. Now they're different in that in Saskatoon they pay not by the hectare but they pay by the front meter on residential lots. And other cities will have sort of a hybrid approach where some might be on front meter, some might be on an area basis. So most cities have some form of development charge. It's how they collect it and apply it that varies, greatly across the country. Other models have put more cost into utilities. So if you think of utilities such as, say, even a cell phone, there's no upfront development cost on a cell phone. The expansion of the infrastructure to support cell service is built into the cost of the cell phone, right? So everybody is paying for expansion of the service. So that's another model that could be employed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hawkins, and thank you, Mr. Carlston, for addressing the committee. Would you please return to the gallery?
Councillor Moll, I do have a question now. It's Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, you go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So I heard you say, Mr. Carlston, that you could live with anything under 4. So I'm assuming you mean $400,000 per hectare. What's currently recommended is $373. Can you expand on that, please?
Well, I think it wasn't looking for Walmart pricing through your chair at like $399. I think what we meant was the sensitivity analysis meant over 400 we couldn't proceed. Like it was a threshold that would just allow us to pause or park again. I think the 373 is based on formula, so that seems to work out both for the administration and within the industry. So we weren't suggesting to increase it, please.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sakiniak. Mr. Carlston, thanks for addressing the committee again, and you may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'll now call up Blair Forrester. Blair, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Forrester.
Yeah, thank you. Your Worship, Councillor Moll as Chair and members of City Council, my name is Blair Forrester. I'm the President of Forrester Harvard Development Corp. We have numerous projects under development right now in the City of Regina, but the two that are most impacted by this rate decision that we're talking about today is our Westera neighborhood in West Regina and our Aurora project in the east. I want to start by recognizing the exhaustive amount of work that was put into this by Deb Bryden and her team, and specifically Luke Grazier. This is an incredibly complicated issue, and one I think we made more progress in the last 12 months on this than we had in the 5 years prior. The consultation was significant with industry. They listened. They went back on numerous occasions, re-engaged with us, and we've come forward with a compromise, I'll call it, solution here that we're prepared to live with. But this rate and this decision that we're making today could be characterized as the single biggest governor on development in the City of Regina for the next few years. We're going to support, or we're here in support of the development levy in this report and its findings, but this is not something that we're celebrating. We're not doing a victory lap here. This is a 17% increase on a rate that already made residential development investment in this community tough to make pencil. The industry is showing signs of improvement. I think you've heard that from the previous two delegations, but the overall residential market continues to operate well below historical averages. A question was asked of previous delegations on cost, and I can tell you that our costs overall have gone up almost 50% since we started Westera in 2013, and our lot prices haven't moved $1. So incredibly challenging economic condition that we're facing right now. You're also probably going to hear, and we had a little bit of that debate earlier, that this rate is comparable to rates charged in other jurisdictions, and I'm going to say that's somewhat irrelevant. You're seeing lot prices in the $7,000, $6,000 a front foot price in the Edmontons and Calgary, and significantly higher in Saskatoon. The fee not considered in correlation with revenue is apples and oranges. So please consider that while you're debating on this issue. We support this also because of certainty. It's not uncommon for us to take 18 to 24 months of design and engineering time in our subdivisions before we actually put a shovel in the ground. It's virtually impossible to underwrite that investment of time and money without knowing what the rate is going to be at the end of the time. So I think you've heard from Mr. Carlson that this uncertainty has probably cost them 2 or 3 years of design and development time on Coopertown alone. And that's an important element for us to consider while we're considering this, or the recommendations in this report. Where I differ from Mr. Carlson is where it relates to area-specific levies. And our support of this application, the application of these fees, is predicated on a commitment from administration that we're going to continue to work on the project list, and we're going to continue to define area-specific rates and find out if that's something that is feasible to quantify and administer within our community. A shift to area-specific rates could allow low-cost areas like Westera, where they have lower development costs, lower infrastructure costs, to pass those savings on to the consumer and actually impact the affordability of our community. What's happening right now in a citywide rate environment is, although our rates per front foot are lower in West Era and our servicing costs to deliver lots in the region are lower, we're essentially subsidizing with every lot, and every purchaser of a lot in West Era is subsidizing a more expensive area in the city to develop infrastructure in. So we want to continue to work on that over the 2-year horizon of this rate commitment. So I guess in closing, this report, although not perfect, represents the best solution before us, and one that was derived through an extensive amount of consultation with industry. So we're here to support it. We are hopeful that you will do the same, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Forrester. I do have a few questions for you so far. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the information. Through the chair, West Era being in the west end of Regina, of course. These rates are all based on a project list for infrastructure, roads, all the amenities we talk about. You're advocating for more of an area-specific rate application. Have you gone through the list, and what do you find applicable to your situation?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. So we have used WSP as our engineering firm to take a look at the project list in its entirety, to take those capital items and put them into basins, so basically the 4 quadrants of the city, and allocate those then to the developing neighborhoods. Now, I'll give you an order of magnitude number that we came up with, and this was not ratified by administration, so there's a lot of subjectivity in this, but before the refinements to the project list, and many things were either reallocated or removed, but at the outset of this, the numbers we came up with were that the west side of Regina, West Era, was in the low 200s a hectare, that the Coopertown area was probably in the 275 a hectare area, and the southeast area of Regina was 900,000 a hectare to develop. So those aren't exact numbers and highly subjective, but as an order of magnitude, it gives you some idea of where our engineering company review of the project list came up with on an area basis.
Appreciate that. The projects that compromise the list itself, did you vet those projects, and do they all make sense, or is that not something you went through in this exercise?
Through the chair, yeah, we debated that list with administration significantly, and it's very difficult to say something isn't required when you've got master plans that require something, you've got transportation engineers that have objectives, you've got parks that wants to deliver infrastructure across the city. So what I personally feel is required, it could be entirely different by other people, and so it's tough to get 100% consensus, but I think the refinement of the list that went into this report is a fair compromise.
Okay. I'll get to administration when it's their turn, but I have to ask you a question so I get some knowledge ahead of time. When I was a young guy, I remember Courtney Street was supposed to have a bridge. I was supposed to be able to get to Dieppe and the bike path, and I was 8. And, you know, it's going to be 50 years pretty quick. It's still on the list, never activated. Do you think that should stay on the list? We've had east-west roads built since, as well as a major investment in Pinkie, and knowing that this would come with infrastructure investment over and above just a road, but bridges and such, should this go forward on that list?
Yeah, thanks to the chair, and a great question. And I've been an advocate of removing the Courtney Street connection from our long-term plan for a long time. We've got, I think, 6 creek crossings and a rail crossing at the south end of it before we get to 13th Avenue. I personally don't believe in my lifetime we're ever going to see that investment in that infrastructure when we are paving Pinkie Road right now, and we've paved the Dooney connection, and we have a bypass a quarter mile outside the city past that. So I don't believe that north-south infrastructure will ever be required, but, you know, again, that's a very personal, subjective piece of advice to administration.
Okay. One more question, because this is above what I've worked on, and you've been very close to it. I understand these project lists are like a big basket and they equal hundreds of millions of dollars, and then the SAF fees are pulled from that and you pay up to that. You've gone through the allocation of responsibility splitting with the city right now, and I don't think I can reasonably expect them to have gone through all that work and pared down this list as well. Am I wrong in thinking that way? Should this be something for future work as they go forward for the next, just to make sure I'm holding accountability for all the work done already?
Yeah, through the chair, this is a living list, and I think we're going to be debating this list and what's on it and the time horizons of when it's going to be put in forever. So in your report, you'll see a chart that's in there, and that the SAF fund since 2014 has collected $63 million. I have paid $27.5 million, or 44% of that. 19 million of that came from Westera. The only infrastructure that's been put in place on Westera is a $4 million twinning of Dewdney Avenue. So how we deal with this fund is incredibly important, and where the money is spent is incredibly important to support the neighborhoods that are spending the money to put into this SAF fund.
Appreciate the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. First of all, you spoke about the rates that you had calculated in relation to specific areas of the city. Do you know if there was a lot of appendices attached with this report? I believe I saw some calculations from administration about area-specific rates. I'm not sure if they matched your calculations. I can certainly ask administration that, but do you have any knowledge on whether administration's also done this work and whether it matches the work that you had contracted?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, the area-specific rate that was quoted in the report only dealt with the transportation aspect of it removed, and it kept wastewater and parks as a constant through all the neighborhoods. So if you take 60+% of the costs and make them citywide, the area-specific delta doesn't change significantly. So we'd be looking at a more fulsome review of those rates and the projects and the benefiting areas of those projects to be done over time. But again, I'm not suggesting we do that today. I want to be clear. We need to put a pin in this and move forward, and then continue to work on the model over time, because we will get into a crisis situation of, at some point in time, of not having any new projects on the market if we don't move forward with this.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, as you're well aware, I'm the councillor for Westera. Can you just outline a bit further what would be the implications of passing this policy on that community, on the development of that community?
Through the chair, in one word, it's certainty. We would be able to move forward. We're calling it phase 2, stage 1. So we're taking a look at 3 or 4 multi-sites and probably another 150 lots to go into the planning stage. Even though this is a 17% increase to an already challenging environment, at least we know what the rate is and we can plug it in and we can move forward. So that's why we're here in support of this report.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Next up, we have Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Blair, for being here. You talk about an area-specific levies, and if we would have done that, say, 10 years ago, those areas such as the Greens, the towns in Eastbrook, all of that area, those dollars would have stayed there, and they would have been not sprinkled around the whole city. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yeah. But at the time when those were brought forward, that was under the old model. So in right before Westera was brought on, that's where we did the entire review, the SAF model, where the city basically removed lift stations, stormwater detention facilities, and arterial roadways. So the amount of money on the levies that were paid by those developments as it relates to today was a fraction. So they were developed under an entirely different model where those lift stations were paid for by the taxpayer, not by the developer.
Well, not previously.
Yeah, and so the amount allocated to citywide was a small fraction of what it is right now.
Right. So I guess just my point, though, and I'm not trying to debate, but just, you know, when you had area-specific levies, if we did have that, most of those areas would have been, the money, dollars would have stayed in those areas and would have not been able to contribute to other areas as far as the infrastructure. So I agree that, you know, there can be some discussion down the road, but I think we have to be, understand the previous history that we've been through to understand that commitment to what we've had.
Yeah, and that's a fair comment through the chair. When we did the phasing and financing plan in 2013 and designated basically the entire west side of Regina as the next 50,000 people in our community, it wasn't because we had ravines, lakes, rivers, or geographic areas that were more desirable to live in. It's because it's where the city could afford to grow with the infrastructure. And my message to you is nothing has changed in that regard today.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Next up, we have Councillor Nelson. Go ahead.
Just to follow up from your answer there about the certainty that home builders certainty, what else will this bring for certainty through the chair?
Through the chair, this, I guess, the other point I'd like to stress is that this gave an opportunity for an extensive amount of consultation between administration and the development industry. And, you know, Deb and Luke sat and listened to us, went back, did a lot of work on refining the project list, did a lot of work on allocation between greenfield and intensification areas. And that's basically why you're seeing a utility rate increase and a mill rate increase, is taking the costs, you know, because we don't have an intensification levy, taking the costs of those and doing a more accurate allocation of those costs. I think the certainty from my perspective is we know we have an administration now that is fully engaged with the development industry on moving these issues forward in a very detailed and comprehensive manner, and it's encouraging from my perspective.
Well, and I'd also like to just follow up, I mean, the certainty of the home builders, then comes businesses, then comes development, more than just the homes and more than just the apartments and stuff where people live. Can you explain, or maybe elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah. Councillor Nelson's question, Mr. Chairperson, is valid, is that when these neighborhoods get going, inevitably they don't have any amenities with them at the start. And you know, the retail community aren't early adopters. They're not pioneers. They follow growth because they need a customer base. And you know, with the west side of Regina being a focus on growth, and with this reinforcing the fact that Westera continue to grow and Coopertown can kick off, that is going to give the retail community a lot more confidence that they can put a stake in the ground and know that population will follow. So it's a very valid question, and we're hoping that has a meaningful impact on Westera.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Forrester, two questions. The first is, the city has promoted the idea of intensification. Could area-specific rates be used as a tool to forward that objective? And I'm thinking for areas in which infrastructure costs are low and area-specific rates are lower, if we drive development into those areas, does that make sense in intensification terms?
Through the chair, we haven't done a study, Councillor Hawkins, on the area-specific levies as it relates to the intensification area. It's only relating to the greenfield developments. So I don't know if I can accurately answer that question.
Maybe I can rephrase that. Does it make sense to build in lower cost greenfield areas as opposed to sprawling to all greenfield areas?
Through the chair, I've been promoting the fact that the city needs to be as frugal as it possibly can with its dollars, and we should be absolutely building in the lowest cost areas to service in our community. We should be allowing the developers of those areas to pass those costs along to the consumer and lower lot prices, and have a far more competitive environment with the bedroom communities that are starting to gain a ton of momentum and traction around Regina at a much lower land price base and a much lower tax base.
Thank you for that. The second question goes to the project list and relates really to my earlier question about the transaction costs in the SAF model. Are there, as opposed to considering each project one by one, are there general criteria that are used in deciding which projects should be on the list, stay on the list, be taken off the list? I use an example. If a project has been on the list for 10 years, should we have a rule that says a project that doesn't move ahead with X number of times comes off the list?
Through the chair, that is the crux of the complication in this model. So we'll use the intersection that we've talked about here in Northwest Regina. Well, if you talk to our transportation engineers, that intersection is operated at close to failure for the last 15 years. And probably gets a little bit worse every year. But, you know, I don't think we're ever going to have a grade separated interchange there in our lifetimes. So you've got an engineering department, a transportation department that's saying we have to do something with it, but you've got the development industry saying traffic is like water, it finds its own level. If you build more capacity, people will use more capacity at the same time. If you don't build the capacity, then people might go to work a half an hour early to avoid the traffic. And so your question is exactly the same as we've been advocating, is you have to spend those dollars where we absolutely need them, which is water pressures, stormwater management. You need people to be able to have fire flows and to be able to flush their toilets on their second floor of their homes. You need that stuff. But transportation issues, we can work around in certain specific locations.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for answering all the questions and being here today, Mr. Forrester. I'm understanding that the idea is that this is in place for 2 years.
Correct.
So at the end of 2 years, I would expect there to be a review date in here. What does success look like?
Great question, through the chair. For me, success is that we have taken that 2-year time and we fully vetted area-specific rates. Maybe we implement them, maybe we don't. That we've continued to refine the project list and get to a number of projects and a list that has a certain amount of agreement between administration, council, and the development industry. And I think I don't know, over and above that, I would really like to say success is also we've seen a rebound in our housing market such that there's a reasonable amount of velocity that we can put projects in the ground and sell lots, because velocity solves a lot of the issues that we're facing in our community. Once this rate goes in, I think you've heard from Mr. Carlson that they'll kick off Coopertown, and you've heard from me today that we're going to enter the next phase of Westera. But by no means is there going to be a massive rush to bring on a bunch of land in this community unless we start selling lots and building homes. So I think a lot of the success of this model is going to be contingent on our economy.
Thank you for that. In terms of the recommendations that are before council within the report, Mr. Niebuckle made a statement about just the progress we've made on both intensification, removing some barriers to housing development. this particular thing, creating certainty on bringing more housing lots so we can get past 1.6 months. I think that'd be great. But there was a reference to zoning bylaws related to overlays as it relates to just other barriers that exist within. Is there anything else that council should be considering as it relates to the next 2 years' worth of work, in addition to the project list and area-specific rates? And
Yeah, through the chair, the way I understand it is we've now approved all the phases of the Housing Accelerator Fund at council. And the last component of that is taking a look at our neighborhood plans and doing the required amendments in the neighborhood plans to take effect, to the Housing Accelerator Fund requirements to take effect. Moving through that as quickly as humanly possible to give the certainty would be my advice to everybody. And I always look at stuff way too simplicity. I look at it overall, and there could be one line in the zoning bylaw that says, notwithstanding everything in the neighborhood plans, if you fall within this area on the map, the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives take precedent. But I know that's way too simplistic. But moving through that as quickly as possible would be my suggestion.
okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was going to ask this question of administration, but I thought I'd like to hear your perspective on it. So one of the recommendations before us is that we would see an increase in the a dedicated mill and utility rate, and it's to support the established or intensification area share of costs in the development charges financial cash flow model. So you raised some concerns about your area and the costs relative to other areas. Why do you believe that, do you think that it's fair that the established areas would face an increase in utility and mill rate in order to help pay for development in greenfield areas?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair. So my understanding of the issue, and I'm not an engineer, and I think administration will give you a far better answer to this, but especially the water, wastewater, and stormwater systems in our city are fully integrated. When you have wet weather flows, it all flows through a common area, and the enhancement to that system not only benefits the suburban areas, but it enhances the capacity for the intensification area at the same time. And that's required. So instead of saying the new homeowner in the suburban communities will bear the entire cost of fixing the problems for the entire community, this is a way to say that the existing community will pay through a utility rate increase. And the other component of that, and maybe this is a little bit of me just being optimistic, is that it's like the GST. It's a user pay system. If you don't want to have a massive water bill with the new rate, you can maybe zero-scape your yard, or you're not going to water your backyard in the summertime as many. There could be a conservation element to it. Maybe you go to more low-flow fixtures in your homes to avoid paying the increase in the utility cost. Now, that's an ancillary benefit. Whether it happens or not, I don't know, but it could be viewed in that light.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. All right, Mr. Forrester, that's the end of the questions. Thank you for addressing the Executive Committee. Also, please return to the gallery.
Thank you.
There's another communication in regards to this report. It's with respect to Dustin McCall, City of Regina Land Development. Can I have someone move that this communication received and filed as item EX 24-54? Mayor Masters, thank you. Any opposed? Okay, thanks. So we will now consider item EX 24-49. My apologies, it's almost break time. I'm sure we'll have lots of questions for administration, so we'll take our break right now. Thank you. Come back at 10:40. Thanks. 6:40. I'll ask the councillors present to take your seats so we can get started here. Okay, we will now consider item EX 24-49, Development Charges Policy and Model Review. Can I have Deputy City Manager Deborah Pryden please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. In December of 2022, I presented concerns regarding our development charges policy to City Council. These concerns were centered around a shortfall in development charge account intended to fund critical infrastructure investments required for greenfield and intensification growth. Over the last year and a half, our team, led by Mr. Grazier, has completed a significant amount of work to correct policy and development charge rate calculation deficiencies that have contributed to the current deficit. In addressing these concerns, the team, in collaboration with stakeholders and many conversations with colleagues from other jurisdictions, has looked at alternatives and scenarios from almost every possible angle. The recommendations before you aim to support citywide growth by ensuring the infrastructure needed to enable growth is funded and in place, while also improving the financial sustainability of the development charge model and rate calculation. The policy recommendations are intended to simultaneously reduce the account deficit over time, improve the accuracy of rate calculations, and provide a stable funding source for the projects required to support intensification and the policy's industrial development charge rate reduction. As noted in the report, recommendation number 4 in particular is establishing stable funding sources for the intensification portion of projects and other discounts, and is set up through dedicated mill and utility rate increases. This is to pay for only the projects that are required for intensification. In addition to policy changes previously noted, landing on the recommended rate required a delicate balance to ensure the rate accurately reflects the capital cost of greenfield growth and sufficiently recovers costs, while also being competitive for investment and considerate of the current challenges greenfield developers are facing. One of the challenges expressed by the stakeholders relates to the current policy's requirement for developers to fully fund the cost of new lift stations required to service a new neighborhood or growth area. We heard that this requirement can create cash flow and financing obstacles for developers, as lift stations are generally constructed early in the neighborhood development process and costs are not typically recovered until the neighborhood nears full build-out. To potentially alleviate this challenge, it is recommended that the city collaborates with development industry stakeholders to explore a municipal front-ending agreement for lift stations. This would involve the city upfronting the cost of such lift stations and incrementally recouping that cost over time as benefiting growth areas subdivide and develop. This policy tool is intended to be mutually beneficial for developers and the city. For developers, it addresses a significant financial constraint that may help advance the development of new greenfield neighborhoods, and for the city, getting new neighborhoods into production translate to new housing supply, businesses, and amenities, as well as added development charge revenue to pay down the current account deficit. The recommendations before you are a change in our approach to how we advance growth in our city. We've done a lot of work, and we know rigorous monitoring and continued collaboration with stakeholders is required moving forward. Before opening it for questions, I want to express my appreciation for the group of development industry stakeholders who have provided their knowledge and expertise at every step of the project. I also want to thank Stu Niebergall and the Regina and Region Home Builders Association for supporting the stakeholder consultation process. I will now open it for questions. With me, I have project manager Luke Grazier, who has lived, slept, and ate SAF charges for the last year and a half. I also have Sean Michael Stephen from our consulting team joining us on Teams, Ms. Dawson and Ms. Sagan in admin box to help answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli, I actually have you first up to speak, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'd like to start out by saying congratulations. Pretty high praise from the development community about the engagement and the process gone through to get to this point. It sounds like a pretty good starting point from both sides of the ledger, administration and the development community. Well done. Not having been one of the workers on this plan, I do have some critiques and some understanding to gain. Going through, first of all, I really appreciate the financing solution for front-end loading on the lift station. That lift station, of course, has pigeonholed the northwest corner for decades in trying to provide the necessary infrastructure to match developed neighborhoods that have been undeveloped, even though they've been in existence for decades. So thank you for working on that solution finally. I understand that'll probably help with some of the historical flooding problems when it's implemented too, so once again, thank you very much. My only real problem with this is the list of the projects that compose the money we collect on. I note in that list there's about $50 million worth of projects that are tied to Courtney Street and the extension of Courtney Street. I mentioned it during the delegates' words. Of course, Courtney Street's been around forever. Like I said, when I was a little boy, they talked about that being extended to the bike path. I'm sorry. Looking at all the workarounds through the neighborhoods as they developed, as West Hill went up and Edgewater and Westera, the bypass connection, the millions of dollars into the Pinky Bridge and expansion on Pinky Street, I don't believe that Courtney Street has the same purpose when it was intended and designed for a $50 million six-bridge extension, and I don't believe it belongs on this list. With it being on the list, it interferes with the completion of many neighborhoods that I represent. There's pathways on First Avenue North without sidewalks because Courtney Street is supposed to extend past First Avenue North, so they can't complete the sidewalk network within my areas. This affects things like walking paths as well. As well, we have a recycling depot on the end of Courtney Street as a location that can't have a permanent, decent-looking depot because it's temporary, because Courtney Street has to be extended. So in an entrance and a gateway to three of the nicest neighborhoods in Regina, we have litter and debris with temporary fencing. So while I respect that this pot of money was planned for decades and you can't do everything in the first step up to the list, I'm just here to really advocate for the correction of these problems. It's not just the monies that it's denoting on the list, it's the interference with administration's ability to properly finish off areas for multiple decades because of the lack of availability to invest because things are not finished yet to be able to properly maintain or finish. I hope I've explained that properly, and I look forward to any comment through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And so I'll start with the conversations that we've had with developers about a lot of our transportation projects. So, and we will continue to have those conversations. We are also committed to doing a Northwest sector study to review the transportation needs in the Northwest sector. And lots of things have happened that could influence change in the area. Just I'd also like to comment that the model is a 20-year model. I understand what you're saying. You recall that being on the list since you were a kid, and so clearly that's a long time. But we will certainly. Okay, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
But certainly we will continue to have that conversation, and hopefully we can come to some resolution over this next time period of work that we have moving forward.
Just to follow up, so I'm not wrong in viewing these projects in some instances as placeholders for monies collected for much expansion and work over the past number of decades and just not being able to rectify everything in one swoop. Is that fair assessment.
That's correct.
And with that, you have my yes vote, knowing how important this is to the development community and citizens of Regina, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I do have a number of questions, and I hope my scribbles here I can understand. So I guess one of the first questions I have through the chair is the on page 10 of the report is a reference to what used to be called the Eastern Pressure Solution, the Water Network Expansion Project. We did a we increased, I'm just trying to recall what we did during the budget? We increased money to help pay for that. There's a dedicated mill rate increase. Now I'm not quite clear why it is contributing, what that mill rate increase, how that relates to the development charge account. Was the mill rate increase that we've already approved paying for those costs fully or not?
Thank you for the, thank you for the chair. Thank you for the question. So the mill rate that was approved back in August was to fund the second tank portion of the project, so
right.
not the entire
Right.
project.
All right. So regarding the municipal front-ending policy that's being suggested that you would negotiate, would we have to, as a city, would we have to use debt to finance our portion of that, the upfront costs, through the chair?
That's a great question, thank you. So as we work through an agreement, and that agreement will then come to council, and we will have recommendations and options for how we pay for that lift station or those lift stations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Through the chair, what more or less when, like this year still?
So I don't know. We'll have to see if a developer approaches us and wants to enter into one of those agreements.
I see. Okay. Now, kind of like the overall, I really do want to understand, because I represent, unlike some of the other councillors who represent greenfield areas, I represent the established areas. And I would expect a lot of residents to raise questions and be concerned about any increased costs, especially number 4, the recommendation in number 4, any increased costs that they would have to pay through this model. And I'll give you an example. So I could just hear, I know I'll get a call or an email from someone saying, I've lived in my house for 36 years and my road still hasn't been fixed. Why am I paying more to support the greenfield areas? So your response, please, through the chair.
Thank you. That's a great question, and it's a hard, I think probably it is a hard one to explain. So many of our projects that, specifically I would say for water and wastewater, are to support growth of the city, both greenfield and the existing area, if you will, to intensify. So the more toilets you have hooked up to the wastewater system, the more capacity is required, and so that contributes to, say, a new wastewater treatment plant that's required. And so someone has to pay. We can't charge our greenfield developers for the intensification portion of those projects. So historically, historically we had an intensification levy, if you will, which was seen as a barrier to supporting intensification, because that is one of our goals, is to increase intensification within the city. And so that the intensification levy was removed, I believe, in 2019?
For 2021.
2021. And at that time, we were recommending a tax lift to support that intensification. And what we've found is that's not working. And so we're recommending a stable long-term funding source to support that intensification cost for new developments.
So through the chair.
Sorry, for intensification, not new developments.
Yeah, so through the chair, could you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because I was going to ask about the tax lift as well. And so how many new developments in the intensification area have happened? And is it just not enough to even see whether or not the tax lift has affected, or you know for certain that it's not working?
So thank you for that question, and I'll start, and then I'll give Mr. Grazier some time to look up his details. So we know for sure that it's not really working, and part of it is that some of the intensification projects that happen don't actually pay taxes. So you'd see, you know, if there's a new school or like a hospital or churches and those kinds of things, they're exempt from property taxation. So that's the first thing. And then the other thing is we just really haven't seen intensification the way we would want to see it. And because it has been seen as a very, like an intensification is a barrier, and in most small western cities there isn't an intensification levy, and for that reason. And so, and I'll just give you an example of cost, and I think Mr. Grazier's found his stuff. But recently there was a development approved. Hasn't been built yet, but the parcel of land that is proposed for that development, the current taxes on it would be approximately $11,000 municipal. Once that development is built, the estimate is, I think the municipal portion around, I would say $110,000 if I recall correctly. Which sounds great. That's a lift of like $100,000. So it is great for the city, but the intensification levy, Mr. Grazier just calculated this out, for that property, and keep in mind that would have to be paid up front, is $1 million. So that developer would have to pay $1 million to build a building, and so that is seen as a barrier to intensification development. And then on top of that, with the tax lift, it would take 10 years to recover that $1 million. And so it's just not feasible in terms of the cost of the projects and the work that has to occur. Mr. Grazier, do you have further details to add?
Mr.
Absolutely.
Grazier, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I can provide some numbers to this to maybe contextualize a little bit better. So between repeal of the intensification levy in November 2021 and the end of 2023, 91 developments were approved that would have been subject to intensification levies had they still been in effect. However, of those, right off the bat, 17 are tax exempt properties, meaning we can't collect roughly $1.4 million in tax lift from those developments because of their tax lift status. So that's, you know, an issue in itself. But of the ones that aren't tax exempt, the total intensification levies they would have been required to pay was $5.5 million. However, due to the time consideration between a building permit being issued in an intensification area, building being constructed, building being reassessed after construction, and then tax lift accruing annually year over year, that $5.5 million is going to take a long time to be realized. And just to add another number to that, the total number of tax lift that has been generated since repeal of the levy and the end of 2023 is $120,000. So we have a long way to go to get to that 5 million in levies that those developments would be required to pay. So the timing issue can pose some cash flow concerns on the deficit, because in the example, that 5.5 million isn't available to fund intensification related infrastructure, meaning, you know, we'd have to look at either alternative funding sources, project deferral, debt, and different considerations like that. Does that help? Or?
It does a bit, yeah.
If I may, I'd also like to add, we also are trying to encourage intensification by way of incentive programs. Mm-hmm. And some of those incentive programs are tax exemptions. So that further delays the opportunity to collect any kind of tax lift on those projects. And then the other part of it is, Mr. Grazier referred to deferring the capital projects. And the problem with that is so many of our capital projects are tied. They're greenfield and intensification. They support both. And so if you delay the project, you're delaying the opportunity for greenfield as well.
Okay. So through the chair, I think I'm just about done, but through the chair, then with this dedicated mill and utility rate increase, it would go into a particular fund, or would it be part of the broader development charges fund? Like, would it be dedicated for those infrastructure or other kinds of projects that are needed in the established areas? Just want to understand how that gets accounted for.
Thank you, through the chair. So we track the intensification portion of growth projects. So this is not for like just recapping your street. These are for growth projects that are identified to support growth, population growth, development growth. We track that separately from greenfield, and so that would be kept separate, and it would go towards the intensification portion of growth projects.
Okay, thank you. I'll just want to comment that I think this is going to be very, very difficult to communicate to residents, and that there will be a lot of negative feedback on this change. And I'm not even sure if I have, this has been very helpful to me, but I'm not even sure if I can fully, would be able to fully explain this, because it's still going to come down to, you know, Mrs. Jones saying, why does the Greenfield get brand new infrastructure and streets, and my street still hasn't been fixed in 36 years since I've lived here? That's what I'm going to hear. And I think explaining how this is going to benefit her is going to be very important.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Building upon the intensification levy, when the intensification levy was in place, how much monies were collected?
Just over $1 million.
Through you, Mayor, through the chair, just over $1 million.
Mm-hmm. And the goal was 125 million? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a couple $100,000 a year. So really, in some respects, comparable to not having it and looking at a tax lift in some respects.
Through the chair, absolutely.
So
it was seen as a barrier, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question, what is intensification infrastructure?
Through the chair, great question. So the intensification related infrastructure, as it's in the model or project list right now, would be any costs that are needed to support intensification opportunities in established areas of the city. And under legislation, you know, that can't be like-for-like replacements, operations, or maintenance costs, but it could be something like saying upsizing a water main on 11th Avenue to support intensification opportunities along that corridor. So they have to be very specifically tied to providing a benefit towards intensification.
Thanks. And so of the utility reserve that we currently have, which I think we've got a maximum amount of 90 million, we got a little bit extra in there right now. That 90 million is for exactly what you can't charge an intensification levy for, which is operations, maintenance, and like for like. Have I got that right? Right.
Correct.
And the other pieces of capital infrastructure like the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna have what year was the intensification levy brought in?
2019,
No.
It's 20-something.
2019, and then repealed in 21.
Oh, through the chair, it was brought in 2019. I had 1 year correct. It was brought in 2019 and then removed in 2021.
Okay. Is this just, I'm going to ask this in an inappropriate way, just warning you. Was the intensification levy and the removal of the intensification levy looking at tax lift just a gimmick to avoid a hard decision about the fact that we don't have capacity within our existing infrastructure to put any more people in place?
Through the chair, I can't answer that. I can't answer that question.
Because basically, we need infrastructure upgrades in existing areas in order to allow for a target that council has set, and I think stands behind in terms of intensification, which is we need to replace 6-inch pipes with larger pipes, and we got wastewater expansion issues, we have stormwater issues, all water, wastewater related issues in existing areas that we can't put more demand on without upgrading. I got Luke nodding at me right now.
Sounds right.
And I would say it's also about Greenfield not taking the full burden of the big capital projects.
When Greenfield is built, essentially, they build the appropriate size, the intention is they build the appropriate size lift stations, they build the appropriate size stormwater retention, so they're in some respects self-sufficient. So there is no extra burden on the existing system. The existing system isn't at a capacity that is usable. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. To Councillor Stanichuk's very good question, and I think every council member that has older streets in their neighborhood gets this question. I would suggest that that's actually the allocation. I will suggest that previous council did a really good job when you allocated money to streets out of the road renewal project. I think you look there for why 40-year-old streets aren't being done, because that is an allocation that council can direct, which has nothing to do with water, wastewater, and whatnot. But a very valid point when we're doing an extraordinary amount of road work, which is fabulous, but perhaps the priorities as it relates to ages of streets should be considered within that. On page 4, DC Review has confirmed shortcomings in the implementation of the growth pays for growth policy in funding offsite growth costs through past DC rates, contributing to the current deficit in the DC account. So the shortcomings in the SAF models, I think you brought to our attention, Ms. Bryden, 2 years ago? Have I got that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the intention of this current policy before us, if it's approved, is that 2 years from now it gets reviewed?
Through you, yes. So we will be continuing. So we've got work to do on the growth plan moving forward. We've got work to do. We've committed to continued conversations with stakeholders about the projects in relation to the projects in general and area specific in general, as well as we will have to set another rate. In 2 years, because this policy, or this report is asking for 2 years of a rate, and then we will be coming forward with more information. I don't know that it'll be as fulsome of a review. I'm hoping, our intention is to be monitoring and on top of this work. This is important work. It's a lot of money, some very large projects. And we'll be very diligent moving forward in how we continue the work.
Okay, I guess my question is, not to preempt Councillor Zakidniak, I got a guess on this one. there's no mention of when an update comes to council. Like, is it fair to say a year from now? Like, part of my question is going to be, what does success look like? But there's work that you've committed to doing, which is commendable, and I'll echo what Councillor Mancinelli had to say in the delegates, which is the engagement that you've done is impressive. But there's no date in here, essentially, as to when this comes back before council for review. And what I don't want to happen is the non-review review of the former SAF models, which means we're 7 or 8 years into this going, gosh, it just doesn't have enough money in it. Does that make sense, what I'm?
Absolutely, I understand completely. I think we're just so engrossed in it that it didn't occur to me to put in a date specifically to come back with a review. I would say we do put out an annual report that now has some pretty detailed and specific information in it. So that comes out every spring. It was just released, the new annual report. And then another report would come in 2 years' time. If council would like an annual update report, then we could accommodate that as well.
Is it something that you could just insert as an item in your, like as an undertaking to insert into your annual update?
Insert
an update on as it relates to some of these changes?
Absolutely.
Is that would be, yeah, okay,
Yep.
If you can mark that down for the report that's already coming, just to provide this update so that doesn't slip.
Absolutely.
Okay, you've talked about the more work to be done. I appreciate that. The project list supported by analysis, to quote Mr. Liebergall. Is it a reasonable expectation, I suspect that work is ongoing, but is it a reasonable expectation that that update could come at the same time? Like, I'm interested in this project list as it relates to growth and intensification. You're going to continue that work. Do you have some sort of schematic or framework or work plan in mind?
So thank you, through the chair. So I think a lot of the projects that were identified by stakeholders about that aren't supported necessarily by service studies or engineer reports are related to transportation. And I'd also like to add that the costing of projects depends largely on the timing of the projects.
Fair enough.
So the ones that are a long ways out, we're not going to do detailed project estimates on those projects. So some of that work certainly needs to be happening as we get closer to when we think work needs to be done. Part of the work that we are also doing is, I know for me, I was pretty green coming into this, and my questions were, well, what exactly specifically triggers Project A? And what triggers Project B? And so some of the work that we still have to do, and we're getting serviceability studies, and we're lining up a lot of work, still has to happen. But we're trying to line things up so that we'll actually have that kind of more detailed information, and that'll also help with, that'll actually also help with those projects and the timing of projects. So I would say we can include any updated information we have, I would hope, as successes in our annual report as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Specific to the project list, and I think this is what I always struggle with, is that Sass Drive corridors on this list. That's existing infrastructure in an intensification area, which just needs upkeep and replacement and perhaps some enhancements. How is that related to growth?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that to Mr. Grazier.
Yeah. Through the chair, I'll start and maybe refer that over to Ms. Seguin. But essentially, I believe the Sass Drive project is one that has a allocation to existing residents. That's that like to like that you're speaking of. So you have the total project cost, a certain percentage of that is covered off by the city, and that percentage represents the like-for-like replacements, renewal, different, improvements that will benefit the existing area. And then growth, or the intensification portion, relates to any improvements that would be needed to accommodate any additional traffic that could be occurring in the future as a result of additional intensification downtown, new buildings, and the new traffic associated with that, as well as any other impacts, folks coming in from different areas at higher volumes than before. So that's kind of the general theory for splitting up the cost of that one. But I'm not sure, Ms. Seguin, if you have anything to add.
You've answered. You can go ahead and say one, but I think that answers the question essentially.
Simply put, if the city were not to grow, we'd only do a like-for-like replacement of Sass Drive. But because the downtown is a major employment sector for the city, and as the city grows, more people are going to need access to Sass Drive to get to the downtown. We need to increase capacity. That capacity portion is the portion that we charge to that growth portion is what's charged to the development charges.
Got it. And I referred to this already. How do we measure success on this?
How do we measure success?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think, when I think about success, the city has a sustainable funding source to support development within the city. We have a clear path as to what work is needed to support growth, whether it's intensification or greenfield intensification. And that we have continued good relationship and collaboration with our stakeholders. And I don't think all of that is necessarily going to be accommodated or accomplished in 2 years, but that's my goal.
Do you think it would be fair to attach having something more than 1.6 months worth of inventory in the market? Do you think more housing?
Absolutely. More intensification and more housing opportunities for the community.
Housing lots and intensification. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So to pick up on some of the questions Councillor Stadnichuk was asking, I just wanted to clarify what my understanding is that the mill rate and the tax increases, utility rate, mill rate, are specifically for supporting the intensification area, not greenfield growth, and a development charge reduction in greenfield, but specifically for industrial zoned greenfield. Is that right? The greenfield regular charges are the fee that will be charged, not the tax rate. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, the mill rate and utility rate increases are to support the intensification portion of growth-related projects. And the development charge is to pay for the greenfield portion of growth-related projects.
Okay. All right. So, and in relation to the industrial zoned greenfield, like that part, the reduction, that is part of the tax rate. That is accurate? Is that right?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I missed that portion, yes.
Okay, and can you explain the rationale? I believe that's a standing council policy in terms of this reduction for industrial zoned greenfield, but can you explain the rationale for that reduction, specifically for industrial?
Through you, Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Grazier. I think he's getting bored.
Mr. Grazier, go ahead.
Through the chair, great question. And yeah, so the explanation, going back to the 2017 council reports, really for that reduction were twofold. One was to acknowledge, at that time that some of the industrial development can generally put a lower demand on infrastructure and services than some of the residential and commercial development that was going on at that time. It's not uncommon for municipalities to differentiate their fees in that manner. So that would be one piece to it. And then the second part would be, it is an incentive for additional industrial development and growth in a community. So I think part of that was looked at as a measure to maybe attract some new industrial development to greenfield areas, given that when that report at least went, industrial activity was fairly slow. So those would be kind of the two main reasons.
Okay, so I think you said 2017. Have we re-examined those assumptions since then? And also, in my perception of some of the industrial development that we are attracting, it seems that it may not be the case anymore, that it has lower demands on infrastructure depending on which kind of industrial development. So I guess the question just being, have we re-examined whether those assumptions are still accurate?
Through the chair, I would say that additional work would be needed on the servicing side of things to determine, what type of industrial development may use more or less service than, a residential or commercial. There's a lot of different ways you could slice it. You have industrial developments that might be big water and wastewater users that could potentially be big service users. But then we also do have some industrial development, like within the Chuka Creek Business Park, for instance, that are more of just the light industrial warehousing and storage, which use less servicing capacity. So further work would be needed to really define how different types of industrial development impact servicing.
Is that planned? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, if I could also just add that really it's about creating economic opportunity for the city as well. And, jobs bring people and people bring housing. So.
Okay, thanks. Is there any additional work planned in terms of reopening this, re-examining those assumptions in relation to industrial, or potentially breaking down that into subcategories as part of the 2-year review? Or no?
Through the chair, we haven't actually specifically identified that, but we certainly can include that in our work as we move forward.
Great, thanks. Now, the front ending, no, I don't think that was, I think I wrote down the wrong thing. The wastewater lift stations, how the city, no, I think it's the front ending agreement. So is there a risk in this scenario where the city takes on those initial fees that a developer will not be able to pay the city back for some reason? And if so, how will that risk be mitigated? And just also interested in any risks with this new, with us taking those expenses on.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the way this would be repaid to the city is through an additional area. It would be an area-specific rate. So as a developer pays their SAF rate, they would, if they've benefited by this agreement, they would also include a surcharge or an additional fee that would be collected to pay off that lift station project over the next number of years. So as, say, Coopertown develops out, they would pay as they grow, the same as they do servicing agreement fees right now. So There is, I would say, probably, I wouldn't say risk. I think eventually the city will recover the lands and, the lands would eventually be developed and eventually those fees would get paid back to the city.
But isn't it possible that the lands don't get developed? Like just trying to like picture maybe something that's not likely, but sort of like if I'm thinking about risk, like a worst case scenario for that where development gets stalled and then the fees can't be paid back to the city. And so is that possible? And then what would happen?
If the development gets sold.
Through the chair, I can take that one. And yeah, so agreements of this nature that are in use by other municipalities, it is common to include different terms and conditions in there related to interest, repayment terms, how long developer might have to repay the capital costs regardless of pace of development. Different other securities and other assurances are typically included in those agreements, and I think that is something we would certainly want to collaborate and work on with industry in consultation, obviously, with our legal team to ensure that the appropriate contingencies are in place within that agreement. So that's kind of the impetus for going the pilot agreement route that's being suggested here, is to really have a good understanding of what those terms and conditions to mitigate risk might be.
Okay. Are there any benefits, I believe this was briefly touched on in the report, to adding lift stations to the model and development charge rate calculations instead of going the route that's proposed? Like any benefits that were identified?
Through the chair, I can take that one. So yeah, we did look back in the past when we were reviewing this lift station option, and I believe as one of the delegates mentioned, lift stations were included in the model before 2015, the last time a big major review like this was done. And right within that council report and just based on some past conversations on that, part of the reason why it was taken out of the model was that some of lift stations, the cost of for those projects, were taking funds away from other big, major, large-scale capital projects, like an Eastern Pressure Solution. It was even in the model at that time. So it was depleting funds from these other major citywide projects needed for growth throughout the city. So that was the reason, one of the reasons it was removed at that time. So unfortunately, that funding challenge still exists, but one of the other pieces with lift stations that's important to remember is there's the equity piece. If you put in a lift station into the model that would provide service to a new neighborhood in the southeast, under our current citywide model, the development charge paid by a developer in the northwest would include the cost of that lift station for the southeast neighborhood that, likely a development in the northwest would in no shape or way benefit from. So that's part of the other consideration with the lift station is the equity piece, because it is a citywide rate.
Okay. Now on the area specific development charge rate, like that approach. So my understanding is there's going to be more work done on that. Doesn't mean we're going to do it, but it's just going to be further explored. So this policy will be reviewed again in, excuse me, in 2 years specific. Like sorry, there's going to be a review. This is a 2-year changes proposed, and within that time frame, like whenever administration is coming back to us within 2 years, will there be additional information about recommendations for an area-specific approach?
Through the chair, absolutely. That's the idea. As part of our next rate-setting process that would occur in 2 years, that we would, during that time, work in collaboration with industry stakeholders to come to to build some consensus towards agreed upon methodology for allocating the benefit and determining the area-specific rate calculation. So I would expect that that option would be included within that report 2 years from now.
Okay. I just want to check in briefly with the chair. Chair, I have like maybe 3 more questions. This is me whittling down my questions. So I can either take a pause and see if others have more questions, and potentially some of mine will be asked, or keep going. It's like...
You have 1 minute, 30 seconds. It's up to you.
We don't have time in... No, yes, we do. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Go
All
ahead.
right. I might keep going then.
Go ahead.
Okay. So why isn't the increase... Okay, the rationale for the breakdown between the utility and mill rate, like the specific breakdown proposed, why is it proposed that way?
Through the chair. So the rates are proposed based on the type of project that is required. So the utility rate is proposed based on the water and wastewater utility projects that are required, and the mill rate is for the industrial discount and transportation parks. I think that's it.
Okay, thanks. And then in terms of greenfield development, what I'm wondering is whether within this 2-year plan or otherwise, is there a need, and are there plans to further examine the OCP assumptions and plans related to greenfield development? Like, are these the existing plans that we have, are they still relevant? Do they still make sense? Do we need to adjust the targets for greenfield development? When is that work planned?
Thank you for that question. That work is underway right now.
Okay, potentially my last one. So I see that we are only approving the development charge rates for the calendar year of 2025. And then we'll have to, I guess, do that again in 2026. And then, so just clarity on that. And then also, if these recommendations go ahead today, will some of them, in relation to the mill rate or whatever, need to be approved again in advance or as part of next year's budget deliberations?
So the rate, thank you, through the chair, the rate for the development charge rate is for 2025, and then for 2026, it would be adjusted for inflation. So that's the recommendation that's coming forward here. And then I apologize, could you ask the question related to the mill rates again?
Yeah, I was just trying to hurry before my time ran out. I'm just curious if any of those recommendations, so there's like the mill rate implications, or, so we approve, let's say it got approved today, and then at council, because some of them have mill rate impacts, and just in general, would there then be the need to have to approve them, any of these recommendations again as part of the 2025 budget deliberations, or once they are approved, if they get approved, is that it?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Lacey if he would like to speak to that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Could you reframe that question, please?
I will try. So some of these recommendations have mill rate implications. So if they all get passed today and at council, does that mean will they need to be reconsidered, any of them, as part of the 2025 budget process?
So to you, Deputy Mayor, so any mill rate increase would be included in the 2025 budget and would also need to be approved by council as part of the 2025 mill rate bylaw. So there's actually a bylaw passed every year by council. And so, this is very similar to discussions that we've had in the past about dedicated mill rates that we've had in the past, for example, the residential road renewal program. And so council's basically making a commitment that future budgets will include this dedicated mill rate, but ultimately council of the day in that particular year passes the budget and passes the bylaw associated with that budget.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
That's good, because you were out of time, Councillor Sukuniak. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
My question asked, but I do just want to go back to the project list. First of all, I want to say thank you for the work. I know this has been a long, long haul, and it is hard to understand, and I mean, there's so many arms to it to make this go, so I truly want to say thank you. I do want to come back to, though, the growth-related projects, because I've always struggled with that, and, you know, hearing from developers that they do have to put dollars into these things, whether it be some dollars into trees that have to be planted, and may never ever get planted, you know, or into projects that, again, and I'll use the new Wascana pool as an example. That was like a 70-30 split, I believe, was from SAF fees went into the new pool. And that's obviously, I guess, a recreation. But when you explained to me, and I remember, I think it was Councillor Flagel at the time, you know, we both questioned, we were very surprised to see it on the list because new pool, but it's not there to, when our infrastructure is failing in the older areas, is it there to help replenish those? Is that really the intent? Because if we're saying it's for growth, I can get the growth piece, but we also have to do our job on the other end, that we're not just letting all of these pools or these rinks or whatever fail, and then we come into the developer and say, hey, 30% put into this, right? Using it that kind of way to build some of these. So can you just elaborate how that will be worked out?
So I'll start, and then some of my team will probably correct me.
Yeah.
Through the chair. So in terms of growth, when we talk about growth of the city, there's the greenfield growth, and then there's population growth, which is a little bit harder. They're not directly connected.
Yeah.
And so for things like in the last, I think it's the last year, our population growth has been about 10,000 people. But that doesn't mean we've had 10,000 new homes or 5,000 new homes built. And so a lot of those folks are living in the intensification area and in larger family sizes, in apartments, or in the greenfield area. And so a lot of things like the Wascana pool, a portion of that is required for, in general, population growth. And that's the growth portion that is applied to some of those larger recreational types of amenities.
Okay. I guess, and I can only use what I know, and that would be like the Greens and Gardner, Eastbrook towns, all of that. Major, major growth. And like, we're talking, I'm sure if you took in the southeast, it's probably at least, like just in my area, 50,000 people. It's like it's a Moose Jaw, bigger than Moose Jaw. That's the density. But when you look at the amenities that should be going with that growth, that's where I start to wonder about, they need the amenities that are needed to accommodate that growth. And I'll use the example of, you know, with schools and things like that go around that, but then also the parks that need to go to accommodate those gathering spaces in those dense neighborhoods, right? So again, how will that work with this new?
Through the chair, I can take a stab at this one, and if I miss anything, please let me know. So yeah, in terms of a project like a park, for instance, or a recreational project in general, so in terms of the southeast, that's a really good example. There's a project within the model right now, a southeast zone level park, and the rationale for that project being in the model is it's going to provide and help the city maintain levels of service for new residents that might come to the area as a result of new neighborhoods and growth, and need to utilize that amenity so they have a similar level of service to other areas in the city. So I mean, that type of project is pretty clear, how it benefits growth within that specific area. Something like the indoor aquatic facility is a little bit different because you have replacement of the existing facility, which is already benefiting the existing population. So per legislation, we can't use development charges or SAFs to support any replacement costs or maintenance or anything like that, any like for like. But in terms of that particular project, because it's being expanded beyond its current footprint, all of the new growth related improvements to make it bigger or other amenities, that is what can be charged to greenfield and intensification, because new residents will benefit from that.
And if I would also like to add that a lot of our recreational amenities and where they're located is really not part of this particular policy, but more in relation to our recreation master plan and the policies within. And then I just want to provide clarity. Schools are not funded through development charges.
Yeah, I do know. Fully aware. Thank you. And then I guess just probably the other last point is that we hear all the time, I think, the communication around, Mrs. Jones's example, of how the sidewalk is not done and things like that. So I do think that there is some communication around that about how these fees do help the greater good of the city and how developers do contribute. I think that's a really, really key point, because I think that they absolutely do, and many times that money is fluid and just gets sprinkled everywhere. And even the developers themselves, I think, it just goes to the city, it's collected, and then it's dispersed here and there. So I think that there should be some type of information, recognition that kind of is already being done from the developers. It doesn't have to be done to a percentage, but I think if you threw out the numbers in millions, I think it'd be an eye-opener for many, many residents to see that how much millions of dollars that developers do put into the existing city infrastructure. So I want to say thank you for the work again, very, very well done to all of the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just to follow up on some of the earlier comments, this might be a question for Mr. Lacey through the chair. Back to the recommendation number 4 in the table showing the mill rate and utility rate increases that are proposed. I would like administration to explain, like we have been told many times that the regular annual increases in our utility rates are to fund a 25-year model of infrastructure improvements that are needed, over the next 25 years, whatever. Why do we need to increase more here? Why is the utility rates that we're already charging not covering the costs that that are being proposed here?
Ms. Bryden?
Oh, through the chair.
Mr. Lacey?
Mr. Lacey?
Go ahead.
So through you, Deputy City Manager, so the utility rates that we collect through the utility rate model, which you're correct is a long-range model, those costs are for the like-for-like replacement.
Okay.
That Mr. Glazier's referred to earlier. And so you can have a project, let's say a water-related project where you're replacing underground pipe because it's aged, but you're making that pipe size larger, and you're making it larger to accommodate growth. So that portion of that replacement that relates to making it bigger to accommodate growth, those costs are funded through development levies, what we're talking about here today. And as it relates to the intensification portion of that growth, that's what this rate increase in this report is paying for. And then you have the other portion where it just relates to replacing a like-for-like 100-year-old pipe. And so where does that funding source come from? Well, that's the funding source that comes through the utility model, which is focused on like-for-like replacement of infrastructure.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's, I just feel that I need a little additional information to understand all of this before council next week, when this comes to council. I'm not sure if it's an undertaking or a briefing, but I really feel that I cannot support number 4 right now because I kind of understand it, but I just think that it would be difficult for me to explain this to residents. And I think that a lot of residents in the established areas would be opposed to this, these additional increases. So I'm not sure, I guess I'm just, I don't know if administration would, rather than me saying, can you do an undertaking, if you could just tell me what can be done between now and next week's council meeting to better explain these changes and why they're needed. And I have read, I know there's tons of work you've done, and I really appreciate all of this work, but this one area is just a little bit difficult for me to absorb. Sure.
Through the chair, we can certainly, I'll try maybe take one more stab at it right now to try to break it down, and then if there's further information needed,
yeah.
Absolutely happy to provide that, but we'll just give an old college try here. So within recommendation 4, all right, I'm just looking at the table there. You have the mill rate increase, and then you have the line that says established area of the utility rate increase, and then you have the line that says established area. So those established area lines are to fund any infrastructure needed to support intensification opportunities in established areas only. And that infrastructure is currently funded through tax lift, which isn't working as we discussed today, and formerly, before that, were intended to be funded through intensification levies. So really what those two established area lines are doing within the report are providing a stable funding source for the infrastructure needed to support growth and intensification in those areas. But they do not relate to any infrastructure, again, related to operations, maintenance, renewal, some of the items Mr. Lacey was mentioning there. And then, do you want me to break down the industrial as
So I think that what I'd like to add here is that the opportunity to fund intensification or upsizing of pipes. So I'll use the example of 11th Avenue. If we just replace the underground infrastructure like for like, we may not be able to, and don't quote me on this, this is just an example, I don't know. We may not be able to build an apartment building on 11th Avenue. So in order to upsize the pipe, we have to be able to pay for that. So the policy choice the city has made historically has been that that's an intensification charge or needs to be funded through intensification. And what we're saying is we need a stable source to fund that upsizing, and we're suggesting a utility rate increase to pay for that.
All right.
Is that more helpful?
Well, it is helpful. I understand that what didn't work before and that this is to replace that, so there is some funding. But I guess it's the question of what is the cost per resident going to be, the average resident, and what is the average resident, like they will be wanting to know that. What does the average resident benefit? And I think in the Watson report and the cash flow report, the second one, there was a reference on page 14 to $13.79 a month, and I don't know if that's what the cost is going to be for the average household. But that's the kind of information I'd like to know. People are going to know, what is this going to cost me? What do I get out of it? So if there's any clarification, between now and council, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, and certainly we can provide that information prior to council.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
I know this is Ms. Bryden's most favorite topic in the whole wide world.
I love this topic.
Is water and wastewater. We are getting faced with a lot of capital projects coming to us for council to make decisions on. What I believe and residents in my ward believe is the water and the wastewater. Can you maybe just give some Coleman's notes as to the importance of this water, the wastewater projects that are coming to us and the significance in this growth moving forward, through the chair?
Thank you, through the chair. I would say we, like the city, can't continue to grow without doing water and wastewater projects and improvements.
Right, but now, what could we say to residents and to the people in Regina to say, these are fundamentally the most important projects over the other ones? Like, how close are we to being completely out of water or having huge issues with this big growth that's coming? You know, maybe it's 10 years from now that we really need to do this, or maybe it's 2 years from now. Does that help in understanding?
So you're sort of? So the projects that we've identified that are required are required to hit certain population levels.
Yeah.
And so in order, you know, obviously water and wastewater needs to be accounted for before we hit those population levels. So that's also part of the conundrum, I would say. And clearly, water and wastewater are fundamental for the city to be able to provide to our residents.
Right, and what I keep getting told by council and by people, so, well, we need this, you know, we need a swimming pool because we can't attract families. I get it, but I'm just trying to get administration's point of view as to these capital projects that are coming towards us, and for us to make these decisions in the most economical, smart way for growth is what I'm kind of trying to get administration significance as to, council, listen, this is really important, or, well, we can kind of put this on the back burner. Does that kind of help through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, or through the chair, I don't know, Mr. Lacey, if you would like to speak to, of course, you know, we know infrastructure is important. We know infrastructure is important for the city. I understand that council does need to balance all of the things that are required for a healthy, happy, bright, vibrant city. And so that's, you know, some of the choices that council needs to make. And I see Mr. Doney is there.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll just talk a little bit about the importance of water and wastewater, and might hit the mark. So with water and wastewater, with growth and development, it has to go in first. So as mentioned before, you need that infrastructure to flush the toilet and turn on the tap. And it's really health and safety. So you cannot grow a city without water and wastewater in place, and you cannot allow the city to grow without proper wastewater treatment, as an example. So environmental regulations are very important. So I just highlight that those two systems are life-saving systems that are absolutely critical for a city to function.
Thank you, that was very clear, precise, and to the point, because we can't use a swimming pool if we're not alive because we don't have water. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillor Stanichuk raised actually one of my questions. So if my math is right, Mr. Lacey, one mill rate equals $2.9 million, 1% in a utility rate is 1.7. Have I got that about right?
I haven't looked at that lately, but that does, I would say to you, Deputy Mayor, I think that's right by memory.
Okay. So the plan over the next 5 years as it relates to this increment, the 0.17 in the mill rate will raise roughly $2.5 million baked into the system for the stable funding that we're talking about. And the utility increase will build up about $15.5 million baked into the system for water and wastewater. So, correct me if I'm wrong, so we're going to build up $15 million as a base into the utility rate system for capital growth projects. And then once they're built, we still have $15 million built into the utility rate system. This might be for Mr. Doney. So we're baking something into the system for what amounts to capital projects. So once you have those capital projects built and funded, I got a listing of 125 million projects on the SAF side, which is the $2.5 million per year, I'm presuming. I'm trying to break this down because once it goes into the utility, it stays there because that's what it's collected for. Versus if it's capital projects, once you pay for it, you've baked something into the tax or utility, so just call it a taxation, I don't care what you call it. You baked it into the system. So where does the money go after it's built?
Yeah. Through the chair, so on the utility side, if approved by council, as you mentioned, the 1.7% per year over the 5 years, that is in the base utility rate. So after the projects are built and the money is collected over that period of time, like 20 years or 25 years, if everything else is equal, that utility rate is not needed anymore because those projects are paid for. Of course, new intensification projects might be added to that list as it's a rolling list year after year, but those basic projects are done and built and they're paid for.
Thank you. Mr. Doney, is there any risk to putting perhaps a bit more into the mill rate versus the utility rate because they're capital projects? Like is there a problem with shifting some of the allocation between the utility and the mill? Is there risk associated with that?
Through the chair, I don't think there's a risk. I think what we've tried to do is projects that are water or wastewater related, we've just put them to the utility because that is fundamentally what the utility does, is take care of water and wastewater. Also on the utility allows people to be a little bit flexible on what they pay if they're willing to conserve water, whereas on the mill rate it's strictly the land that you own. But I don't see an increased risk of it going more on the mill rate versus the utility.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Mr. Granger, Ms. Bryden, on the intensification, there's a little bit of me that's just coming in the same. City Council, correct me if I'm wrong, City Council set a target of 30% of our growth to exist within the intensification area, right?
Yes.
But there's never been an allocation of funding specific to that intensification as it relates to the growth needed within the existing infrastructure.
That's correct. Yeah.
Correct. So I'm going to come back to my earlier question. When we set the target back within the OCP at 30%, we just never allocated or figured out how to fund what was going to be necessary in order to fix the existing infrastructure for growth.
Correct. Until the intensification levy was proposed in 20.
Which was massively effective, I understand. Yeah, okay. So I come back to, okay. All right, thanks. Put it up for me.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. I'll let the mover close it out, Councillor Mancinelli.
Oh, pleasant surprise. Appreciated all the points today and all the debate. It did kind of raise one more question for me. Remembering during last year's budget deliberations that went on forever, we fixated on the utility rate. In debate over that utility rate, it was revealed that there was an overage suspected in the utility rate model, and it would be re-examined in this year. With that information combined with the forecasted lift in the utility rate, is 1.82% the right number, or is there actual a fixed number that will come later in the year as we do our math and come back to it. And for a bonus question and Freudian slips, is that fixed number 1.7? Through the chair.
All good, Councillor
I think I got it all out. I could say it again, but I don't know if I use the same words.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mr. Doney. Did I hit the right mic?
Through the chair. So just to rephrase a little bit, so there is, the general utility reserve is over its max amount of $90 million. The numbers in the reports here somewhere in the upcoming reports. And so what I've shown in the past and will show again at budget time is that overall utility reserve is to take care of the existing water, wastewater, stormwater infrastructure, and it will be reduced significantly over the next 5 years. That's actually below its minimum, and we will need debt actually to make sure that utility reserve stays within its min and max. We had that conversation when we talked about private lead service connections, and I showed that map how that utility reserve was coming down. So what's before you right now is not to take care of the existing water, wastewater infrastructure, is to accommodate growth and intensification for the utility aspects of the projects, or the water, wastewater projects.
Oh, so two separate calculations to be blended later as numbers become more pointed. Is that correct?
Through the chair, absolutely, two separate calculations. So right now we're going through the utility model update to determine what the rate is required for 25 and 26 to make sure we've got a reliable water, wastewater service that is independent of the calculation that's before you right now, which is the amount of money and the rate required to increase the infrastructure to accommodate growth.
Appreciate that. One more question that just occurred is, as we go through the lead pipe servicing and the intensification we just talked about to try to get more population in the downtown, do the funds shift back and forth, and is there a little bit of adaptability in the funding of this, and are there cross-contaminations of projects?
Through the chair, I'm not going to use the word cross-contamination because that means different things than water, wastewater, but there's absolutely synergies that happen. And so when we're doing a project now, we ensure that the project is ready for growth. So when it comes to lead service connections, when we're looking at a project, we replace the lead service connections before we put down fresh pavement. But at the same time, we would look at upsizing that underground water main to accommodate growth in the area. So by having a stable funding source like is in front of you today, we don't need to defer the decision to upsize the pipe. We can do it all at the same time and make sure we get the best value on any projects going forward.
One last question. I suppose it's a given that all the different priorities of the city, say a wrecked road, undersized pipe, a lead connection, and that's enough on there, I guess. That's enough problems. Those are being correlated and addressed first to try to get the most per dollar spent in these hard financial times. Is that part of the push behind administration to make sure that we find efficiency that way?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Appreciate the input. Thank you very much, and look forward to the vote.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I believe that's everybody who's had a chance here, and I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 9-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. We're getting pretty close to the legislative lunch break. So long. Okay, I see we have a delegation here on the next report, so we'll open that up for the delegation, and then after that we'll take our lunch break. So this is for report EX24-50. We have Jim Elliott here. I'd like to call you up to speak. So Jim, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Elliott.
Of Executive Committee, my name is Jim Elliott. I'm here in Regina, And it's been, I guess, fruitful to go through the discussions this morning around all of the constrictions on funding. I guess what I'm going to be bringing to the discussions in this report is a somewhat similar statement, but more coming from the citizens themselves. And I guess the common phrase that I'm going to use is basically the piggy bank is almost empty, or in fact is empty for most of the taxpayers in the city. And I'm not sure whether we're going to be in a position of taking on any more debt than we currently have. I think we've seen some examples of what things can happen, including the recent breaks in Calgary, that I think we're too close to the edge to take on any more substantial things. And again, it becomes a question of things, taxes that all of us pay and not necessarily individually. I guess the one thing that came to mind when I was looking at this that was somewhat a little bit unaware, and perhaps some of the councillors were unaware, is over the last 14 years of city budgets that have come to this council, they've been increasing about 5.5% every year for 14 years, so that the budget for the taxes of both business and residents have gone up 115% over the last 14 years. And when we're talking about adding additional requirements for all of the various projects going forward, I'm not sure whether we're going to be getting into more circumstances where people are going to have to go to the food bank in order to pay their taxes. They're going to have to forego fixing up their homes because of their taxes, or in fact, not being able to get to work or various locations around the city, or maybe even take a holiday because of increases in taxes. I think what we need to be doing at this stage, and I would probably state we should have been doing it 30 years ago, but we should be taking expenses away from the taxpayers of this city rather than adding to it. I look at a number of examples that have started that, but we need to go much further. We need to be going to a fully free public transit system. We need to be going to getting people off the electrical grids and natural gas systems. We also need to be growing a lot more of our food within our city. I look at an example of passive greenhouse in Alberta that currently produces close to 30,000 pounds of vegetables over a 12-month period. And this is a passive system, so they have no heating or lighting in addition to what they just simply get naturally. So as I said, I think we need to be much more aggressive in what we do. Otherwise, we're going to be getting to the point where, as some of your previous delegations, you won't get people either moving here or living here because they'll simply won't be able to afford being here, I guess. And so, and whether that means you get movements into the bedroom communities, or whether that just simply means, in some cases, you have people living in Moose Jaw but driving to Regina for work. So I guess that may not necessarily be that optimistic, but I think the potential is incredible. We have a significant number of empty lots where we could be building. We could be building, as I said, greenhouses in some of our empty parking lots in the city, especially in the vicinity of the the rail yards and that type of thing. And I think that would move us in a direction that where in fact we can do a fair amount of stuff with simply refocusing more on what I call resilience rather than just simply maintaining the status quo. But I'll answer any questions if you have any of them. So.
I don't see any questions for you, Mr. Elliott, so I will thank you for your presentation and ask that you please return to the gallery. Thank you. We will now take lunch to come back at 12:55. Thank you. Okay, looks like we have quorum, so I'll call the meeting to order. And we will now consider item EX 24-50, debt capacity and financing of unfunded capital projects. Can I have Deputy City Manager Barry Lacey please introduce this report?
Excuse me. Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor. So this report before you provides information on the city's unfunded capital projects and the city's ability to fund those projects. A number of these capital projects are projects related to the city, city growth that in the long term will be funded through collection of development levies, or what we often refer to as service agreement fees, SAF projects. However, as sufficient development levies have not yet been collected, these projects will need to be paid for or financed using debt. Basically, they will require upfront financing by the city. And those projects include the water network expansion project, the wastewater treatment plant expansion project, and a number of smaller SAF projects that in total exceed more than $100 million over the next 5 years. Other projects that are not SAF projects that will require financing include the new indoor aquatics facility and geothermal plant, the renewed central library, multi-purpose event center, and also we have on our list here the Ring Road rail relocation project. Funding of these projects will impact the city's debt capacity and debt limit, require additional mill or utility rate increases to fund the related principal and interest payments, and potentially impact the city's financial position over the long term. When making future decisions on use of debt, it will be important for City Council to consider the prioritization of all unfunded capital projects, as without alternative financing sources being identified, there's not sufficient debt capacity to undertake all these projects within their desired timeframes. This report is intended to provide information to help Council in their discussions and decisions regarding use of debt to fund projects. And I would just note that on today's agenda, there's 3 reports that have debt or financing implications associated with them. We've talked about one already earlier this morning, the development charges policy and model review. But on the agenda as later topics is the water network expansion debt financing report and the central library renewal project debt financing report. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, can I have someone move this report? Councilor Stanichuk, thank you. Any questions from members on this report? Mayor Masters, I believe.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Lacey, for the report. What's the value of the pay down each year of existing debt?
I'm going to ask Ms. Krylock to provide that.
I just need one moment through the chair.
Sure.
I believe it's more than 10 million and less than 20, but I'm sure you want a more accurate number.
Mayor Masters, do you have another question? We can give Ms. Carlock a minute here.
Sure. what's the cost to mitigate all of the aged facilities in the next 5 years? Like, what are we going to be on the hook for because we can't work towards replacement? Do we have an estimation of that?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll let Ms. Krolak continue to look for the number for your first question, but I will note that in our financial statements for last year, that it does note that repayment of long-term debt was 9.1 million. And so I think that refers to your question about how much principal we pay down every year. If that was the question, it's 9.1 million.
So theoretically, in 10 years, we have $91 million in room?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And we...
Sorry, no.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to go to the second question you had asked.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I believe, if I understand the question correctly, this relates to basically our capital, our broader capital asset renewal program. When you look at our facilities and as they need to be replaced over time. I don't have that exact number in front of me, but it is in the hundreds of millions as it relates to our facilities.
So as it relates to the Brandt Center, if we don't have a plan for that or a project clearly underway right now, it's probably at least 5 years out. Do you know how much money we'll have to invest in terms of the Brandt Center?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, so to some extent I think it depends on how you prioritize your projects with the debt capacity you have, and so that is one factor that impacts how much capacity you might have to fund that multi-purpose event center. And then the second question is, as a city we will continue to grow from a revenue perspective, and so I would anticipate 5+ years from now we would have a different debt limit than what we have today, and so you would have more capacity 5 years from now. So we've done some scenario planning here within a different debt limit than what we sit at today, and that debt limit was at 780 million. But once again, that assumes priority of other projects before the multi-purpose center. And I'm going to ask, did we ever cash flow out beyond 2033?
Not for the multi.
So, sorry, so in our modeling, we did not project out for the multi-purpose center. But even with an increased debt limit of 780 million, under a best case scenario analysis, it would be after 2033. And in a worst case scenario analysis, it would be after 2036.
Yeah, so in the meantime, so say it's 2036, that's 12 years out. That's an original ice plant. There is continual grading and flooding issues within. So just even to keep the Brandt Center open, do we know how many millions of dollars need to be invested in the next 5 years in order to keep the Brandt Center operational?
Yeah. So through you, Mayor Masters, that is a fair question, because with the projections that we have right now, you would need to make investments into the Brandt Center, certainly, to extend its life to the extent that you need to before you build a new facility, what that time frame is. I have heard that, for example, to put a new ice plant in, it's 10+ million. I understand that is one of the key expenditures that needs to be made here in the next little while if a multi-event center is not going to be built in the near term.
Okay. So, yeah. And in terms of, on page 2, or sorry, page 4 of 10, it says, you know, the wastewater treatment plant expansion for the purpose of this analysis is assumed 120 million of debt will be required. So nowhere in any of this analysis is any contribution from an ISIP-like funding scheme between the province, the feds, and ourselves?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct. When we were doing this analysis, we basically did it based on information we knew today.
Okay. So we don't know the cost to mitigate. So in terms of these numbers on page, well, whatever it is, 4, where we've estimated debt required and available debt room, we factored in the $9.1 million pay down per year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And we got a $210 million debt limit increase, but according to this, that is almost entirely consumed by the water network expansion.
Through you, Mayor Mast, through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Right, and there's no availability or accommodation for federal or provincial grants to come into that water expansion for increased housing and growth.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct. We've not factored any funding in from another source with respect to the wastewater network expansion project.
Is it possible we could, is my question.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, okay, maybe I'll just ask a clarification here. Are you referring to the housing accelerator program funding, some of that funding that we're receiving, or additional funding on top of that?
No, so the federal government has announced that while it doesn't have an ISIP project, it does have funding, billions actually, available across the country for those municipal projects which support housing, of which both water and wastewater have been noted as falling within that. So I guess that's my question is, there's a program, can we apply for it?
So through you, Deputy City Manager, I think on the first question there, I might just ask if Mr. Doney has any additional information with respect to work that we did with respect to looking at third-party funding for the water network expansion project. My understanding is we did do some work there, and there was none available at the time we proceeded with that project. And so I'll let Mr. Doney speak to that. With respect to the wastewater treatment plant expansion that's happening later, certainly I think there are potential opportunities there if funding exists in the future from the other levels of government. Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yeah, so for the water network expansion, there was conversations that were had with the different levels of government, and it was really between funding programs, I would say. So we received funding in the past for wastewater upgrades, both wastewater treatment plant and wastewater collection, and there was no funding when this project needed to proceed. However, we are in conversations with them about the new funding that's available for water wastewater, as you mentioned, Mayor Masters, but not a lot of detail provided quite yet about what that'll look like, but definitely interested in that, particularly for the wastewater treatment plant expansion.
Right. Is it possible that the water network expansion, the Eastern Pressure Solution, $185 million worth of debt required, that there could be any contribution under new funding programming for water and wastewater?
Through the chair, we're always interested in entering those agreements, but typically once construction is started that we're not eligible for funding, but that would be up to the provincial or federal government to consider waiving that if they wanted to in the future.
Okay. Who's the liaison, who's working with the federal government on this?
Through the chair, it's under, go ahead, to the city manager, please.
Sure.
Through the chair, that would be city manager's office. Leaf Nam has the policy and grants under her area.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure I did. In terms of the investment income or the investment portfolio that we have, I think you've mentioned the number is around $400 million.
So through you, Deputy City Manager, that's correct.
Is that factored into the SMB's debt limit attributed to the city? Because you mentioned revenue, so
Yeah.
is our investment portfolio factored into our borrowing limit?
So through you, Deputy City Manager, I do not know if the SMB looks specifically at our debt in our investment portfolio when making that determination. I do know they take a more broader look at the financial position of the city, and in conversations with them, I think they use many of the factors that a credit agency, rating agency would, like Standard & Poor's. And so I do know as it relates to, and Standard & Poor's looks like our credit rating, one of the things they look at is a number of things, but one of them is our cash and investment balance. So it's just not about looking at debt. It's also looking at other positive items and negative items on the balance sheet and income statement.
Excellent, thank you. What projects are we currently doing detailed drawings or plans for right now?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, the indoor aquatics facility is one where there's significant design work underway as that project's moving forward. I might ask Mr. Doney with respect to what the status is on some of the larger water projects.
Through the chair, for the water network expansion, all the design work is done because we're into construction, so that is complete. And for the wastewater treatment plant, we're currently working on a conceptual design that's to be done by the end of this year to give us more detailed information on costing and exactly what makes sense from an expansion perspective as far as how big would we build it.
We've currently undertaken some work, through the chair, we've currently undertaken some work as it relates to understanding our capacity citywide and where there had been the notion that we didn't have any capacity. We do in fact have capacity, which will allow some projects to proceed. What is the year that the wastewater treatment plant absolutely must be constructed in?
Through the chair, so yeah, we've done a fair bit of work on understanding our influent characteristics, which is our wastewater. Right now we're thinking 2028 is when we need to have a plant upgraded. There are options to defer that by changing the operations, which would include chemical addition, but we're still working through that design to see how comfortable we are with that.
And if you could defer it, how long could you defer? 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah, through the chair, obviously depends on growth, but yeah, approximately a couple of years.
Okay. But there's no other project sitting on what are we calling it? The unfunded service agreement fee projects? There's no other detailed plans that are being pursued right now other than the wastewater treatment plant?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I may ask Mr. Doney, because the largest one there where I know work is ongoing and there's work planned every year for the next 5 years, is the wastewater capacity upgrades for the South Trunk. That is a fairly substantial multi-year project that is on that unfunded list of $25 million. And maybe I'll just ask Mr. Doney to speak to that, because I would say that's the other very large one out there.
Yeah, through the chair, so that project is undergoing detailed design right now, and the first phase actually has been contracted out, and there's about 5 phases to that project. So the second phase is in detailed design right now with hope to contract that out in the fall, and then we'll continue each year to advance those phases of work.
In simple math, we're north of $30 million on the South Trunk. What's the total project cost? Because it's kind of divided out into phases. So what's the total project cost of the South Trunk?
Yeah, through you, the chair, I think it's about $120 million total. It's about 5 phases, not all equal phases, but about that amount.
So would that be also then something that would qualify for federal provincial fundings under a housing support type of model?
Through the chair, yes, and we actually did apply for funding for the South Trunk under the Disaster Relief Fund. Unfortunately, for this phase, we weren't eligible, but we'll keep looking for other opportunities.
Okay.
Or sorry, we were eligible, we weren't successful.
Does it support housing?
Through the chair, yes. So that project is 30% funded for growth and 70% funded through existing utility rates. And so yes, it definitely allows us to have intensification within the overall wastewater network.
Okay. Okay. So it may be eligible for potential programming. Okay. I want to ask about municipal reserve transfers from the province and the Canada Building something gas tax from the feds. Oh, gas tax, because I forget. Canada Building Communities Fund, maybe? Municipal reserve transfers go where? Like, I would assume because it's a transfer based on PSD, we wouldn't necessarily put it into operating as much as we would put it into capital projects. Do I have that right?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think you're referring to the municipal revenue sharing program. So that funding we treat as general revenue in the budget. It's used to offset expenditures throughout the budget. It's not necessarily allocated to a specific expense line item. And essentially what it does is it lowers the overall impact on the mill rate requirement.
Right, so when there's like a 14% increase in it, the increase just gets absorbed into general revenue as opposed to a set aside?
So that, through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct. It would go in as general revenue, and then depending on what the increased expenditures might be, it'll in one way or the other, it does impact the mill rate requirement by reducing it. Everything else being equal. So maybe I'll explain it. I don't know, does that make sense? I guess I would ask him. Maybe explain it in a different way. If we saw municipal revenue sharing increase of, let's say, $5 million from the previous year, but we had increases in budget expenses of $5 million, that the two would net out and there would not be any mill rate increase requirement. If we received $5 million municipal revenue share grant funding increase and we had $10 million increase in expenditures, well then the mill rate requirement would be not $10 million, we'd be looking at a $5 million mill rate requirement increase as we had net the municipal revenue sharing increase against the overall expense increase. It's currently how we allocate it in the budget. Obviously, Council has the ability to provide different direction on how that funding's used.
I'll ask the same about the gas tax then, through the chair. The Canada Building Community Fund. We did the exact same thing, take it into general revenue.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that is a little different because it is funding directed up to us primarily for capital projects. So the 5-year capital plan lists proposed projects throughout those 5 years, including the current year. And then associated with those projects is a funding source. And so basically that program is then used to primarily fund capital projects. The vast majority currently is being allocated to road renewal.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the municipal reserve for a minute. So, sorry, the municipal revenue sharing, or transfer as I call it. How would council understand the differentiation in the increase in revenue compared to the increase in expenses?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so two ways. One way is typically we come forward at about this time, and our plan is to come forward here in July to Executive Committee, where we provide a status quo update. As part of that status quo update, we talk about where we expect to see revenue increases occurring without additional council activity or action. And the municipal revenue share portion is typically the largest increase that we see, that what I would call is natural growth. At that time as well, we typically also provide council an update of as what we see as increased expenditures. We call them status quo expenditures because that's increases, just keeping business as usual going. You have salary increases and you have inflationary increases. What's that increase? And so typically we bring both those numbers forward, and the net difference, typically what we show is a potential mill rate impact. When we get into the budget in the fall, there's obviously a lot more detailed information shown.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Someone's alarm is going off. Thank you for the answers. Chair, I'll just cede the floor. I may have more questions. Thank you.
Okay, any other councillors with questions to this report? All right, I believe that's Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lacey, I just want to go back through our debt position. We last approached the municipal board for, how much did we ask for, 700 and some million?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, we initially asked for 780 million. The municipal board, when they received that request, indicated that they were not favorable to increasing the mill rate that much. They suggested that they were comfortable increasing the debt limit to 660 million. And so we basically adjusted our request to 660 million, which they did approve January of this year.
And they indicated, I believe, that they were open to us going back under certain circumstances. Have I got that correctly, and what are the circumstances?
Yeah, through you, Deputy City Manager, so they clearly indicated that they would be open to us coming back in 3 or 4 years as basically two pieces, as our revenue position and our financial position continued to grow. And secondly, as there was more clarity that we could provide them around some of the capital projects that were on this list with respect to what the exact costs were, what the timing of those projects were, and how we plan to repay the principal and interest associated with financing those projects. They did open the door in saying that you can return earlier. Like they basically indicated they're always open to us returning earlier. What my takeaway from those conversations were, if we were to return earlier, for us to have a increased chance of being successful in increasing the debt is to provide greater clarity around the costs of a number of these projects and specifically how we intended to finance the repayment of the principal and interest, and to be able to demonstrate how that allowed us as a city still to have capacity to address ongoing operations.
So if I understand that correctly, they'd be more open to a proposal that said, we need to finance Project X, it's critical, it's a critical project, here's a financing plan. Is that the kind of submission that they're looking for, do you think?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I would say that type of submission would increase our chances of a debt limit increase. I'm not necessarily sure that would assure a debt limit increase.
How does our approach to them, you may not be able to answer this, compare with whatever it is the city of Saskatoon is doing? How does our debt position, our authorized debt from the municipal board compare with what's been authorized with Saskatoon, and for what projects, if the information's available?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think Saskatoon is in talking to their chief financial officer, has been in a similar position as us. It's been a while since they've gone forward and asked for a debt limit increase. Their debt limit currently is sitting slightly less than ours, and that is because they haven't asked for a debt limit increase in some time. My understanding is some of the larger projects that they have coming on stream, that's something that they will have to consider here in the near future. But there's not really any history or comparison because they have not made a submission in some time as well.
And it's still too soon for us to have any indication about the kinds of specific projects they may be going back to the municipal board for an increase in debt to finance.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think that is too soon, and any information provided to me, I think, was preliminary and provided in confidence. So
Fair enough.
I think that's for them to share.
One more question. There are certain things on this list, maybe all of them, in which it's almost inconceivable that the city would not be able to proceed with in fairly short order, 2 years, 3 years. Do you have any indication of whether the municipal board considers that as a factor? If you go to them with an absolutely critical project, one that's evident in all major cities across the country, and say to them, we have a plan for this project, we need debt. Do you have any indication whether that's a factor they'll consider?
So through you, Deputy City Manager, while we have not had that specific conversation with him, I would say that the general tone of the conversations would be yes. So I would say yes to that, but I would want to reinforce that I think one of the key things, which was clear when we talked to them that they were looking at, is your capacity to pay for the debt, and how that might impact your other operations. Essentially, if you're using more of your operating budget to pay principal and interest, it simply means you have less things for other services. And I do know that's something that they look at, appears to look at quite closely.
So based on that answer, a part of this complex equation is whether we're able to find resources through efficiencies that we can attribute to whatever other projects we're considering. Fair?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think it's fair to say that if we need to be able to demonstrate how we can continue to provide other services and not end up having to roll back or restrict services because of debt financing, yes.
Thank you. Your answer's been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We'll go back to Mayor Masters, unless there's anybody else.
Thank you, through you. I just wanted to double check, Ms. Karlik, so 9.1 million from the financial statements, and that's what it would be for 2024? Sorry, were you able to recall the data?
Through the chair, when you're looking at the financial statements, the debt is in a couple different places. So if you include long-term and callable debt, we actually pay down 11.2 million in principal for the year. So
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. This is a receive and file report, Mr. Lacey. Are you assuming that if council receives and files this report that they agree with your prioritization of the projects listed here on page 4?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I would not make that assumption that council agrees with that prioritization. However, as we continue to do debt scenarios, unless I get specific direction otherwise, we'll probably base those scenarios on that prioritization, but that does not mean that council has endorsed the prioritization.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stanichuk, you move this report, so you can close it out.
Thank you, and through the chair, just one question related to the cost of servicing the debt, and Mr. Lacey kind of responded a bit to this in response to Councillor Hawkins. The table on page 8 and the information regarding that, can you clarify, because some of these projects have already begun, but so I'm not sure if some of these costs in terms of servicing the principal and interest payments are already being incurred. So that table on the top of page 8, just the top 5 projects that are listed there that require debt financing is the equivalent of 11.75% mill rate increase. Can you kind of explain that chart a little bit more? Is that a a cost that we will incur, or that's an estimated cost without any other financing?
So, yes. So through you, Deputy Mayor, the mill rate increases shown here, Council's not endorsed or approved any of those, with the exception of the 0.6 as it relates to the second tank with respect to the water network expansion project. And so what this chart is intended to do is illustrate that when we talk about taking on debt, it's just not about debt limit and debt capacity. There's also impacts with respect to the ability to pay for the principal and interest associated with that debt. And so this line essentially just shows if you did those top 5 projects, and we did them all today, took out debt, we had the ability to take out debt for all of them today, that would require an overall mill rate increase of approximately 11.75% to pay the principal and interest on that debt for all 5 of those projects. And that is net of the 0.6 that was approved in this year's budget related to the second tank.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have anything else other to say than thanks for bringing this forward, and very important information as we move forward on these projects. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. We have one more here, Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Well,
I asked if I
Okay.
could ask a question. It's just one.
if the committee would indulge me, she just has one question. I just thought if everybody's okay with that. Okay, I know it's not standard protocol. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just after Mayor Masters had asked, I just want to be clear that, so with all these projects, and I appreciate them here, I just want to ensure that if this is not in priority, but is it, if there is funding that comes with these projects, that they would be escalated up, so from outside or sponsors or partners, that these would be, that would be a priority. So these are all, are these not, they're not in sequence, are they, here, in priority?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, just to clarify, in order to be able to build scenarios, we had to, as when debt would become available to fund these projects, we had to make some assumptions around the priority of the projects.
Yes.
Those are administration's assumptions. No one should assume that those are council priorities or council endorsed priorities.
Thank you. So I guess the question is that if there is dollars that comes from outside organization to say, okay, I would like to help fund whatever the project is here, say it's a library, say it's a multi-purpose, whatever, I'm just saying that would then obviously be a priority, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, I think if there were substantial outside dollars that came forward, that certainly could impact what the priority is, and you very well may want to advance one of those projects if you have funding available to reduce the overall cost to the
I
city.
just want to be clear. Thank you very much. Just, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. That officially closes the debate, so I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 8-0 with all members present voting in favor, and Councillor Zakidniak has now left the meeting as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We're just going to move forward here to EX 24-53 in regards to REAL. And we have a couple delegates. So I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of how it's going to play out. So before I call up the delegates, I would like to note that I've been advised by the clerk to hold off on questions, okay? until after we hear from the real board, being the second delegate. Second delegate is Roberta Engel and Nikki Anderson. And after the second delegation, Craig, who's going to be speaking now, will be available to answer questions along with administration as part of the overall report. Okay? Okay, further clarification, so questions will be available for Roberta Engel and Nikki after they present, but then if they want to direct questions to Craig, he'll be available at that point, okay? So I would like to call upon, I'll hand it over to the Deputy City Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the reason for the presentation being made first is in the event that the committee members may have questions for the delegation reel after some of the information that is shared in the presentation.
The normal procedure is a delegation presents, is asked questions.
Go ahead, City Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The tweak in this was really just to provide a more fulsome opportunity for the context and the background of this entire process to take place. Mr. Gates was working with the real board. He's here to present his findings. We thought that it would be prudent to let him give everyone the overview of this, then ask the real executive, the acting CEO, to come forward, respond to that, and then Mr. Gates would come back and answer questions after having heard all the discussion between the officers from Real as well as his own report. That was the only reason.
Is that acceptable, Councillor Hawkins? Okay. I will call upon Craig Gates. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Okay, apparently you can have more than 5, and I'm sure you got a presentation here, so we'll see how that plays out, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Gates.
Good afternoon. So Craig Katarna Gates, I work with MNP here based out of our Regina office. I'm a partner in the firm and our consulting practice, and I'm also a proud resident of Regina as well too. Okay, perfect. All right, good afternoon, members of City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you here today and have the opportunity to share with you information and have a conversation about a sustainable, fresh start for the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, or REAL. In advance of your questions later, I wanted to share some highlights from the MNP report and really cover off 4 specific areas for you. First of all, I wanted to confirm what MNP's project scope was. Number 2, outline the key items we identified in terms of industry trends. Also share and highlight for you notable stakeholder input we heard through our project work. And most importantly, I want to walk you through what we've called the 4 M's for renewal. So the purpose of this project was to identify and assess alternative mandates and business models that would allow REAL to deliver best overall value to the community. MNP, as part of our work, explored a range of options in terms of mandates and models, and we've narrowed those down through our independent analysis and our key findings that were provided to City Administration. I want to make the note that it was the role of City Administration to provide recommendations through to City Council. As a project team, we had a clear focus through our work. We aimed to build the path for a fresh, sustainable start for REAL. And our approach with our work was not to be inventive, And we were not there to push the envelope for the sake of pushing the envelope, but what we believe we've taken is the following. A practical approach in terms of looking at common sense solutions. Where appropriate, we've tested our findings with experts in the marketplace. We also wanted to make sure our approach was simple and could be communicated in a clear way to the public. And also, too, we wanted to provide advice that would help achieve outcomes for the community so that in the years ahead, citizens viewed REAL as a strong, steady organization that delivers. In terms of industry trends, we heard that the industry is changing. Guests for sports and entertainment are looking for premium experiences and increased use of contactless payment options. The convention business is increasingly more relationship-based and more enabled by technology. Organizations similar to REAL exist in other communities to be economic drivers for the region, and all organizations ultimately need to grapple with what degree of subsidization they provide in their communities. Recreational buildings are also increasingly viewed as inclusive community hubs that support healthy communities, and there's an increasing focus on the use of digital platforms to engage with users. In terms of feedback from stakeholders, M&P gathered an insightful range of input. A consistent theme we heard from stakeholders was that REAL is important to the community. There was a range of ideas we heard on how we could potentially make REAL better. What I wanted to do was summarize what stood out for us most from what we heard from these various stakeholders. Administration at both the city and REAL wanted through this project to gain clarity on the mandate, the model, and their related roles in the future. Tenants who are driven to deliver an improved customer experience on the property, including long-standing larger organizations based on the property, expressed to us that they really want more of a strategic partner-style relationship with REAL versus what they describe more of a tenant relationship today. Community partners in the tourism and economic development space across the city wanted to host more events and are really looking for REAL to be a true and genuine collaborative partner with them. M&P also spoke to private operators who run comparable facilities in Western Canada and in North America. These private operators looked at REAL with an eye for renewal and an enhanced approach for attracting concerts and other touring events. We also too had the opportunity to speak to a large number of concert and touring event promoters who were very candid about the challenges of the Regina market, including the size of our facilities, plus the comment that other markets just have more game when it comes to attracting concerts and touring events. At this point, what I want to pivot to and focus our attention on is really what M&P called the 4 M's for renewal. The 4 M's were intended to provide an overall balanced approach for thinking about how it is that we move forward. As we moved into the details of the presentation, what I wanted to share with you is this important point that stood out for me through our work. As I've come to understand and appreciate how the utilization of REAL by our community really provides clarity about what its mandate is. 74% of total users of the property use REAL as a source of recreation. This includes the kids, the adults, and the seniors in our community. It is important to underline that consistently serving the local needs of Regina citizens needs to be a central part of the mandate of REAL. So the first M in our 4 M's model was specific to mandate. The report that we've provided you includes findings from M&P for a clarified mandate for REAL. Our impression is that the mandate statements that exist today do not provide sufficient focus or clarity for accountability. Our report included a mandate map that proposes a revised mandate statement that emphasizes key components on the right side of the screen in the orange box. These included a focus on consistent and reliable experiences for residents and for visitors, a mandate to build partnerships locally and nationally, a specific focus on maximizing utilization of the facilities, and ensuring that the property has a commercial mandate to be viable, including being self-sufficient on its operations. The second M in our report focused on what we called the model. MNP has found that REAL's mandate can be best implemented using a hybrid model. We've proposed for consideration that REAL and the city would go to market to seek a private partner to manage the attraction and delivery of concerts and touring events in the future. This could include also seeking solutions from private partners on the possible management of the operations of Mosaic Stadium and the Brand Centre. We see the benefits of a hybrid model being that it reduces the level of financial risk for the city and for taxpayers. We also believe, based on the input we've heard, that this provides a better path to increase facility utilization and revenues. The third M in our model was management. The MNP report outlines findings specific to revitalizing board governance for REAL and looking forward to hiring a permanent CEO for the organization. The report includes a potential path to transitioning to a skills-based community board in September 2024, and a key responsibility of the new board would be to undertake a competitive and public search process to identify and select a permanent CEO for the organization, who has the experience and competencies to deliver on the clarified mandate and the hybrid model that's been proposed. The final item I wanted to share with you this afternoon is the fourth M that we've referred to as money. Delivering on a fresh, sustainable start requires an honest and realistic conversation about money. The key point I want to underline is this: the buildings and assets at REAL are ultimately the city's assets. They are the city's responsibility regardless of whose balance sheet the assets sit on. And with this important foundation in mind, MNP identified the following. And I'm going to focus really on the two items that are on the left side of the screen in the blue box. In terms of capital and maintenance, we envision that the city would fund capital and maintenance at REAL moving forward. Again, these are ultimately the city's assets. It is critical to acknowledge that REAL is not on a path to be able to fund its own capital. With this in mind, we believe it would make sense to have REAL adopt the city's asset management models and long-term asset management planning frameworks. REAL would submit annual capital and maintenance budget requests as part of its overall budget submission. REAL's budget submission would then be reviewed by administration and council as part of the annual budget development process. Secondly, in terms of debt and line of credit, there is also no apparent path for REAL to be able to service or pay off its debt and line of credit. It is proposed that the city assume responsibility for paying off REAL's debt as part of this sustainable fresh start. An important consideration is that it would make sense to maintain the existing limits on REAL's ability to borrow, so that any new debt cannot be accessed by REAL without the advanced approval of City Council. This is a safeguard that is in place today that should be maintained. Our report also noted 4 additional items specific to money that I'll quickly touch on the right side of the screen. We see opportunities for REAL and its tenant partners to explore a guest experience surcharge that could fund desired upgrades on the property. We also see opportunities to optimize revenues and to look for savings opportunities to maximize the financial position of REAL. Finally, the topic of community events is an important one to identify for you as councillors. REAL has been asked in the past to host community events. The report suggests that REAL should have more discretion within the context of a clarified commercial mandate to make decisions on community events. In particular, if the city were to ask REAL to host community events such as Remembrance Day ceremonies, then REAL should be reimbursed for these costs, similar to the practice in other communities. This would be consistent with a commercial mandate for REAL that is focused on being self-sustaining on operations. That concludes my presentation, and I appreciate your attention and your interest in our work, and I'll look forward to your questions at a later stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gates. I'll get you to return to the gallery, and we'll be calling upon you soon enough. So now I'd like to call upon Roberta Engel and Nikki Anderson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Amy and Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rupert Engel. I'm the acting president and CEO for the REAL organization. And I truly want to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the administration report brought forward as it relates to the M&P report, A Sustainable Fresh Start. During the course of the M&P review, the REAL executive team had the opportunity to meet with M&P in an effort to provide them as much information as possible so that the city administration could issue the report that's in front of you today. Although I cannot speak to any of the discussions between M&P and the city administration, nor can I speak to some of the assumptions that M&P has made in their report, I can share with you REAL's response to the recommendations that have been presented by city administration to you. Since 1884, REAL's ownership structure has changed, transitioning from a membership-based organization to a wholly owned nonprofit municipal organization with the City of Regina as its sole shareholder. A big reason for this conversion of REAL into a municipal corporation in 2014 was that it would enable the city to streamline the operations of multiple facilities and sites, including the stadium, into one centralized business unit, potentially resulting in operational savings and increased accountability. It is for this reason REAL supports city administration's first recommendation to continue operating REAL as a municipal organization. Our current mandate contains 3 specific sections. 1, operating in the best interest of the community, hosting and delivery of local, regional, and international events. Develop, operate, and maintain city facilities to provide world-class hospitality and trade, agribusiness, sporting, and entertainment, and to operate with an entrepreneurial spirit to pursue expanded business opportunities and ventures that could generate additional revenue. Upon the review of recommendation number 2 in the report, REAL is unable to fully support this change without further discussions and understanding of city administration's perspective. Questions exist around the proposed mandate specifically to understand the scope of consistent and reliable experiences, anchoring of partnerships, and commercially viable self-sustaining. With respect to recommendation number 3, pursue a refreshed business model for REAL by outsourcing management of concerts and touring events and exploring outsourcing of commercial development. REAL is supportive of this recommendation when the time is right. REAL believes in outsourcing our business where we know there are industry experts that we can partner with, such as partnership with Levy. This partnership has proven to be financially beneficial for REAL and the city and Levy, but it did not happen overnight, and it has taken time for both organizations to find an operational rhythm and profit-generating path going forward. With respect to commercial development, REAL is engaged with Colliers and will continue to pursue these opportunities as they are brought forward. However, future capital investment may be required. REAL welcomes the opportunity to further review outsourcing areas of our business where increased profitability can be recognized, but cautions a renewed business model and outsourcing should be strategically planned once a new board of directors and permanent president and CEO are in place. REAL is very supportive of recommendation number 4, formalizing a board renewal subcommittee with a focus on developing a skills matrix and recruiting new board members. REAL is ready to support and looks forward to being fully engaged with this process as a skills matrix already exists, and we also have a recruitment plan and campaign already drafted and ready for review for this subcommittee. REAL believes this is something we can move forward with quickly, but does caution given recruitment is occurring over the summer months, meeting the September 30th deadline may be challenging. As for recommendation number 5, REAL is very supportive and has already begun work on the items highlighted by the city specific to capital planning and debt refinancing. Further understanding of M&P's observation in the report is required to ensure they align with the conversations and information that REAL shared during the interview process as revenue-generating opportunities were highlighted and cost savings initiatives were brought forward, but all required some form of investment or resources in order to generate the revenue or recognize any cost savings. For example, REAL is currently exploring the expansion and refocusing of our agricultural pillar. Agriculture is at the heart of our city and REAL and is extremely important to both the city and the province. In speaking with sponsors, industry partners, and Canada's Farm Show Advisory Committee, there is a desire and a belief this is an untapped opportunity for REAL, which could result in generating long-term sustainable profits, annual economic impact to our city, and local businesses. But this will take funding and investment into either internal or external resources to sell, promote, plan, and deliver. With the moving of Canada's Farm Show presented by Viterra to March from June 2025, REAL believes this is the first step in reestablishing this line of business that is true to our heart and organization. Opportunities for cost savings and efficiencies exist, but requires investment, such as REAL's business systems to improve on operational efficiencies, new boilers, new efficient lighting, new ice plants, new roofs, new soccer turf, all having a positive impact on repairs and maintenance, coupled with investment in additional turf and ice decking to generate revenue, and automated scanners and security step-throughs to improve on guest experience. REAL has several initiatives and ideas to contribute on improving on the bottom line. However, it needs a level of investment. Our team is bright, passionate, and I truly believe we are on a path to recovery, and it is important to remain focused on the future of this organization. Solidifying a permanent board of directors and the placement of a permanent president and CEO is the first step to stabilizing REAL's future and setting the organization on a path of financial sustainability. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Does any members have questions of the delegation here? Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure if I caught some of the points that you made. Was it that when you referred to waiting until a new CEO is in place, permanent CEO is in place, was that the business model or the contracting out, outsourcing? Is that what you wanted to wait to do anything on that regarding?
Through the chair, you're correct, Councillor Stanichuk. The recommendation from the REAL executive team is that a permanent board and permanent president and CEO should be in place before making any changes to the business model as well as outsourcing.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, like a couple times it's been mentioned about the need for a new ice plant, is that what it's called? Machine that makes ice? Mm-hmm. I do recall that there is some either green municipal funding or something to the effect with rinks. How does it work if REAL, can REAL apply for certain kinds of government funding, or would you have to do it through the city? What would that relationship be? Like if there were funding available for some of those kinds of costs?
Through the chair, great question, Councillor Stanichuk. It depends on the funding. I can tell you that if you recall, we made improvements to the Havana Center, and REAL did apply to Prairie Scan and obtained about $750,000 in funding towards that particular project. So we are able to apply for funding ourselves as an organization, depending on the funding requirements.
Okay. I think that's all I have for questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roberta, for being here. Thank you for the work that you've done as the interim. Can you just elaborate, and I think I know I read it in here, is that Saskatoon's got similar, where they actually look after all of the infrastructure with SaskTel and their properties that they manage as well. Can you just elaborate on, because that's the suggestion here, can you elaborate on that, please? Through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll do my very best to elaborate, and I apologize to the CEO at SaskTel Center if I misspeak here, but it is my understanding that the City of Saskatoon does fully fund the capital piece for SaskTel Center. They also support SaskTel Center through the funding of their payroll, and they yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay.
I don't want to misspeak on behalf of SaskTel Center
Yeah, thank
in
you.
Saskatoon.
Yeah, I saw it in the report, I just haven't highlighted here. Can you just elaborate on, and you've talked about it here, the skills matrix for the new board, and kind of that you've indicated the timing, but how do you foresee that coming out? How would that work?
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, so with our previous board, we had a skills matrix in place. So I see working with the new subcommittee that's defined to update it and to make any recommended changes. I believe that we wouldn't have to start from the beginning. We've got a starting point, so I don't see that taking a significant amount of time. As well, prior to the changes that occurred in the fall of last year, we were in the process of recruiting new board members, and so we already have a recruitment plan in place that could be easily reviewed by the subcommittee and pushed forward very quickly. In my speaking notes, I was just, highlighting the fact that, it is the end of June and, pushing out this recruitment strategy, may not end up to be, middle of July, end of July. So it might just be a little bit time sensitive, but definitely would hopefully that we could get a board in fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you. Ask you just around communication back to council and obviously through administration as to how that would work with, as it is city infrastructure, and so improvements that would be needed from year to year. How do you see that working is that obviously, I think I read in here that there would be an assessment every year, and then that would kind of come back to obviously staff and would be part of our budget. Is that how you see it working through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair. Great question. I think, without having an opportunity to review the M&P report in great detail with the current interim board, I can only speak to the fact that some of the work we've been doing with city administration to date has been aligning REAL's capital plan and long-term capital maintenance plan with what the city already has in place. And so we had a really good meeting last week with the facility maintenance team where they shared with us their current plan, which we'll be looking to update and utilize for what REAL's plan would be going forward. And I do see that we would align capital asks through city administration during the course of the budget process.
Thank you. I also saw in here that there would be at some time an efficiency review being done. Can you just elaborate on that as well through the chair?
Through the chair, we had an efficiency review, well, maybe not an efficiency review, but a revenue optimization review done by M&P back in 2018. I think, REAL is struggling financially now. And I think if we were to spend some time speaking to our staff and speaking to the people that are actually working within REAL, I think we could clearly highlight where we need some efficiencies. Back in my previous role as Vice President of Corporate Services, I highlighted when I first started that our financial reporting systems, our operational reporting systems are extremely manual. And so as I have managers filling out spreadsheets, I have financial people pulling these spreadsheets together versus having managers actually out and operating and maintaining the buildings and delivering on guest service experience. So an efficiency review, no disrespect to M&P or consultants that do it, because I think there's a possibility that it could help. But at the same time, I think we as an organization, we have a lot of passionate employees there that know exactly what needs to be done. And we just haven't had the resources or the financing or the funding, I should say, to do that.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the last question is from staff feedback. Have been to events at REAL and I'm not sure what that is, but, you know, I had asked staff, and I think there's somewhat of a, and if you can just, if you've heard that feedback, but kind of the way forward, and they're excited about the next steps, so that's kind of the feedback I've heard, that they're on an even keel, so can you just elaborate what you've heard from staff at all?
Through the chair, there seems to be a buzz in the background.
It's not a bee.
Not the alarm.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I think, you know, what's going to bring, I think the staff are excited about the future. I believe the staff are, I mean, we're right now in the middle of delivering on Farm Show. This is day 2 of Farm Show. It's been, there was lots of buzz in the hallway, lots of people talking about the change in the date. Staff are passionate about what they do, and they're looking for, to be honest, I think a lot of us are feeling like we're just in this holding pattern right now, right?
Stability,
And
yeah.
we really want to move forward. There's a lot of things we want to get through and a lot of things we want to get going on. If we can just get out of this holding pattern, get some stability around having a permanent board, a permanent president and CEO, fill some vacant positions. We haven't filled the VP of Corporate Services role is still vacant. We've got 2 director roles that are still vacant. Recent departure of our Vice President of Corporate Development. Like, we just really need to get going and move forward. And I think that everybody would be extremely supportive and happy to hear that we're on a more permanent, sustainable path.
Awesome, thank you very much for that as well. And Ms. Anderson as well, as the chair there, again, I've seen the great work, and I just want to say thank you for all of that.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Councillor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bresciani. We'll move ahead here, Councillor Mancinelli, and we'll have to just deal with that noise. I think maintenance is coming in, so we'll just talk a little louder, I guess.
Thank you very much for the presentation. First up, I'm having problems seeing how the mandate's changed. Can you explain the change in the mandate between the previous organization and what's come forth for the recommendation from this report?
I might defer that to City Administration, Councillor, or through the chair. I might defer that to City Administration or MNP to further clarify it. What I can share with you, Councillor Mancinelli, is when I read through the current mandate, it's more specific to you know, operating in the best interest of our community, hosting and delivery of local and regional and international events, developing and operating, maintaining city facilities. What we struggled with when we reviewed the current mandate is that we don't know or understand what it means to deliver on consistent and reliable experiences, anchoring of partnerships and commercially viable model that is self-sustaining. Real would like more opportunity to have a conversation around with administration and or MNP as to exactly what were they thinking, where were they deriving those thoughts from?
Just to follow up, that's where I went as well, looking at the previous meetings we've had about REAL and the financial position and a constant request from council to become self-sustaining and not have to put any more money in. That's where I come to this point where the mandate looks identical, past and now. So
Yeah.
Any kind of comments would be appreciated, just so I can understand where this differs. Yeah. Oh, is it too early to ask administration now? Oh, I thought after we're done we could go to the whole group. Just the group?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No,
I
that's
misunderstood,
okay,
so I'll
Councillor
pare down my
Manson.
questions
That's
for
okay.
applicableness here. Looking at the previous composition of the board at REAL, it strikes me as it was quite professional, well composed. That would have indicated to me there was a high level of skills matrix incorporated to bring those people there before they quit. One of the big recommendations here is skills matrix to get a competent board. I find that kind of insulting and false. Any comments on that?
Through the chair, previous board, and I'm might be slightly speaking out of turn here, Councillor Mancinelli.
I look to you for your tenure. I know you were both.
Yeah. So I do know that in participating in past board meetings and strategic sessions with the previous CEO and previous board members, focusing in on a skills matrix was very important to them. So that every year when we went out to recruit new board members, we were recruiting and looking for board members to fill specific areas of professional expertise that we may need. So for example, if we needed a board member that was a CPA or had, a finance experience or expertise, or legal or food and beverage, or whatever the case may be, our previous board and CEO and myself actually welcome to make sure that our board that we have is well-rounded, and I believe the past board was very well-rounded and brought a great level of professional experience.
So the skills matrix is a carryover and
Correct.
just continuing on?
Absolutely, Councillor
Okay, and just let me go
Sorry,
through.
and through the chair, I actually think it was part of the motion, that it was asked that a skills matrix was brought back. It wasn't something that was just added in. It was literally stated in the motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and through the chair, I was just more highlighting the fact that it's already in existence and we could build off of that.
One more question. What was the cost of this report?
Through the chair, I'd have to defer that to city administration.
No idea, Ms. Okay, I can wait and ask them.
Yeah,
That's all I
thank
have
you.
for you then.
Thank
Thank
you,
you very much for
Councillor.
your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Nelson.
Hi, thank you. I just want to, the reporting and the structure, so it's going to stay the same as it was before. Am I correct in understanding that through the chair?
Through the chair, as far as keeping REAL as an independent municipal corporation governed by a board that is approved by council and led by a CEO that is chosen by the board, yes, it would be the same.
So I know from our past experience with what happened and the hundreds of emails that I got, we as a council are responsible for REAL and what goes on in REAL as for the debt ratio and what we have to pay for, because now it's coming back that, that we should pay for the buildings and so on and so forth. But then as council, we have no say and we can't dig into anything that's going on with REAL. Is there any way moving forward that council can have an opportunity to be more involved in the going on of REAL? Is there any way that that can be done? Like I said, for the mistakes that happened before, they don't happen in the future, through the chair.
Through the chair, I'd say that would be a better question for administration.
Okay, so as of right now, the REAL and the REAL board haven't really thought about looking at anything like that? They just said this is the way that we'll continue doing it because it's working? And it's just a question, I'm just wondering.
You're asking if the REAL board has debated it? We have not debated that, no.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all I have.
Oh, okay, back to Councillor Mancinelli. Go ahead.
It's a weird way to ask questions just because the back and forth between how this goes, but there's a move towards sustainability from within on REAL through this motion, but at the same time it's asking city administration to backfill REAL to provide sustainability as well. I'm just wondering, with the clarity behind the mandate, is this part of the problem with trying to figure out what that means? If we're looking to be sustainable forward as REAL, is it because the city's going to backfill it, in which case we're not really fixing the problem, or is it that sustainability and forward-looking through business that the board is after?
Through the chair, do you want to?
Through the chair, I think again this would be a good one for
Better for that?
administration.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll Thank you for addressing the executive committee, and I'll ask that you please return to the gallery. We're getting pretty close to actual break time. We'll be a little early, but before we get into the debate with administration, hold on. Okay, we'll go forward with the break right now, and we'll come back at 2:30. Thank you. have quorum here. So we'll get started again. And we'll now consider item EX 24-53, Regina Exhibition Association Limited Mandate and Business Model Review. Can I have City Manager Nikki Anderson please introduce the report? And we'll call Craig back up just in case any questions end up his way.
Thank you, through the chair. Today we will be discussing recommended next steps for moving REAL forward. Significant work has gone into getting us here, so I would like to start by thanking the wonderful staff of REAL, members of administration, Councillor Bresciani, and everyone else who helped drive this work forward, as well as MNP for all that they've done getting us here. You all heard back in November of 2023 that REAL was not financially sustainable and it would need significant financial intervention from the city if it was to continue operating as a municipal corporation. REAL had an operational loss, or EBITDA, of $5.1 million in 2022 and $2.9 million in 2023. At the end of 2023, there was over $16 million in debt and credit obligations, infrastructure needs estimated to be over $44 million, and then the recent amount due to the CRA. Also in 2027, REAL will lose $2.6 million of annual federal funding or provincial funding. This conversation resulted in a council motion directing administration to do a business model review and come back with recommendations for council about the future of the organization. As you read the MMP report and administration's recommendations, you might be asking yourself, what is materially different? The key difference is trying to get consensus on a mandate between administration and council, and to make it crystal clear that REAL must evolve into a model that can operate in a financially sustainable manner. But with that, the city has the responsibility of taking on costs related to capital, looking into how to pay for their debt, and making sure, frankly, that they're set up to be operationally successful. It was clear through stakeholder engagement that REAL as an organization and the assets that they oversee are extremely important to our community. The organization has a long history in serving our residents, and we don't want to lose that by dissolving the corporation. This was a key consideration when we evaluated options for REAL and why we recommended keeping REAL as a municipal corporation. It is critical to have a single organization provide integrated event delivery and serving community needs and making sure that the stakeholders are engaged. Fundamentally, the new mandate is hyper-focused on delivering reliable experiences and maximizing the utilization of facilities in a self-sustaining operational model. We cannot expect REAL to do everything, as council needs to be clear with REAL on what they want them to focus on, and it should not come at a financial cost to them. With the clearer mandate, we recommend that we explore a refreshed business model where REAL looks at tendering for third-party service providers in the areas of concerts and touring events and commercial development. Administration through this process acknowledges the important role that we have to set REAL on a financially sustainable path. Their financial situation is fundamentally tied to the city, and we must work collaboratively with REAL on this. So with that, I will open it up for questions.
Okay, before I move this report, I'm just going to give opportunity here to see if any members have questions for Mr. Gates with MNP. This won't count within your 5 minutes. Anybody have questions for Mr. Gates? Okay, Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, the area that was identified for possible outsourcing was the management of concerts and touring events. This is to reduce some risk to REAL, and I guess ultimately to the city. But I'm wondering about the downsides of some of that. Like there could be also, if suddenly that business area goes very, very well and starts making lots of profit, then it's lost profit. So how would Real be able to manage that, or is there a risk also of losing some benefits from managing that area?
So through the chair, thank you for the question. So ultimately, when you go out and identify and seek to negotiate an agreement with a private partner, you're going to agree on terms in terms of the risk-sharing balance that would exist, right? So certainly, I anticipate it will protect the city or Real's downside interest potentially on events in the future, but it could affect the upside. But that would all have to be negotiated in terms of the terms. There's also the opportunity to be able to look at certain events or concerts that might be coming through the community, and for Real to be an investor in those opportunities on a one-off basis potentially. Again, that would have to be negotiated into the agreement itself. And then I also anticipate that there would be some sort of term or basis to the agreement as well too, right? There may be a 3-year or 5-year term or something like that. So it would allow the opportunity to be able to reevaluate in the future if there's a perspective that there's more upside and opportunity not to have a private partner, or to change the terms of that agreement so that the city and Real has the ability to benefit in the financial upsides of events as they come through the community, or there'd be the opportunity to renegotiate that agreement as it expires and comes up for renewal as well.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my only other question, well, there's two questions. In the report as well, you had discussions with a lot of experts who advised that it wouldn't be advisable for Regina to open up a new arena or multipurpose center within 3 years of Saskatoon's opening. So I'm wondering if you could kind of explain why that advice was given and provided through the chair.
Through the chair, so another great question. The folks the people that M&P spoke to in the concert and touring event space indicated that what there's been is historically a proven pattern that when a community opens a new facility, that there's a honeymoon period for that facility to open that can often last upwards of 3 years, where people are interested in going to events at that particular facility, not only for the event or act that's occurring, but also just to experience the new venue. And I suspect if we think back to when our new stadium opened, there was a lot of interest the first couple of seasons to be able to go and experience a Rider game in that particular venue. So what the advice of that I heard from experts in the industry was that when Regina and Saskatoon are looking into the future and potential to have new arenas in both communities, to be conscious of trying to separate the opening of the arenas in the two communities so that you could maximize that honeymoon bump, so that people from Regina could go to Saskatoon to enjoy their facility during the honeymoon period, and vice versa, that you would have a larger market trading area of people being able to want to use those facilities during that honeymoon period. They said the thing you'd want to avoid is having them open at the same time and basically cannibalizing that honeymoon period between the two facilities.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question is, I wrote this down when you were speaking, so I'm not sure if I captured it correctly, but you kept referring to the market, and it was about premium experiences. So, and I think that comes up, that was in your presentation, that's what the mandate of Real should be, is to give premium, or that there's more of an interest in the market for premium experiences. That's what it was. So that may be true for a certain segment of the population, but there's also a lot of people who want an affordable experience. So how do you balance those two through the chair?
So through the chair, I think that would be, each event and the promoter, the host of that particular event would need to determine what the appropriate balance is. But Councillor, you're exactly right. There is a range within the market, and from an affordability perspective, there are some people that are wanting to be able to cost effectively go to certain events. There's other part of the buying public or consumer base, though, that are looking for premium options, whether it's increased seating capability, space, or comfort in the seating, food and beverage options, the opportunity to be able to visit with the act or be able to be a part of different receptions, all sorts of different experiences and stuff. So I think what we noticed when we talked to folks with experts within the industry is they said that those expectations are only growing in terms of the ability to be able to provide those premium experiences, and that you need facilities and you need hosts that are able to be able to be flexible to customize and tailor those premium experiences to those exact types of audiences. And if I recall from in the past, another group that we had worked with, they had talked about that blues performers, when they come through their venue, that the audience that attends blues events, they consume more alcohol on average than other events, and they like really premium quality alcohol, right? Not just basic alcohol. So like, it's about knowing who your buying population is for that particular event and tailoring the options that are available to be able to maximize both the experience for the guests, but also to maximize revenue as well too.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Sanichuk. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Craig, you've suggested a different mission statement in your report than REAL's previous mission statement. Can you highlight the major changes for me?
So through the chair, I did have a few slides at the end of my presentation, so I'm just going to put up one, Councillor Hawkins, to be able to speak to your question there, that aims to kind of contrast and provide some context in terms of. Eventually, I'll get it there. There we go. In terms of kind of contrasting the mandate statement. So, to me, when I think about back about mandate, I think back about the meetings that had occurred last November with City Council. And I remember at one point Mayor Masters had asked a question of real leadership at the time. Do you know what the mandate is or the expectations are of real from City Council? And the answer was no, was the short answer in terms of what, there wasn't clarity on what that particular mandate was that City Council wanted. So when I think about providing mandate, I think about providing clarity and being specific about what is required, and I think about identifying items that can be measured, can be reported, and be held accountable. So when I contrast the two mandate statements that are on the screen, and I start with the existing mandate that's in the UMA, to operate in the best interests of the community and enrich quality of life, I read statements like that, and I'm challenged to be able to decide, like, how do you measure that in a way that's objective and that everyone would agree these are objective measures to be able to report and say whether or not those are occurring. World-class hospitality, entrepreneurial expanded business ventures. I'm not saying any of these items are incorrect. These are all, I think, all important items, and I think these are part of REAL. But my observation would be, without providing more granularity to them, it leaves a lot of space open for the board and for management in terms of being accountable for delivery of what is required. And if I contrast that with the components on the right side of the diagram, we've aimed to try to be more specific about what are the elements that management and the board needs to focus on and be able to deliver and be accountable back to the public and to council for. And what we're hearing from the marketplace is that it's about providing reliable experiences, building partnerships within the community in a genuine and open way, maximizing the utilization of the facilities to be able to maximize, obviously, revenue, make sure that we're commercially viable, which ties into being able to look at market rates and other components on the site. And self-sustaining on operations, to me, means that short of capital and other debt funding from the city, that the mandate of REAL is to be able to fund its day-to-day operations and costs in a commercially sustainable way. I do want to acknowledge, I agree with Ms. Engel's comment about the fact that additional clarity needs to be brought to each of these elements. But to me, these mandate elements lay out the broad framework, and the next step that I would envision is what you would identify is you would identify specific measures for each of these different attributes about how are we going to measure them, And then it'd be up to the Real Board and Real Management to report back to the public and to you as council, as the shareholders, about how are they performing in terms of these 5 different attributes. So when I look at these 2 different statements, I see a dramatic difference in terms of providing clarity about what we're asking Real to do in the future versus what's being broadly asked today in the existing mandate statement.
In the earlier mandate, there's a phrase, operate with an entrepreneurial spirit and pursue expanded business ventures that could generate additional revenue. That statement doesn't appear in any form in the proposed statement.
Yep.
Why not?
So through the chair, my sense is that I've envisioned that's under the commercially viable piece. Is that entrepreneurial spirit, to me, is about maximizing revenue, managing your costs, and being self-sustaining on operations, and being open to opportunities, whether it's business ventures or other things. To me, those elements, I believe, are still reflected in there. The language may not be the same, but I think those elements are not lost.
In your report, you list a series of stakeholders that you consulted. Did you consult any members of the Real Board previous to the current interim board?
So through the chair, no, we did not consult with any of the previous board members.
Why not?
So through the chair, it's a good question. When we defined the project scope and we submitted our proposal and we received feedback from city administration, it wasn't identified as a particular area at that time when we defined the project scope.
Did you consult with the administration, city administration, on whom the stakeholders were with whom you should consult?
So through the chair, we did propose to the city who the stakeholders were that we would consult, and we did receive feedback from them, and we undertook our consultations accordingly.
And when you proposed, did you suggest that it would be helpful, perhaps for a historic viewpoint, to consult with the many members of the previous board?
Through the chair, no, we did not. And maybe to add to that, Councillor, I did not. There's nothing from administration that could possibly be viewed as interfering in our work or being able to direct our work in any sort of way. The support of administration was objective and balanced.
I want to ask a question about financial sustainability. Way back, I remember when I was early on council, there was a series of years in which there was a $1 million deficit each year. More recently, prior to COVID, that ask got reduced down to 400,000 and then was aiming at 200,000 for financial sustainability. COVID struck. Is it your opinion that Real was on the right track to becoming financial sustainable prior to COVID?
So through the chair, that was out of scope for the analysis of our current report, and if I'm thinking back to our report previously in November, our analysis didn't go into that, didn't analyze that specific question at that time.
Would it have been helpful to have done so, given that COVID was such a unique event, unprecedented event and disruption?
So through the chair, I think we considered that in our analysis at the time, but we were more focused on understanding the current state and the forward-looking projections, and we talked to people in the industry at that time and understanding from other communities how they were bouncing back from COVID and what the outlook was like from a post-COVID perspective.
Your report recommends that the debt burden of Real be taken over by the city because, in fact, I believe it's your words, it is in fact the city's debt. If that debt burden was left with the kind of Real that you're recommending in your report, would it be financially sustainable?
So through the chair, sorry, can you clarify when you mean it would be financially stable?
Would it be financially sustainable?
Would real be financially
Yes.
sustainable? So through the chair, you know, as I noted in the report and in my presentation, I don't see a path by which real is able to service that debt. So
that would be true in your opinion today. Do you have any reason to believe that that wasn't also true in real with respect to the previous real board?
So through the chair, I believe that was the case in the past as well too, and our analysis in November would have touched on that.
So a root difficulty was the fact that what was in fact the city's debt was sitting on real's books.
So through the chair, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm speaking more broadly to the debt levels that existed and the ability for real to be able to service the debt. I'm not referencing the source of the debt.
Well, given that real is carrying a debt load and has carried a debt load related to maintenance, related to capital expenditures on building, and that hasn't changed, are you suggesting that that wasn't a fundamental problem before and continues to be a fundamental problem?
So through the chair, you know, we didn't analyze, just reflecting on what your specific question was, Councillor. Can you repeat the question, please?
Just hold on a sec. We got a point of order here.
Sorry, I just have a point of order. I think, Councillor Hawkins, like, we're moving forward in that. I know you're going back to the old board and kind of the previous, you know, kind of what, but I understood that the report here today is moving forward and how the board is going to be looking. So I'm not sure of the relevance, because I think, but I just want to make that statement that it doesn't have anything to do with the previous board members, I don't think, and their
No, it
role.
doesn't. In fact, through the chair, I'll clarify it one more time and then I'll leave it there.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Real had a great big debt related to buildings and structure before and going forward. My question is, you're suggesting that that debt, if it was moved back to the city books where it belongs, would be critical in making real sustainable. Am I okay so far?
So through the chair, I'd say there's a few elements to your question.
I just want to deal with debt.
Yeah, so in terms of the existing level of debt, I don't see the ability for real to be able to service the principal or the interest on that existing debt. I don't believe that it will have the EBITDA capacity to be able to service that debt, and that the city needs to be able to service that. Whether the city chooses to service and provide funding directly to real for it to be funding for it to be paid that way, or whether it were to be transferred over to the city's balance sheet, that would be up to administration of the city to be able to advise in terms of the appropriate approach there. But I think, to me, the longer term element is that what our report talks about is that in order for real to be financially self-sustainable in the future, it needs to be funded for its capital and its capital maintenance programs, similar to what other facilities are in other communities, including in the city of Saskatoon as well.
Given what you know about real, would you say that that has always been the case?
I believe that real has been underfunded in the past, certainly in the context of capital.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thanks very much. On the commercially viable piece, I'm wondering if you can help council out a bit, because probably, several times in the last several months, and I'm sure it happens to other councillors, we get contacted, that's not that's not foreshadowing that thunder. But we are contacted by community groups who are looking to lease space in what is basically community-owned assets. So the commercially viable piece, which I agree with, do you have any advice for us on the responses for where community groups are looking for significant discounts in the space because it's City Regina space?
So through the chair, Mayor Masters, do you mind clarifying if it's one-time requests or if it's long
one-time requests.
Okay.
One-time requests.
So through the chair, my comment on that would be that in the current model today, it's left up to real administration to make those decisions and choices about whether or not subsidies are provided to individual community groups. And my sense would be that the city, as the shareholder, and that city council should be making those decisions in terms of where exceptions or subsidies should be provided, because that's a public interest decision. And I think this is one of the gaps and challenges that exist within the current mandate, is not having clarity on that. And with the mandate that we've proposed, management and the board would be able to say in the future to groups that come forward and ask for events, you know, our mandate is to be commercially viable, to be self-sustaining on operations. And we don't have the authority to be able to provide an exemption or whatnot. But if you get the city's approval and their funding to be able to do that, we'd be happy to host your event. And to me, it provides clarity about who's making that decision. And to me, that's a public interest decision, and that should be decided in this building versus in Real's building.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, nope, I apologize. Sorry, Chair, through you. We have a $2.7 million provincial subsidy shortly coming to an end in the next couple years. How is that factored into your risk assessment on the commercially viable piece? Because frankly, right now, outside of this past year, I suppose, for the emergency debt coverage, the provincial government is the #1 funder of the Regina Exhibition Association. These kind of fade into and out of each other? Yeah.
Yeah, so through the chair, the way that we had considered that, so it's March 31st of 2027 is when the gaming revenue agreement with the provincial government is set to expire. That's about $2.6 million a year.
Yeah.
So really, when we had thought about the sustainable fresh start for Real, we were looking at it and analyzing it from the perspective of, if the findings in our report were adopted, how would it change the EBITDA position of the organization? And if there's the potential to improve the EBITDA position by $4.5 to $5 million, what it does is it provides stability to the organization, we think, to be able to cover off the likely EBITDA losses in the future that exist today, and start to be able to cover off a portion of that, potentially of that $2.6 million. But really, what our report proposes is to provide a starting point on covering off the $2.6 million, but it's really going to be up to Real's board and management moving forward to create a plan, and a business case and a business plan about how to be able to offset that $2.6 million. And they have a little under 3 years to be able to figure out and start to execute that plan, right? Now, this has been a long-term agreement.
Yeah, it's been worked on with the province for the last 3 years, so that's why I was asking where it factors in.
Yeah. So to me, there's a window of time and opportunity. What we're proposing is not to be able to fund that $2.6 million gap, but to be able to provide Real's mandate, our board and management, with the direction to be able to go and resolve how that gap is going to be funded in the future. And it comes back to the mandate again. Maximize the utilization, manage the cost, commercially viable, right? Self-sustaining on operations, like trying to provide clarity in those various areas.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Real. Do you have any idea, I guess I don't know how far back you went in the finances, to see how much money was spent on the upgrading of any of the buildings through the chair? Was that something that you were,
Yeah, so through the chair, we didn't go into that specific level of analysis.
okay. So I'm just finding it hard to believe that, I understand that that was a big investment, but what did they invest in it to put them in, you know, so we don't know that number. Okay. Do you, from digging into the finances and seeing what all, and I, like I said, I'm bad with trying to ask the question properly. All I'm trying to ask is the accountability for Real moving forward in the way that it's structured now. Is that something that you had any knowledge of, or is that something I'll ask administration at the city, through the chair?
So through the chair, Councillor, I believe, I can't recall if it was yourself or someone else asked earlier about, you know, how would council be involved in the future with Real in terms of its governance moving forward. And I made some notes at the time that question was asked, and I think there's some very important ways that the council will have the opportunity to be involved. Number one, it would be council's role in the future to appoint the members of the board of directors. The MNP report, in our findings, we outlined the ability to increase the city's representation on the board to 2 to 4 representatives, with 1 to 2 members of administration and 1 to 2 members of city council. And the reason why we had included that in our report was that it would provide added shareholder voice to the board and perspective for the board's deliberations and decisions. Because the city is the sole shareholder, we believe it's important there's a strong voice on the board to be able to articulate items of mandate, direction, importance back to that board. It also too provides with 2 to 4 representatives from the city. It would provide some diversity in terms of the perspectives provided from the city to that board as well too. The third area would be through the annual budget submission process. Is what's proposed through our report is that Real would bring forward an annual capital and maintenance program for review by and approval by City Council as part of your annual budget deliberations. So you would have the chance to be able to set and review what the actual level of capital and maintenance funding is on an annual basis. And it will provide you through the Real's budget submission insight into their operating budget and how they're performing or proposing to perform in terms of their budget. A fourth area of council involvement in the future would be back to our conversation earlier about exemptions to market rates. So you would have the authority and the ability to be able to grant exemptions for one-time events or particular tenants at the property would be another particular area. You would also too have the authority to or any new debt that Real would want to take on would need to be approved by City Council. I think that's another important measure. Plus, you'd be recipients of their annual report and receive a copy of their annual report back from them as an organization, as a subsidiary organization of the city. So to me, I just outlined 6 different, I believe, meaningful areas of governance oversight that City Council would still have over Real in the future. And I would suggest that the level of oversight and input in those 6 points is stronger than what has existed in the past.
Thank you very much for that. That's absolutely perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here and all the work you've done. In the report, it does talk about Saskatoon. Can you just elaborate on how Saskatoon works?
So through the chair, I think the areas of our report were really focused on how Saskatoon funds the capital and maintenance side of their buildings. Yeah. So is that, Councillor, where you'd like me to?
That is exactly what I'm asking. Yeah, thank you.
So through the chair, through our work, we spoke to the CEO of SaskTel Centre, and then we also talked to the CFO at the City of Saskatoon in order to gain perspective and clarity. So what we learned through that particular process is the way that Saskatoon funds and provides capital and maintenance funding is consistent with what we've proposed in our report to you through the findings that we've provided. So the City of Saskatoon places in its reserve and amounts to be able to support and provide capital funding for SaskTel Center, TCU Place, and the Remy Art Gallery. And then it's up to those three organizations as arm's length entities of the city to then apply and bring forward their capital and maintenance budgets each year as part of their annual budget request.
Okay.
And then the City of Saskatoon, or City Council in Saskatoon, decides through that budget process how much to draw out of reserves to be able to provide to capital and maintenance for those three requesting organizations in Saskatoon.
Perfect.
Okay? And that's consistent again with how the findings in our report are shaped as well.
Thank you for that. And then there's always a lot of talking, and we hear that, you know, Real is a community space, right? Many had said that the Taylor, the new stadium, when they sold it on to the city and to the community, it was really a community space. We looked at, and you know, events like Frost, events that we've done at Mosaic Stadium for Regina. We talked about the Memorial Day, things like that. What is your recommendation because those are really city kind of events. Is there something that you would think that there should be a city grant or something like that when you want to host events? Because it is very expensive to, again, host something in Mosaic Stadium if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So is there any thought around that? Because again, I think that's part of the usage of, you may want to use it, but you can't afford to use it. I think of culture as another one.
So through the chair, consistent with my comments earlier, to me that's a public policy and social policy question, and I think that the answer to that question rests with City Council.
Okay.
And I believe if City Council believes part of Real's mandate is to host community events, then they should provide them guidelines or parameters in terms of how those events would be funded and where the city would provide funding or where it would not. So that there's clarity for Real's administration to be able to make decisions in terms of what events to do and not do, and to be able to also honestly have some transparency to the public in terms of how they're making decisions. I think that decision needs to be made in this room, not in the Real boardroom.
Yeah, I think sometimes previously there was a disconnect of who was making those decisions and then how that was coming back to council. And so that makes it very clear the way you've said it here. The other question is, going back to Saskatoon, is do they have a public policy that you're aware of, that they've done something like that through the chair?
So through the chair, I know in the case of the City of Saskatoon, if there are cultural events or community events that are going to be hosted at the SaskTel Center, then the first question of management at the SaskTel Center is the city prepared to provide the subsidy necessary to make that a commercially viable event? So in the case of Remembrance Day ceremonies in the City of Saskatoon, the City of SaskTel Center hosts their community Remembrance Day ceremonies. SaskTel Center calculates the cost of what it was to host that, and they send an invoice to the city that the city then pays. And I believe there's an understanding in terms of kind of the overall budget and intent of how to be able to manage the cost, so the city's not surprised in terms of what the invoice is, but that's how the process works.
Awesome. Okay, again, thank you very much for all your work on this. It's excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, what was the cost of this report?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
can
through the
administration
chair,
talk yet? Am I screwing
I'll
up
maybe
again?
defer that to administration to speak to.
I'm at the
Questions
time
right now
now,
are directed
Just to him? Okay.
just to Mr. Gates right now. Yeah.
Sorry about that, we're still playing that, I thought we were past that, I thought we were all chairs down now, okay. I'll just go through my questions here and find the pertinent ones, give me a second. Okay, Okay, going over the changes to governance you were talking about, council to appoint the board, has that changed previous real board to what you're proposing today? Wasn't that always the case for appointments?
Through the chair, yes, that's the case today, as council has appointed the board in the past.
So that's not a change there. And the composition of the board, like council and administration have both always had a seat at the board, correct? To bring the decisions back to council and bring them into the know and into the fold, so there's good communication. That's why that recommendation's there, and that's why it's been like that historically, correct?
So through the chair, in the previous board that had existed before the interim board that now exists, the previous what I'll call permanent board that had existed did have 2 city council positions on it, as I understand. There was one from administration and one councillor that was on the board. The findings of our report propose that it could be 1 to 2 in order to bring, as I noted earlier, to bring a stronger shareholder voice or city voice in terms of the conversations and discussions within that room, but ensuring that there's community members that maintain the overall balance and majority in the room to be able to make decisions more broadly in terms of the mandate of REAL.
Okay, so 1 to 2, chair seats before, and now you want to put it up to 4, just to make sure the city's voice is always at the table. Is that a good way to summarize it?
Yeah, through the chair, correct.
Okay. How would attendance have play on these type of board meetings?
Through the chair, sorry, I missed that question.
How would attendance have play on these kind of board meetings? I'm thinking pre-November, we had 1 position each. We are compensating for lack of communication now and trying to bring information out that was available before as if it's new again now. Was there a reporting mechanism in case attendance wasn't being followed through with or anything like that from the board to council? Were there any backdoors to make sure the communication was always there between the 2 groups? And with your proposal, is there any type of a backdoor to ensure there's not a problem there in the future? And any thought to that through your paper?
So through the chair, I'm not aware of what attendance was in the past in terms of board meetings. I don't have the data to be able to speak to that.
Okay.
And then, Councillor, can you clarify when you say a back door? I'm not sure how to interpret that. So can you clarify?
Trying to dance between a move forward to some of the problems of the past, and so from my understanding, we were supposed to receive information from our representatives that attended the previous committee, and through 2023 it became apparent from all the comments that we weren't always getting all that information, and now I'm looking at starting up this agency again with the board. And I'm wondering if attendance isn't adhered to, is there a communication mechanism being worked in to make sure we don't suffer the problems of the past in the future?
So through the chair, to me, that would need to be addressed through the bylaws of the organization. And I don't know what the bylaws are today in terms of board member attendance, and if you don't attend a certain number of meetings, whether or not that removes you from the board or whatnot, but that would typically be where that would be addressed.
Okay. You made a pointed comment about no interference of administration on this policy, this document, the report you put together. And during that, you also mentioned that you didn't think it was really necessary, or the mandate did not include speaking to previous board members for their experience or their thoughts on the organization or might have gone on in the organization. So I'm just trying to think of a stepping off point without back knowledge of what the problems were and how that fits into a mandate. Doesn't seem to jive in my mind. I wonder if you have any comments on that.
So through the chair, I mean, so we proposed the scope of our work originally in terms of being able to fulfill the analysis of mandate and business model options. It was MNP's choice not to include talking to previous board members, and at no point did city administration talk to us about adding or not adding that in terms of a scope item. That was simply our choice. I guess I believe at the time, my thinking at the time when we were developing the scope was that we were looking at where we were today and looking forward into the future. And my focus when I was thinking about stakeholders to be able to talk to is to talk to community representatives and industry representatives that could be informative in terms of where we were going in the future.
Okay. One of the problems I've experienced as a councillor is I've paid attention to my reports. The debt situation of REAL has always been evident to me through all 7 years on my council, all 7 years of my term on council. You've kind of posited today that it's never been a clear understanding of many, how the debt fell through or where it was assigned. You're hoping to clear that up by the sustainability actions, but even on the mandate, it doesn't really say for the city to assume the debt to make sure it's sustainable going forward. Do you think we're a little bit too light in our language still, or should we be more direct? The whole purpose of this was, I thought, to get really direct actions and understanding by all involved. Is this still up in the air and left to the open?
So through the chair, it's not up in the air, and it's not up in the open in my minds. I think if I go back to my specific comments in my presentation earlier, you know, I'd made the point specifically that I'm just looking for the exact statement that I had made earlier in my presentation. It is proposed that the city assume responsibility for paying off REAL's debt as part of a sustainable fresh start. So to me, it's absolutely black and white. REAL, as I was noting to Councillor Hawkins' questions before, REAL does not have the financial capacity to be able to service its debt now. I don't anticipate it will in the near term or medium term. And to me, the responsibility then falls to the city. The city's ultimately the guarantor of that debt because they're the financial statements and financial position of REAL consolidate into the financial position of the city.
Okay, to put another way, by accepting this report, do I instantly make REAL sustainable by accepting its debt? And is that the only thing holding it for sustainability in the past?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
By accepting this report,
yes.
Do I accept responsibility over REAL's debt and instantly make the mandate of sustainability fulfilled?
So I believe that's I believe a question better suited for administration because it's really administration's recommendations that have been brought forward in terms of the details of the report. So I'd maybe defer your question to administration when
Sure.
the time's appropriate, Councillor.
I guess that's all I should ask for now. Thank you very much, and I'm starting to weed off to administration again. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Back to you, Councillor Bergstad.
Thank you very much. Just one more question that I forgot to ask. It was asked earlier about getting information back to council on the finances, and you said, you know, once a year. Would there be value in asking for a variance report, maybe even 6 months into the year, and then obviously then there's no surprises when it comes to the year end or when they're forming their budget? What are your suggestions on that?
So through the chair, you know, I would suggest that that's important to you as the shareholder in terms of being city council. You should express that interest on behalf of city council. That could be also to maybe a question back to administration. I know their 5th recommendation talks about the development of a short-term financial plan and stuff, so that could be a mechanism, Councillor Bresciani, to accomplish what you may be proposing.
Okay, okay. One more scribbled in here, but geez. Just back to the committee that would be formed, or the board, I guess. Do you see value in having some of the large stakeholders at that board? So Agribitions is a large tenant. The PATS is a large tenant. Do you see value in just, rather than community members, but also like larger tenants of that, or how would you see that? Would that be a benefit or not, through your experience through the chair?
So through the chair, it's a great question. I hadn't considered that in terms of being able to move forward. I mean, ultimately, what you would want this board renewal subcommittee to focus on is identifying a balanced set of skills, then going out into the community and identifying individuals who may be interested in sitting on a renewed and reinvigorated board for REAL moving forward, to be able to then objectively take the skills and capabilities of those individuals and evaluate them against the skills criteria to be able to make sure that you're developing the right balance and overall mix of representatives to be able to move forward. That's really what my interpretation and understanding of what the subcommittee would be mandated on and focused on. So there's potentially two opportunities. You could potentially have individuals on the committee itself. I think honestly my personal preference, just again having not thought about this before, would to be able to make sure that you're consulting with your stakeholder partners about their input about what are the characteristics and attributes of importance that should be on the board, so that the skills matrix is reflective of those individuals, and that it's considered that way would probably be my initial thinking, Councillor.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Back to you, Councillor Mancinelli.
I have a question, just a piece of information for Councillor Bresciani. The variance reporting from REAL and the other subsidiaries of the city is starting to make its way through the Audit and Finance Committee as part of the committee's work. So that should go forward in the future years as well. Just wanted to provide that.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll ask if someone can move this report. Councillor Nelson, thank you. Okay, any questions for administration? Mr. Gates, I'll ask you to just stay here in case everything is referred to you. So any members of executive have questions for administration? Councillor Messinelli, go ahead.
What was the cost of the report? What was the cost of the report?
Through the chair, I believe the cost of the report was around $100,000. I will also say that countless out-of-scope staff donated time to get this report in front of you, so you should take that into consideration as well.
Okay, okay. I'll leave it there for now. I'm sure there'll be other questions. I was just waiting for that one to process.
Councillor Bresciani, I believe.
Thank you very much. So first off, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Anderson, to the interim board for all of the work that's been done. This was a situation where obviously some decisions had to be made, so I truly want to say thank you for the work there. It's been and the long hours of work by the interim board, as well as Roberta and the staff at REAL have been really, really good. So I guess I'm just going to ask Ms. Anderson, as we move forward here, I guess, you know, the next steps, what are some of the biggest things that I think you're learned that you're most excited about as we move forward with this process?
Well, through the chair, I think, next steps depend on, frankly, what council wants next steps to do. I would say for me, personally, this situation has created, I would say, a lot of tension and angst among people. And I'm super proud of how administration and REAL were able to work together through it, and really genuinely believe that the success of REAL is the success of all of us. And I've really enjoyed the opportunity to work with them. And I'm excited for them about what comes next. But really for us, we're here today, well, and actually next week, to see what council will decide. And we'll go from there. We'll support however is fit and necessary. And I would say I could speak for all of us in administration that, of course, we'd look forward to having REAL go back to the full board with a super clear mandate and direction.
Thank you for that. We've talked, I've heard earlier about this also being a community facility, and something that, you know, our city is very proud of, but I would say Regina residents, you know, pay a lot, of course, because of the stadium in that fashion. It is a provincial, I mean, the province really benefits from that stadium, but of course Regina residents do pay. But I would like to ask is, because it is a community, is there something that we heard that that you think that we would be able to look at as to some kind of a grant or something like that, almost similar to even of a community event, how Saskatoon does it. Do you think there is a conversation to be had with council as to how we move forward with some of the community events if we're wanting to host them in our city? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I would say absolutely, and I think that the other thing that council would appreciate about that is I think one of the things that you might not, I think you all know, but you don't know all of the details. Real already does significant community work with various CBOs, and whether it's, what they do with Frost, like they do great things for our community at a loss. It's not always clear to articulate exactly what those are. And so one of the things that I find really transparent in the granting process is exactly the dollar amount you're granting for a particular event. And again, it becomes a council decision about where you're putting subsidies on those events that are done for the good of community and not in a way that you're trying to necessarily make money or be cost neutral.
I'm going to leave it there for now. I may have a few other questions after, but I'll let others speak. But thank you again for the work.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, the recommendation about that the city would do kind of a asset management assessment, would that create any additional costs or would have much of a financial impact on the city, through the chair? Or that be coming back to us in September?
Go ahead, sir.
Through the chair, if I'm understanding your question right, if you don't mind, are you asking if there's cost overall, or there's just more cost for city administration proper to help
Well,
do
we
this?
already do it for our own facilities.
correct, yeah.
So by taking on the facilities at Real, does it create, like, do you have to add additional staff or anything? So that's all I
got
wanted
you.
to know.
So I'll give it a try and
Okay.
ask me again if I don't. Through the chair, we are not proposing to actually manage the assets. We are proposing that what I understand it is to say, we have an advanced and sort of top flight facilities management, asset management program that we use. We evaluate all of our buildings, all of our
That's what I meant,
structures,
yeah.
and it rolls through the budget every year for the ask and what needs doing here. We categorize it from large capital investments, like putting a whole new roof on something, a maintenance thing that's operational each year in the budget. So it's a advanced and proven methodology. I was mentioned before that there have already been meetings between my folks on the facility side and Real, and I was part of one of those to help bring our methodologies to Real, to help them get into that cycle where they're thinking long-term, so they know where they're headed long-term, and each year they know where they're at and they know what they can bring forward from a capital perspective to eventually keep working through and get those buildings to the standards that they need, and important that it's what they need. So putting it out to a public or to other clients and customers that are paying for different types of services is a bit of a different focus on how you manage a property than something that's for public good and public use. But bringing these methodologies that are proven and really good, making sure our staff are available to provide assistance, but expecting Real then to operationalize and manage it on an ongoing basis.
Okay, so it's just the methodology or process of assessing how you assess buildings.
Correct, and any help we can give them to do that, yes.
Okay, and that's within our, through the chair, it's through our existing resources, we can do that?
Through the chair, yes.
Yes, okay, that's kind of what I was at. Okay, and the only other question is, with a lot of other external committees or organizations, we often do a public call for board members. So why is that not going to be used, or has it never been used for Real? I'm not certain of that, so.
Through the chair, I think it could be a consideration, like, to be frank, or the next steps, should council vote for it, would be to determine the best way, frankly, to recruit potential board members. So we've not had one conversation, frankly, beyond what was in the report on the, how are we going to do it?
Okay, okay. That's all I have for questions, and thanks again for all of the hard work on this.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I have one. So you guys started a recruiting drive for board members. How many people have applied so far?
Through the chair, we haven't started a recruitment for anything because we don't have the vote of council to do
Okay.
anything yet.
I misunderstood that. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Nelson, you moved the report. Would you like to close? Oh, somebody jumped in. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli.
There's mention in here about private companies for a chance to bring someone in to manage the event side of things. How many private companies are available, and what type of a cut does it usually take off the top for something like that?
Through the chair, we'll refer that to Craig, please.
Mr. Lacey?
To Craig.
Craig.
Mr. Gates.
Mr. Gates, sorry.
So through the chair, we talked, in our work, we spoke to, I believe, 5 credible organizations that work in that space, and there would be potentially others beyond that. So, and one of the things we were quite specific to do in terms of bringing forward that particular finding for consideration is we not only talked to these organizations up front to be able to get their perspective, but then I did circle back with many of them to confirm, would there be interest, and what would the level of interest be if Real went to market looking for a private partner to be able to manage concerts and events, and possibly consideration for the role that a private partner could play in terms of managing Mosaic Stadium and Brandt Center. And what we heard back consistently from all parties that I circled back with was that there'd be a high level of interest to be able to look at a public tender of that nature. Now, obviously, they're going to evaluate it as private enterprises when they see the scope and the nature of the tender and in terms of their response, but we believe there'd be a strong level of interest in terms of being able to provide support. I think, Councillor, if I can maybe extend beyond your question a little bit and think into the future, I think part of what we anticipate is an opportunity or value in terms of engaging a private sector partner to be able to undertake a specific aspect of supporting Real in its delivery, is that as the community looks forward and considers the option of a new arena, one of the options that's going to be considered, I presume, in the future would be what's the role for private partners in terms of being able to explore a new arena. One of the things that we're conscious of is that this opportunity offers Real and the city the opportunity to be able to start to understand what the nature of a private partnership of this nature looks like, and to be able to understand it, to be able to help inform how that bigger decision might be able to be made as well too. So I think there's value in terms of the knowledge and the capacity and the understanding that could evolve out of this to be able to support a larger decision that maybe need to be explored down the future in terms of what's the role of a private partner in terms of a potential new arena in the facility, in the community as well.
Okay. Just for a little bit of foreshadowing for knowledge, I have no understanding of entertainment and what that has, what that brings for cut off the top, I guess, for the right way to say it. When I look at food services, that's something that we have gone through with Real, the private to the supplied. There's always some contention back and forth, and the margins get very, very cut short from Real every time we take a partnership on. If we're trying to become sustainable and bringing in more partners, is there a danger there? And is there a catch-22 that we should be aware of and educate ourselves for so we can be empowered when we start this type of negotiation if it goes that way?
So through the chair, through our conversations with the private parties, we didn't seek to gain input in terms of averages, in terms of commission structures or profit sharing or how the commercial arrangements would work. To me, that is something that you would want to manage through your public tendering process, is to be able to define clearly what the scope is and the deliverables that you want, and to allow the innovation and the insights from the private sector to be able to define what the solutions are and what the associated costs, or I think really it's going to ultimately come down to what's the risk sharing arrangement between Real and between that private partner. is who's assuming the upfront risk and who's assuming the kind of variable risk, and being kind of clear. And I think that will ultimately be the balance in terms of assessing those different proposals, is being able to look at the risk proposition, the balance of risk that's in those different proposals, and being able to make a determination at the end of the day what provides best overall value to Real and to the citizens of Regina. And I think you're going to need to have a very well thought out tendering process to be able to kind of navigate through those different decisions.
Thanks. Last question. The private partners you're speaking of, is that the norm in other entities? Do they usually take on the private organizer to bring in acts and stuff like that, or is that 50-50 mix throughout Canada? How many different organizations go through this type of a roadmap to get to their destination?
So through the chair, I wouldn't have a specific percentage, but what we heard is that there's a growing use of increasing use of private partners to be able to support, in particular on the entertainment side. And one of the trends that we had noted in our report is that the acts that are coming through, whether it's concerts or touring events that are going through various markets, the promoters that are being able to manage those acts are increasingly consolidating how those acts move and travel. And as a result, what you need to be able to do is have very deep relationships with the promoting groups that are bringing those acts through, and you need to have very deep contacts in terms of being able to cultivate those opportunities. So what we've heard is that the private operators may have an advantage in terms of being able to have deeper relationships and connections in terms of being able to attract those different performers to our marketplace. Again, I think that's something you would want to test through the tendering process, is have people to be able to describe what their capabilities and their networks are, and be able to understand what they've been able to deliver in other communities in terms of private operators. The other point I'd add, Councillor, is that a critical part that we heard in terms of Regina is that our ability to attract events to Regina is really about understanding the routing of how these events move through Western Canada, and being able to understand the commercial opportunity and the ROI, return on investment, for an act stopping in Regina versus bypassing Regina and going to another market in Western Canada, or bypassing other markets around us. So to me, it really underlined that point about the relationships, the networking, the contacts that are required to be able to attract events. And I think that was obviously a key consideration in terms of our belief about exploring the private partner option. The last piece, that I'll quickly add as well too, is we talked very directly to the promoters who are making the decisions about where these events go and where they stop, and are ultimately making the go, no-go decision about whether or not events are coming to Regina. And the comment that we heard from promoters is that today, we just don't have as much game as other communities in terms of being able to be networked and attracting those events and stuff to the community. And that's again why, from an M&P perspective, we felt that a private operator has the ability to potentially provide more value in terms of being able to take over that particular function. So it's a function, I guess, to summarize, in terms of the market changes, the market conditions that are occurring, where we are in the market today. That's how we arrived at that particular finding. So I hope that's helpful.
No, very good information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Nelson, would you like to close the report?
It seems like we want to have a gotcha moment here with the $100,000 spent on the MMP report. I don't know if this will come from MMP or from administration. What are the benefits that we've seen, the financial benefits of MMP's report moving forward with Real and the restructuring of Real? Do we have any type of financial benefits that we can say with this restructuring for it to be positive in the future, through the chair?
Through the chair, I think I would just say, for something where the turnaround time was short, where administration frankly didn't have the subject matter expertise, specifically when it comes to the concert and tours. And frankly, with, again, the tension that is involved in this one, even, you know, hearing questions potentially around administration influencing what the consultant is doing, which is false. There's no way we could have led this one entirely on our own. So we had to get a consultant to do it, and frankly, MNP did the work of the first one. They did an excellent job. I'm really happy with the work that they've done on this one as well, and so, yeah, we used a consultant, which we're allowed to do.
Right, and I'll tell you, I was one of the councillors who was like talking about consultants, but I see the huge value in what this put out. I'm going to close this off with, we're moving forward. This isn't about gotcha and what happened in the past. This is about moving forward to make this the best that it can be for the city and the people that live in Regina, the community projects, and our place in the city to lead for entertainment and value to the citizens of Regina. I want to thank you, Mrs. Anderson, for what you've done. This council threw a whole bunch of stuff at you guys, and we are responsible for what happened to the Real and to the Real board. We asked you and we asked administration to step up and do all this work. I know Councillor Bresciani sits on the board now, and it was hours and hours that she spent. And MMP, Craig, thank you. Thank you for this. It gave us a clear description of what was going on and what was moving forward and how we can do better and how we can be better for the people in our community. So I want to thank you guys very much for this. Great report. I am so anxious and so looking forward to how we can build Real back to the potential that it has and moving forward. So thank you very much. I have no further things to say.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote. Just a minute, everybody. Technical difficulties. Okay, we're having technical difficulties, so I'll hand it over to the city clerk to do a good old-fashioned roll call here.
The motion, I will call on Councillor Nelson first. Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura. Councillor Mancinelli.
Favor.
Councillor Bresciani. Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mole.
In favor.
Motion carries 7-1, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, we're going to bring up the library report. I'll ask Acting Deputy Mayor to sit in for me, as I have a conflict of interest as a family member works at the library. So I'll bring up Councillor Mancinelli.
Okay, next up, we have report EX 24-52, the Central Library Renewal Project Debt Financing Report. Can I please have Deputy City Manager, Mr. Barry Lacey, please introduce the report? Oh, we got delegations, sorry. I'm just stepping into this here. Let me get my delegate list.
I think he changed this too quickly.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, now to actually be accurate, we're up to the delegation port of EX 24-52. We have some in-person and teleconference delegations today, and first up, I would like to call upon Delegation Philip Nui as my first delegate. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Respected members of the City Council, I am Philip Nui, a proud resident of Regina, Saskatchewan, born and raised on Treaty 4 territory. My heritage is a blend of Chinese, Malaysian, and Filipino cultures, making me part of the multicultural mosaic that is our beloved city of Regina. The Regina Public Library is not just a building to me, it's a cherished part of my life and my family's journey. As immigrants, the library was the first place my ancestors visited upon their arrival in Regina. It served as a sanctuary, a hub for learning, connecting, and growing. My grandparents frequented the library 3 to 4 times a week, learning to read, mastering English, and gaining knowledge about the city and Canada as new immigrants. The Central Library was more than a safe environment. It was a welcoming space for everyone, regardless of their background or life circumstances. As our city continues to grow and welcome new families, especially immigrants, the need to expand the library becomes increasingly important. A larger, more modern Central Library would offer a safe and welcoming space for families, much like it did for mine. It would continue to be a beacon of knowledge and community, adapting to the evolving needs of our diverse and dynamic city. As a young adult, I had the privilege of being part of the Dunlop Art Gallery, a part of the Regina Public Library. This experience led to the creation of the Regina Arts Youth Network, RAIN, in collaboration with the Mackenzie Art Gallery. This initiative provided a platform for young artists like myself to express artistic abilities to the public. The Regina Public Library is more than just a building. It's a symbol of our commitment to knowledge, diversity, and a sense of belonging. It stands as a testament to our city's spirit of inclusivity and our dedication to fostering a love for learning. By building a new Central Library, we are not merely investing in infrastructure, we are investing in the future education of our children and youth. Thank you for your time and consideration. Questions?
Thank you very much. I see a question from you from Councillor Findera.
No.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Nelson.
I know it's hard to count. Thank you for being here. And you know, libraries I think are great places. I used to go there lots when I was a little girl. You said in your speech that you said was a great place to be.
Well, the reason why I said was because as Regina is expanding with the amount of immigrants and people that are coming here and experiencing Canada, I find that our library is starting to be incapable of holding what it used to be, which is to be a place for people to come in and learn and find a community within themselves. And for example, my grandfather, he came from China, but he's Malaysian as well. And he studied there, learning English and how to be a teacher. And actually, that's where he started to want to be in a career of teaching. And so he is the first Malaysian student of the U of R. And that's what made me realize the library is an important place for not just people from Canada, but from people from all over the world. And not only it provides learning, it provides opportunities to Regina. It's basically a symbol of what Regina is. A mosaic of diverse communities of people that show the beauty of who we are as Saskatchewan people. We are accepting, we are bright individuals who are willing to learn and to become something greater than we can ever be. Just like all of you, all of you, you are all like great people. Like Mayor Sandra Masters, you probably have the education to get where you are right now. And without that, you wouldn't be here right now. And I believe that the library is really important for that.
So not contesting at all the importance of the library and what it's done for people.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to figure out is you were saying, and you also said in your statement, like, so you said that it was, and you're saying that it is not a safe and inviting place. You said that it was a safe and inviting place. Is it no longer a safe and inviting place now?
I believe it still is. I'm asking to actually just build like a bigger one for the Central Library, to expand it more for our growing community within Regina. Yeah.
So it's still safe and inviting.
Yeah.
It's still wonderful.
Yep.
You just want it to be bigger because the community's getting bigger.
Yep.
So what now is it not offering that it used to offer before, through the chair?
Well, let's see here. Well, I don't know how to exactly say that, but answer that. But over the years, since I grew up in Regina, Saskatchewan, at first there was a very small community of Chinese and Filipino people that, used to visit the Central Library. But then as time goes on, we gained a lot of people from different communities all over the world. And they love the library. They visit it basically every day to just learn or meet up with people, to work or whatever. And again, with our growing society, I believe that if we do build a bigger library, it'll allow more people to come in, and even visitors who are coming to Regina to even come in and visit the library as well. So yeah.
So right now, it doesn't allow new people and people to come in? Like,
I'm
is there a spot where it's too full and people aren't allowed to come in through the chair?
He kind of answered that already. He explained himself out.
Did he answer? No, I'm just asking, like, right now, is it the library so full that they can't have people in?
Yes, I do believe so. I believe it's a little bit too small. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say is that it's better to expand the library because I believe that it'll benefit Regina's community as a whole. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And all I was trying to get at is, like, I've gone to the library and it's never been full, and I'm just kind of wondering, is there lack of capacity in some of the learning departments that you're going to, or the creative things, or the cultural things that you're doing there?
Well, the thing is, it offers an opportunity for people who can't afford computers either. Like for me, I couldn't afford a computer back then either, and the computers were always filled with people who need them, like such as college students, international students, for example. Some of those students, they can't afford computers, so they would go to the library to use them. And before I got the money to have a computer, I would go to the library just to use it. And even their printing services, their knowledge, their books, like I used most of their resources for school my whole entire life. And just now, like, I'm using the internet, but even though I use the internet, I still go to the library because that's where I grew up as well. And that's where the most reliable information I find is there as well. So, it's not just books, it's the technology that they provide as well. And with that funding to library and to expand that library, you're giving opportunities to young students to be something great with their education.
Absolutely, and if they need more computers, because the computers are full, then that is exactly what they should get. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Frindura?
No, I can start. Philip, you were telling my story. I'm an immigrant. My first stop was at the library, so I'm here today. But you said something about the library is not just books. Do you agree that you get a lot of support in the library too? For instance, searching out different ways of learning, finding out different learning tools. Library, would that be for you, for your family? Would you say that?
Oh, definitely. It's not just my family, it's for me too. As I said before, I was part of the Regina Arts Youth Network, partnered with the Dunlop Art Gallery and Mackenzie Art Gallery. And I never experienced the world of art before until now. And with the help of the library, it funded not just me, but other students who are looking to pursue careers such as art. And not just art, they provide insight in technologies, for example, just a whole bunch of classes, even free programs as well, for many people of many ages. And with those type of programs and networks, when they're funded free to the public, it allows, again, for our society to be more knowledgeable in Canada. And I believe that's important to have free education for Canadians. So yeah.
Okay, one more through Mr. Chair. So would you say that library helps you succeed in your elementary or high school? The library was a part of that. So being at the library, did it help you to accelerate and excel at school?
Yes, there's actually been instances where I just pick up a book, and I pick up a random book, and it was a business class book, and I decided, hey, maybe art wasn't a career for me, and I want to be someone in business and IT. And so just by me just picking up a random book in the library, it just showed me a different path where I want to go, and that's where I want to go today, the field of business and IT. Yeah.
Thank you for being here and presenting. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions, and looking at the time, we've just come upon our 90-minute break. 15-minute break after 90 minutes. Yeah. We'll see you guys tomorrow sometime around 7. See you later. Yeah, 15-minute break, and we'll be back here at approximately 20 after 4. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to orders. If you want to make your way back to your chairs, please. Just to mention it on the start here as we get back to the meeting, we do still have quorum. Councillor Moles excused himself because of a personal connection to the library. He's still part of the meeting even though he's not attending or being part of it, but it still does count towards our quorum. Please go ahead, Ms. Anderson. Who? I understand. Ms. Anderson had her hand up.
Are you good? We're good.
You're good? Okay, and I believe Councillor Nelson is also phoned in, if I'm not mistaken. Is that wrong or right? Yeah. She's not phoned in. Oh, she's not phoned in. Okay, I thought she went to a different room and phoned in. Okay. Okay, so she's calling from somewhere else here. To start up, I'd like to ask for a tabling motion. I need a member to move that EX 24-51, the water network expansion, and that EX 24-48, Code of Ethics bylaw, be tabled to a future meeting of Exec Committee. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Exec doesn't need a seconder. Is anyone opposed? Okay, that's passed then. And then we're back up to our delegates. And so once again, we're on policy number EX 24-52, library debt. And next up we have Elijah Lavalle. Please make your way to the microphone, and when you do, you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing, if applicable, where you live, and you have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which time they may have questions. Please go ahead when you're ready.
I am Elijah Lavalle. I am a regular user of the Digital Media Studio at the Central Library. I am an electronic music producer and create songs in the range of genres. I recently have begun collaborations with vocalists as well, and then made possible by the sound studio at the DMS. Currently, I am a high school student attending Belford Collegiate in my final year. I am appearing before council today to provide a testimony of the need for expansion of the Digital Media Studio. As a user of the studio, I witnessed the space being used in a variety of ways by many people, as well as explored its potential myself. Seeing the high volume of bookings continually growing, it's clear that this is a service the library is in need of growth and development. I have sometimes encountered issues that limit my own use of the space, in addition to the great numbers of bookings, such as adequate room for collaboration and interaction. I believe that a new downtown Central Library would properly facilitate the expansion of the Digital Media Studio, helping bring a greater cross-section of patrons through the doors and the potential of projects that serve the immense need from the Regina community for alternative recording spaces and opportunities. With all the talent coming through the Digital Media Studio, it is clear that the space to welcome ongoing public performances is crucial. Expanding the concept of talent showcase towards dedicated series that would represent the range of diversity of users using the DMS would be transformative for the Regina community. I have experienced artistic breakthroughs working with the digital media specialists who were immediately welcome and supporting of my music and different kinds of inquiries. The feedback I received on my projects have been crucial to my development. The DMS will always be my favorite resource at the Regina Public Library because how the specialists made me feel like it was a place where I belong.
Thank you very much, Elijah. Are there any questions for the delegate? I see no questions. I look forward to some good mashups, a little bit of electronic dance music, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for appearing, Elijah. Next up, we have Ben Tingley. Make your way to the microphone, if you would. You can introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which time there may be questions. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Been watching live all day at the corner of my desk. Commend you guys on your stamina. My name's Ben Tingley. I'm CEO and founder of Bravo Tango. It's a full-service advertising agency I started in Regina 16 years ago. I started the company on my own, and today there are 25 full-time staff. I'm also a current board member of Connexus Art Center. I'm on the Levine School of Business Advisory Board and a member of the U of R Leaders Council. And I actually just finished my term with Hope's Home this week. I was born and raised in Regina, and while my friends who I grew up with all moved away, I planted roots. I'm a proud citizen, actively involved in the growth and support of this community, and I want nothing but success for our city. I truly want Regina to thrive. And as a business owner in Regina, it is crucial to my business's success that our community thrives. We rely on it, and a modern, inviting, central library is key to any thriving community, which is why I'm here today. To express my support for the Regina Public Library, to reiterate the need for a new downtown library, and to ask our leadership, our council, to make this renewal project a priority and to ensure it moves forward. Libraries are so much more than books. They are the heartbeat of any significant downtown, Vancouver, Calgary, Halifax, Toronto, wherever. Their central libraries are a major part of their vibrancy. The libraries foster knowledge, research, planning, personal growth. They provide services and programs that enable job seekers to find employment. Mayor Masters, you mentioned earlier about community spaces at Real. The library offers that for community groups and very affordable prices for small businesses. They are a hub that invites anyone and everyone to collect and build ideas. The library is literally the OG of business incubators, long before the tech incubators came along, which for the record have very limited and exclusive access. But not Central Library. It's open to everyone. Our Central Library provides access to technology, thank you Elijah, cultural events, career planning, literacy, and learning. These are all attributes and skills that build a strong workforce, that develop business minds, and that get people jobs. You know, a few weeks ago I took my daughter to the library to pick out a book for book report. It was the typical, what's up tomorrow? Well, I have a book report I got to hand in. Oh, okay, here we go. And as we're looking through the database and searching the shelves, and the wonderful librarian was helping us, I noticed a hub of people here and there and there, and these three young gentlemen whizzed past me. They didn't see me. They were deep in thought, deep in discussion. And I thought to myself, what idea are they coming up with right now? What are they scheming? They're onto something. Maybe it's the next app they're going to develop right here in Regina. A group of students were over there working on, they had some papers going, resumes, case study, I don't know, but it's going to get their foot in a door somewhere based on some opportunity. None of this happens in isolation behind a screen on Google. Only in a community hub can we create this engagement. And at that moment, you don't see books, you see the energy, the excitement, the pulse, and that is what generates a vibrant community, and that is what's good for business. And yes, there's numbers and stats too. 1.3 million visits last year. 50% of Regina citizens are active library users. It's already a draw, even in its current state. But the moment it's renewed and unveiled, from that time forward, it will only become a bigger draw, and surrounding businesses will thrive, and that ripple effect will reverberate throughout Regina. Central libraries are the fabric and the heartbeat of any thriving city. Please don't take that away from us. Our downtown needs it. Our business community needs it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the submission. I'm just looking for questions. I see no hands. Oh, there's Mayor Masters has a question for you. Please go ahead, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, through you, Chair. You touched on it just at the end. How important is this for downtown revitalization?
I believe it is the heartbeat of downtown. Every city I go to, when I was wearing my business hat today. I can throw on a tourist hat as well. I was just in Vancouver and we made a pit stop at the library. It was happening. It was revitalized. Plan on going to New York soon, and that is on our list. If I make my way to Calgary, I will be checking out their brand new library. It is the heart. It attracts people. It is a hub. Without one, there's a big siphon effect.
Just one follow-up question. I think part of the difficulty for council is that our library is built in the 60s, I think. And so we have a bunch of above-ground aged infrastructure from a priority perspective. How do you rank it? We have a lot of things to build.
Well, I would have to see that full list, but I know what I know. And this has been a long time in the works and coming, and I would rank it very high near the top. Can we do that and the pool as a swimmer? It's up there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Appreciate your submission.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have virtual delegate, Joanne Havelock. Is she on the line? Thank you. Hello, Joanne. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello. Just a minute,
Hi.
please.
Hi, Joanne. If I could please get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which time there'll be a chance to answer questions if there are any. Please go ahead when you're comfortable.
Okay, so my name is Joanne Havelock. I'm chair of the Friends of the Regina Public Library. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I was very pleased to see the list of letter submissions and speakers. It's a good turnout. 20 years ago, the library board made decisions to close branches without public consultation, and that created an uproar which restored the branches. Friends of the Library was created, and one of our goals has been all along to make sure there's dialogue and awareness of decisions being made by the library board and public input. So it's very pleasing to me to see these different views expressed today, and I presume at City Council. Anyhow, for the key points of this session, this motion to defer this discussion until September seems wise. It kind of came up quickly, and there's a lot of financial information and things to consider, so I support the motion to defer. Some questions we have. I noticed that it's the same size square footage as was recommended in 2010 for a rebuild, and it's really important to have that functional program done. We're kind of being asked to approve a multi-million-dollar request without any details about what's involved in the request. And even if some money could be put into figuring out what that request really was, then I think everyone would be more comfortable. Right now we've just had generalities. one of the things that I've noticed is the other areas of the city, and the library just had consultations about other areas that need services, like Rosemont area, Harbor Landing, Uplands, and trying to figure out what should be done in those areas and how much that might cost in the future hasn't even been laid out at all. But I think that we need an overall picture, just not a focus on Central Library. Now, I have to say this, of course, you know I will, that the library was built in '62, and the statements say, well, since the population has doubled, the size of the library should double. And that's not necessarily true. And I think beyond using the Wisconsin model and some generalities, I think we really need to look at what is needed, and maybe more is needed downtown, but maybe more is needed in other areas of the city. And of course, you know I'm going to say it, heritage value, local architects, Kiyoshi Izumi and Arnott and Sugiyama contributed to the design. There's actually going to be a display at the Norman Mackenzie Art Gallery for several months about those exact architects. So that shows how valuable they are. And it seems very important for us to maintain that heritage. I think that the library should have included maintaining the heritage building as part of its recent request for expressions of interest in some kind of partnership. I think that was overlooked. Now it seems that some repairs are going to need to be made to the building, and I would be interested to know what repairs are going to be made, what's the cost of that. It's important, and again, why can't we add on to the current building rather than tear it down, which is environmentally a waste of resources. It's going to be a challenge with the data, as the figures have been shown this last day and in the submissions have indicated, so we need to talk about it. In conclusion, I really appreciate all of the submissions that were made in supporting the library and the previous speakers. The library has a really important role, and Friends of the Library has always supported that. And so I hope that we can continue to have this dialogue.
Thank you very much. Just looking to see if there's any questions. I'm seeing no questions. I guess you've been clear in your delegate. Thank you for appearing today before council.
You've heard from me many times before.
I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Good day. Next up is Ms. Verestick on the line. Next up, we have Judith on the line. Ms. Verestick, if I could get you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing, if applicable, where you live. You have 5 minutes to address exec committee, after which time there may be questions, as I'm sure you're familiar.
Thank you. Hello, you can hear me, yeah?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my notes say here, good morning, but clearly that's come and gone. Good afternoon, Executive Committee, City Council. On behalf of Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, I am pleased to express our full support for RPL's request for a dedicated central library mill rate increase of 5.5% over 5 years, starting in 2025. This minimal increase, approximately 92 cents a month for the average household for each year of the increase, is a small price to pay for the immense benefits that our community will reap. Regina Downtown firmly believes that City Council's funding approval is necessary to successfully advance this project. Your commitment provides potential partners with the confidence that Central Library is a priority for our community. Cities across Canada have prioritized their central libraries, modernizing their buildings so it meets the new needs of their communities. Libraries are now branching out into maker spaces, commercial kitchens, gaming rooms, music sound booths, as the earlier speaker noted, meeting spaces, and social enterprises. While Central Library in downtown Regina has tried to incorporate these new uses into their existing space, the demand is only increasing and expansion of the library is required. Artie Bid recognizes the important role RPL plays in our downtown community. Investment is needed to ensure its continued presence in downtown and its continued ability to serve the growing needs of our community. We are hopeful that the City Council's approval of RPL's request will continue to propel this project forward, ensuring the essential work of our library can continue to touch the lives of many and foster a stronger Regina community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Judith. I'm looking to see if anyone has questions. I see no questions. I do have a question. You made me think for a second. If I understood you correctly, that proposed tax increase comes out to $1 a month for a residential house owner, on average?
According to the submission by the RPL, I believe that's the number that they worked out. I did not fact check it though.
Okay. And you represent property holders in the downtown. They own things that are tens of millions of dollars, many stories high, commercial and industrial buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if it's $1 a month for a house, the users you represent are probably in for a much more sizable investment on their taxes. Is that correct as well?
I would assume so. However, I am not a tax expert. I would be happy to do the research and provide feedback for City Council next week if that's what you would like.
I guess, and I'm just trying to think of the people you're exposed to in the room. They think that sizable investment is way greater security for them and their business investments in our city than the actual tax cost behind it. That'd be a good way to summarize what they're looking at for that kind of a cost input.
I think what you're saying is exactly correct. There's significant investments being made in downtown currently, both public and, I guess, quasi-public, between the massive reconstruction effort of 11th Avenue, the improvements along Sass Drive, the impending opening of the Globe Theatre. I think there's tremendous momentum in our downtown, and we're extremely hopeful for when when all the fencing kind of goes away and we start opening the streets and alleys and buildings back up to the public. Continuing that momentum of those builds with Central Library, I think it's just critical to the continued revitalization of our downtown. I know this report does not really comment on a site for it. I know that will come along in due time with the proper consultation, but regardless of when and where it is, I think just having that confidence that it remains a priority for City Council will give confidence to other levels of government to make that commitment to invest in our downtowns like they did in other communities across Canada.
Thank you very much, Judith. Have a good day.
You as well. Thank you.
I see no further questions. Up next, we have our final group of delegates. We have Marge Gavigan, Jeff Barber, Curtis Smith, and Michelle Colbeck. They have a PowerPoint presentation for us. If they can make their way to the front, and I look forward to learning something. Okay, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you guys are representing, if applicable, where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Exec Committee, after which time I'm sure there'll be questions. Please go ahead when you're ready. And if you go over a little bit, because it's a presentation, I won't hit the timer.
Good afternoon. I'm Marge Gavigan. I'm the chair of the board for Regina Public Library and a resident of Regina.
Jeff Barber, Library Director and CEO at Regina Public Library, and I also live in Regina.
Richard Colbeck, Colors Project Leaders, Owners Representative for RPL.
Good afternoon, Curtis Smith, Executive Director, Finance and Strategy at the library, and I live in Regina as well.
Okay. Well, thank you for allowing us to present this afternoon. Every year, thousands of people stream through the doors of Central Library. They pick up books, they attend programs, they visit one another, they hear lectures, they sing, they dance, they watch movies, they play video games, they learn English, and so much more. It's a microcosm of our community and a community hub and gathering place. It's free, it's safe and welcoming, and has so much to offer to every person who enters. This afternoon, we're here to request a dedicated central library mill rate increase of 5.5% each year over 5 years, starting in 2025, and for the city to borrow between $92 and $119 million for the central library project, starting in 2026. But we'll get to that in a minute. For now, we want to talk about the social and economic impacts of Central Library and the people that visit it. People like Susan, who came to the Central Children's Branch as a child with her dad and her sisters. As a person of Asian descent growing up in a predominantly white culture, the library was a place where Susan didn't feel less than or less worthy. She could be herself. Or Tay, who discovered an interest in filmmaking in high school and began learning the process and creating his own videos at Central Library's digital media studio. Tay is now a professional music video director. Or Christina, who took the leap from a steady job to start her own small business after visiting Central Library and seeking advice and support from our business service specialist. These are 3 out of hundreds, thousands of people who have benefited from Central Library and are now giving back to society. Central Library is our most used and most visited location. More than any other, Central demonstrates the importance of a library to support women, newcomers, the Two-Spirit LGBTQ+ community, and people experiencing houselessness, particularly in the post-COVID world. We are a free, democratic space that allows individuals to feel safe and welcome. One that encourages learning and literacy and contributing to the world around you and making a difference to the community. With a new and improved Central Library, we expect visits to increase by at least 50% or more. This is consistent with the experience of Calgary Central Library, which, apart from the COVID years, doubled the number of visits and sustained the increase. Or Halifax Central Library, which before its rebuild had around 470,000 visits annually and now attracts close to 2 million visits per year. An increase in traffic means an increase in the number of people downtown, and it means more spending downtown. And I'm going to ask Jeff to speak a little bit further about that.
Modern downtown libraries are community hubs that provide a welcoming and inclusive space where people can discover, learn, and connect, making them a vital part of the community. They're a stimulus for growth in a city center core and a significant contributor to downtown revitalization, evidenced in Calgary and Halifax, which are both fairly new builds in Canada. Both cities have experienced growth in the areas surrounding the library and a marked increase in activity and use of nearby amenities. In Regina, the Catalyst Committee's study found that for every dollar invested, a new central library will provide a benefit of $7.58. Imagine a beautiful building that's safe, welcoming, and free for everyone to visit. Imagine the crowds of people wanting to take advantage of that and the impacts it will have on downtown business and the opportunities it will bring. In April 2024, just a couple of months ago, the Urban Libraries Council, a North American association focusing on urban library best practices, released results of a case study they did at the Martin Luther King Memorial Library in downtown Washington, D.C. The study shed light on how visits to a central public library create daytime foot traffic and promote economic vitality downtown. Urban Libraries Council tracked library users and found that at the end of a library visit, A significant proportion of people travel to nearby sports or recreation facilities, hotels and casinos, restaurants, and shopping centers. In all, Urban Libraries Council estimates that 36% of visitors stay downtown after a trip to the library. The report concludes that when a central library invests in its purpose to be a place of gathering, convention, and congregation, it can play a significant role in downtown activation plans. Times have changed since September 2022 when we first decided to build a new library at the current location. Market conditions have changed, construction costs have escalated, and the commercial and retail markets are still recovering. We last came to you with a pre-COVID plan and a pre-COVID budget. Since then, we've updated our approach. We've gone from researching our ideal size of 159,000 square feet to approximately 125,000 square feet because we want to reduce the financial burden on taxpayers. We've explored the possibility of building at a core downtown location other than the current site. We've explored the possibility of building through partnership. Partnerships have the potential to lower capital cost requirements, lower borrowing requirements, and provide opportunities for funding from other levels of government. Let's talk further about partnerships. Earlier this year, RPL conducted an expression of interest to seek information from local building developers and potential building partners. We weren't looking for specific ideas for partnering, but we were looking for assurance that partners might want to build something together. And we were looking for cost estimates to help give us an idea of what that funding would be, that funding that would be required. Through this exercise, we confirmed there is market interest and willingness to participate in delivering this project. And we have cost projections on a variety of partnership scenarios. However, as you know, there is a long history with this project not advancing to a funding decision. Developers and potential partners know that, and they are wary. For a developer or a potential partner, putting together a project proposal can take months and cost thousands of dollars. You have to be serious about wanting a partnership, and you have to know it's going to happen. Many of our local developers don't want to formalize their interest without assurance that the city will fund the project. If we were to go out with an RFP without that assurance, few, if any, potential partners would respond. We wouldn't be getting the breadth and depth of what could be available or possible. I'm going to turn it over now to Mitch to discuss the partnership concepts that we received through that EOI process.
Thank you, Jeff. 6 concepts were received through the EOI process. The first being a traditional delivery. This is where RPL would still build and own a new facility on the existing site with no partnership. The next being RPL could sign a lease and become a tenant in a mall. And the other opportunities were partnership opportunities where a new build solution with developers were presented. This could be at either the current site or a new core downtown site with RPL as the owner or as a lessee. As Jeff mentioned, the actual details of any of these partnerships will be provided in formal responses during the procurement process. Curtis will now speak to the cost estimates for these different options and our anticipated funding sources.
Yes, thanks, Mitch. So we also gained some financial insights from the expression of interest. A few things we found were owning the land and building and leasing are close to the same range of costs. Long-term lease agreements of 30-plus years seem to be available through partnership opportunities, where the developer would own the land facility and RPL would be a long-term tenant. Now, while a lease option likely provides a lower payment in the first year, there are some financial risks related to a lease option, such as the landlord canceling the lease, lease payments escalating over time, requiring continual mill rate increases, and as well RPL not owning the land as an asset. And what we found through the process is that there wasn't a discount solution where one option appeared to be way better than the other one, so I think that's just a key point. And on the next slide, this chart provides a sense of the funding required. As Jeff said, we were assuming a size of 125,000 square feet. reduced from the original 159,000 square feet. Capital costs are based on high-level industry benchmarks. And for the lease option, debt may not have to be borrowed in cash, but it will count as debt for the library in the city. The new site lease and own options with a developer partnership at the bottom of the slide were not analyzed at this point because there was really no financial information provided, and we expect they will not be substantially different from options 1 and 2. These will be analyzed if proposals are received and when it's time to request more detailed financial information. Now, this is our estimate of funding sources under a new build scenario. We included money we have in our own reserves. Some of these funds will be used prior to opening to fund capital project costs to reduce the debt required. This funding provides capital for early stages of the project and allows the library to pay down the debt over the next 30 years. And we will launch a capital campaign and work toward a project goal of raising $3 million. More on that in a minute. So a library mill rate increase of 5.5% each year over 5 years is equivalent to approximately 0.5% of a civic mill rate for each year of the 5 years, and approximately 92 cents per month for the average household. And this increase is only related to the central library renewal and would be in addition to any increases to RPL's operating budget. So let's talk about the capital fundraising campaign for Central Library. From February to May this year, we worked with DCG Philanthropic Services to conduct a fundraising feasibility study to test a campaign goal. Through that work, DCG has confirmed that local philanthropists are not convinced the project is going to happen. They will not offer financial support without a commitment from the city to support the project and actionable steps to move forward. Without your commitment, we can't expect to raise more than $500,000. With your commitment, we'll work to generate as much as possible. Once we have your approval, our working goal will be $3 million. The numbers presented are estimates based on current value, and like most people, we expect them to continue increasing. Making Central Library a priority for debt funding now will allow us to move forward quickly and help keep costs down. While we need the approval of the debt now, we don't need to borrow it right away. The debt can be borrowed in portions from 2026 to 2029 to lessen the impact on the city's debt limit. Right now, we need council's decision that we will get the mill rate increase and the debt financing when it's needed. We're happy to work with you on a schedule or to find a solution that will work for everyone. I'll turn this back over to Mitch to outline our anticipated next steps.
Following a decision from council to fund the project through a mill rate increase and debt funding, RPL will initiate a procurement process that aligns with project outcomes. Our goals will be to receive partnership solutions and to identify and preserve what our community needs in a new library. This process is expected to take 16 months and cost approximately $1.5 million. As Jeff mentioned, the level of effort required to provide a quality response will be significant, and engaging in partnerships will take time. Understanding what the market can provide will be an engaging, rigorous, and lengthy procurement process. That said, we'll be doing as much as we can concurrently to advance the process quickly. We will come back to City Council to provide an update on the procurement process and finalize the debt values. Marge will now provide you with some closing remarks.
Thanks, Mitch. We have reached the point where we are ready to move forward with a new central library. We can't move forward without an approval. Agreeing to a mill rate increase isn't enough to satisfy the people and the organizations that we want to hear from. They need assurance that this project will happen with the city's approval of debt financing. We cannot advance with our next steps, the procurement process, until we get approval for both. As Curtis mentioned, we don't need the money right away, and we're happy to work with you on a borrowing schedule. And so next week, on June 26th, please approve a mill rate increase of 5.5% year over year for 5 years, starting in 2025, and approve debt financing of $92 to $119 million starting in 2026. I urge you not to let this project linger any longer. It's been 15 years. The people of Regina love their libraries, and a beautiful new community hub attracts new users, breathes new life into the surrounding area, and provides potential for more development. We will create something that's appealing, popular, accessible, and enjoyed. Your support will keep us moving forward to build something amazing for the city and for downtown Regina. We appreciate that council must make difficult decisions at times. But with respect, this isn't one of them. I cannot think of another organization or institution in this city that offers more socially, culturally, or economically to a larger number or a wider cross-section of people of Regina than Regina Public Library, and Central Library in particular. We can do more. Be the council that makes it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Before we move forward, I need someone to move a motion to continue because of the time. Councillor Hawkins, any opposed? None at all. And with that, I can open the floor to questions. Do I have any questions for the delegates? Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the presentation. So I guess my question is almost like a two-part question, but it's the request is a minimum of 92 million in debt that would be required. So that doesn't take into consideration any revenue that might be generated from the sale of the current property where you exist, if you were to sell it, or any grants. So considering that, what happens if not as much debt is needed, which you wouldn't know until you get a proposal, right? But would you come back and say we don't need as much money, or what would happen?
So through the chair, I think what I'd say there is we won't really know, we won't be coming before you to ask for the debt until 2026, probably at the earliest, right? So I think by then we will know what other funding sources we have.
Okay. That's all I have for question.
Please go ahead, Councillor Brashani.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. You said, and I saw it in the report here, of like what would it be accumulating over the next 5 years? Like what would that amount be that through the mill rate increase of $11.96 a year per household?
Yeah, through the chair. So I think I understand your question is, as money is going into our reserve, how much is that, right? And I'm just going to do some quick math in my head here, which can be dangerous, but I would say it's about, over the 5 years, $20 million.
20 million?
Would be going in. Some of that will be used towards capital. Some of it will have to be used to pay the debt. And then once we hit the year 6, when the library opens, there's now an annual budget that can pay the debt payments.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask about like corporate sponsorship, naming rights of the building, and all of these things. Is that things that you're going to do kind of after this gets going, or has that work been done, or where is that at? Through the chair.
I would say through the chair, yes, it is a part of our, as we kind of talked about in our development plans, but our DCG work looked at that precisely in terms of individual giving. And hearing back that, yes, until the project is certain, it's very difficult for people to commit. That said, we have set a $3 million target as I would say that is a conservative target for fund development for the project. And yes, all of the things you mentioned would be a part of that plan.
Okay. One of the things that I really want explored is the opportunity of looking at a lease. Heard that, it could be more costly in the end, it could be raised, they could, decide, but I mean, if there's an option to sign a 25-year lease, what does that look like? It's very common in the commercial world, but I guess I asked the question that, is that an option that you're looking at? And I'll just acknowledge the Bay. What does that look like, and is that on the table here today? Through the chair.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think we'd say everything is on the table, right? We're gonna go through the RFQ, the RFP process. We're open to all options, and when we get those, we'll examine those. Simple as that, I'd say.
And I guess I would like to know, like, when you say examine, like, what does that mean? We've just heard construction costs we know are through the roof, that they're escalating. So I guess when you look at that, is it going to be kind of what? Like, I think through the library, there's a creative element, the beautification of a building and how it's, we've seen that in other cities, but I think it can still be done within a building that's exists. There can be things added to it and that kind of thing. So but it's really important how this, the RFP is put out. So I'd like just some information around that through the chair.
I think it would be best if Mitch addressed that.
Yeah, through the chair, the solutions that we're going to be looking for will be provided through the proposals, through the RFP process, as you mentioned. And it's our goal to set proponents up for success on what that would look like. And several of the things that we want to identify in their submissions are, what are the financial impacts to RPL? What would if a lease is being proposed, what do those lease terms look like? We want to have a fair comparator of potential proposals that would be able to compare the financial analysis between different solutions, leases being one of those.
Okay, yeah. Then also in a comparison of a new build compared to going into an existing with making those upgrades. Is that accurate?
Yeah, through the chair, the comparators will be, there will be different solutions provided by the market. Some of those may be lease opportunities, some of those may be new builds, some of those may be existing facilities where RPL may be an owner or a leasee. So in all scenarios, we want to make sure that we have a fair comparison and evaluation between what those financials models would look like, whether it's lease or ownership. I think it's imperative that we still require the commitment of this council from the debt and mill rate increases to allow us to go to the procurement process that will give the potential developers the certainty that this project is moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I guess the other question is, it's asking to, I guess, approve in principle the mill rate increase starting in 2025, and I'll ask administration that, but I was wondering, again, is that because you need to get going, like, again, or is it something of 2026 that could be considered, because we also, the first option or there is to approve in principle the dedicated library mill rate. So that one's, so I'm just kind of trying to get some clarity as to what, when we're deferring one and then we're approving one. So I'm a little, and I'll ask the administration that, but.
Yeah, so.
Do you want to?
I can take that, Jeff, sure. So through the chair, I think what we're asking for, to be clear, is that mill rate increase to be approved, which is consistent with the report, but we are asking for the debt to be approved as well.
Okay.
Sorry, just to add to that, I think in part of your question, the other piece is that we're asking for the mill rate first, because the mill rate also, it helps us build some capital to get started and be able to delay that debt.
Right. The second piece, though, which is to defer the decision to commit to the 92 million or the 119 million, which many of you weren't here earlier, but we're talking about water and wastewater, yes. Not just another building. Like, it's not just comparison to just another type of building. It's actually the daily things that the city has to do. It's water and wastewater to keep our city going. So that's where I'm struggling just to understand, but I'll ask administration. If one gets approved and the other one doesn't, later on we defer it, I guess then where does that stand? So I'll ask that. Anyway, so I'll have, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bershiani. Next up, we have Councilor Nelson.
Hi, thank you.
we talk about a mill rate increase, but as of right now, we don't actually have exactly what the costs could be. I understand we're going to send it out to an RFP, but say the mall has a negotiation with you and maybe something will come from that. Or maybe we do go ahead with just adding on to the library where it is. So I struggle with the fact that we don't actually have an actual budget right now because we don't actually know where or what or if this will happen. So based on that, how exactly can we move forward with this mill rate increase when we don't actually have an actual number of what this is going to cost if this moves forward through the chair?
Councillor Nelson, this has been gone through the meeting already. They told us that they need councillors' consideration so they can go ahead and ask these questions and get these answers. They've answered in a couple of versions through the meeting already, 2 different ways. Did you miss that?
Well, no, I seen it, but what I'm struggling with is it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse. I understand, but we don't actually have a number. So how can...
Once again, they have said that they need to get this preliminary go-ahead to put that question out so they can get a more defined number and a better plan going forth for what the community is willing to go with. So it's a cart before the horse. They've defined it a couple times in this meeting already. Does that provide you enough information?
No, actually, it doesn't. Do you have any actual numbers of possibilities of, like I said, the mall? That was something that has keep coming up again. Has there been any talk with the actual cost of what that could be through the chair?
Yeah, so through the chair.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so good question. So obviously, we don't know what the ending scenario will be, right? Whether it'll be a new build or a lease. But what we did do is we costed out a new build. We will admit that they're based on industry benchmarks, based on square footage. And typically you don't know the exact cost before that RFP goes out. But I think we have some pretty good metrics that show our capital cost of 125 million to 150 is fairly reasonable, given where Saskatoon's at. And so I think that range is reasonable. In terms of a lease payment, in the report we did estimate what the lease payment would be, and it's honestly pretty close to what the debt payment would be. Again, estimates at this point, but I think a reasonable capital cost is in the report.
And I understand where you guys are sitting, and I hope you guys understand where we're sitting, especially what you heard today with the wastewater. I'm finding it really hard to make a decision based on the fact that we don't actually know what the cost or even have a reasonable expectation, except for the 125 million. But if we go into something else, I guess I'd like some more time to think about this moving forward. And the other thing is too is, we talked to the delegates today, and it was sad to see that, or sad to hear that, this is what it was.
Is there a question in there? We have to get through this meeting.
There's going to be a question in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're saying that it's not a safe and inviting place, so on and so forth. Is there anything that we can do in the meantime before, even if this goes through right now, by the time the doors open on a new library, it's going to be 3 years at least, minimum. Is there anything that we can do as councillors and our mill rate increase to help with the capacity and the need for what you're servicing right now in the library, through the chair?
Through the chair, I think I understand, so I'll answer and we'll see if that hits the spot. I would say in terms of safety and security at Central Library right now, we actually have done a great deal in the last year. We have changed up our security. We have added outreach workers and have been able to set up mechanisms within Central Library where we are taking an empathy-based approach to the needs of people in our community, all of the people in our community. So we have done some of that, and we've talked about that a bit in some of our mill rate request submissions. That, I would say, is actually going exceptionally well. It has been something that is it's something we monitor all the time, and it's going very well. So we have been doing a lot in that regard. In terms of, I think you were perhaps touching on in terms of services and changes in downtown in Central Library while we wait. That actually is a discussion that the board will be having in the probably fall, I would guess.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because like I said, I mean, if you guys need a couple more computers, I'd be more than happy to donate some. It just makes me sad to see that there's people that are in need right now and we're not servicing them if that's what's coming forward. If this goes through, how long do you feel, I mean, the RFP, I'm not sure how long of a process that will take, and you guys know better than I do. How long would this take, do you feel, before something will be established and something will be either built or leased? Like, what is the time period that you're kind of looking at?
Through the chair, we have noted that we expect that process, if we are get the approvals we need, that process would take about 16 months and would include a request for a qualification process where we would allow developers to submit their qualification. We would shortlist developers and go to an RFP process. The RFP process itself would probably be 5 to 6 months because, frankly, we're asking a lot. So it's about 16 months in total.
So when the RFP goes out and the proposals come back to you, who will have the deciding vote as to, say, you either A, build new, build on the existing site, addition to the existing site, or lease property? Is that all through, would all that be as to the cost, or would this be up to the board to make the decision and then you guys come to council? Is this, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how this works through the chair.
Go ahead. Okay. Through the chair, yes, the process would go through the board. So the board would look at a charter and a process, and the library administration would execute that process and bring the results to the board for decision. The board, with that decision, and as is mentioned, I'm pretty sure in our comments it was mentioned that then the board does need to come back and speak to council, because then we'd be able to actually say what the outcome was, and we would have, as was I think asked a bit earlier, we would also have that more definite view of the financial picture.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Please go ahead, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to explore a little bit the question of debt. Debt is sometimes a moment in time. You can say, I borrow and owe this much, but it's also possible to structure debt, the timing of draws, that sort of thing. Would you be prepared to work with the administration on seeing how the debt request could be structured and fit with the other priorities of the city?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. We're open to that.
Have you had some discussion with the administration already to that effect?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd say maybe preliminary discussions. We've kind of given a rough number of how much debt we might need each year so that we don't slow down the project, but we're open to more discussions, absolutely.
What would be the consequence if we couldn't work out a debt formula that worked to finance the library project?
Well, I think through the chair, it would delay the project simply, and there'd be other implications, I'm sure.
Would it be
Sorry, through the chair, that discussion would have to come back to the board for further discussion on how we would proceed. But Curtis is absolutely correct. It would delay the project more.
Can you tell me something about the need for a new library?
Go. Yep.
Through the chair, you know, in some of the discussion today, certainly the size of the library and what the library is able to offer is a big part of that. We certainly have, I guess the undercurrent is the state of the current building, but fundamentally, this whole process has been undertaken with engagement of stakeholders and engagement of community at different points to establish a future vision rather than a current or a past list of challenges. So that new central library can be, as was discussed today with some of the presenters, it can be that place where we might have space to increase the digital media studio so that it's not 95% booked, and unless you book it well in advance, you can't get in. We might be able to expand that without, as we did actually right now, without moving a part of our collection out so that we can try something new and look more to the future. We're at a point where, quite aside from the fundamental issues with the building, we can't bring in a new service, we can't expand or try anything without getting rid of something else. Our main public space, and we certainly hear this a lot through our stakeholders in consultation in the downtown areas, is that, and I think it came up earlier in the real conversation, is that access to public space that's affordable. And that kept coming up for us throughout our consultations, is what's that public space? Our largest public space currently is an area where we have collections and we have seating, and if we have a large event, we have collections on shelving with wheels so that we can move it into a small meeting room so that we can use that space for a public function. So in terms of that central library and that space, we are so restricted, it's difficult to even try new things in that space. So yes, space is, in a rough calculation, population matters. Regina is twice as big. There are a lot more people in the city. We are looking at our branch system as well. So in that whole context, the public library system in Regina is dependent on the central library and are all connected. So at the moment, frankly, they're also small. we actually can't do very much that's new. So central library is our first foray into that, and ultimately is setting the stage for the rest.
And through the chair, if I could add, aside from just the benefits to RPL or the benefits to the library system, it has the potential to start revitalizing the whole downtown. So we're looking beyond just RPL and the library or one building. We are looking at the potential to increase numbers of people coming downtown, people who will spend money in other places, partners who might contribute to property tax revenue for the city. I think there's more here to the benefit of a new central library than just the library.
Thank you for that. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Appreciate all the questions today. I only have one of my own. In going through this and looking at the extended debt you're asking for to facilitate this, as a councillor, one of the things I have to try to enable is that reinvention of the downtown. So you're costing this out for new versus lease, rebuild on site or somewhere else. As part of your decision matrix, by getting a go-ahead from someone like me, could you work into that the amount of activation you might incur on the downtown? You know, if you found a new site and you picked out a far weird corner of downtown, you know, it really doesn't help the rest of the downtown or the tax roll or help ease my residents' burden when I say yes to the decision. If I say yes to this decision and you incorporate that in the matrix, I have a chance to help my residents with the burden of taxes. I have a chance to rebuild the downtown. How heavily can you weigh that matrix in against costs? Can that be part of your decision-making criteria, and will it be heavily weighted?
Through the chair, every good RFP process has evaluation criteria that is used to guide or provide the information to proponents on what's important that they should be providing to us. We haven't created that full evaluation criteria at this point, but certainly the financial impacts, including activation, will likely be included. So appreciate your comment, and certainly for consideration for the board moving forward on this project.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation today, and I do see one more question. Councilor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, just one quick question. You said you'll get a listing of the proposals. It'll go to your board, and you'll make the decision. But could I ask that a list of even those proposals with kind of the cost or whatever also come back to council after it's gone through your board? Like, I know we've got 2 council representatives on there, but is that something that could be shared back with council after it's gone to your board?
Do you want to answer that?
Sure. Through the chair, the request that you're asking would have to be approved through RPL board. The board, the submittals received in those would be confidential, directed to RPL. So it would have to be a decision with the board on what could be shared. And it would also need to be disclosed to potential proponents on what information may be shared in a public forum. So it's certainly under future consideration as we advance this process, but I appreciate your comment.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think it would be imperative that at least so we have an idea, you can, I guess, maybe black out name, whatever you think that needs to be there, but I do think that the information coming back to see some of the creativity, whatever it is, that kind of thing, the ideas and then, so we can understand how the board has come to the decision that's going to make. Eventually, it always comes back to council anyway for the final decision. But just, I think that would enhance that when you do come to council as well, to have that information in the package when you do come for, I guess, final consent of whatever it is that you're going to move forward with. And let's see the proposal. I have one other question. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Bresciani. Go ahead, Mayor Masters. We're never going to get out of here.
Right, I know, I apologize. Real quick. So 2 asks. One is a debt limit number, just to approve in principle. Actual borrowing would, as always with us, get approved at a later date. So a debt limit, whatever number, approved in principle, and a 0.5 mill rate increase to build up funding essentially for, it's 0.5. I convert it always into the city mill rate. Okay. It's 0.5 of a mill rate increase over 5 years, starting in 2025, so that you can build up monies for capital inside the building as well as the P&I payment in future. Have I got this right, or the lease payment, as the case may be?
Yeah, I can take that through the chair. So I think the way to think about it is all the mill rate that we get before the library opens, a lot of that's going to go to capital. Some of it will go to debt payments because we're borrowing debt prior to the library opening. After the library opens, that mill rate has now been built up and can be used to pay the debt and the increased operating costs.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. I see that has ended the last of the questions. Thank you very much for all the information presented today. And we return to the gallery. Okay. Next up, we have some communications for EX 24-52. With respect to the communications, can I please have someone move to receive and file these? And Mayor Master said she would. Councilor Bresciani, thank you. And are any opposed to receiving and filing? I see no opposition. Do I have to read who all? No, okay. I'll try to do a good job. We'll now consider EX 24-52 Central Library Renewal Project Debt Financing Report. Can I have Deputy City Manager Mr. Barry Lacey please introduce the report? And on the microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So as was discussed with the delegation, the Regina Public Library is seeking council approval to, 1, commit the city to acquire between 92 and 119 million in debt beginning in 2026 to finance the Central Library Renewal Project, and secondly, commit to approving a dedicated library mill rate increase of 5.5% per year each year for 5 years beginning in 2025 to build up sufficient funds to pay for the annual principal and interest payments related to that debt, and in the interim build up a reserve to help fund part of the costs of the project as described by the delegate. And as has been mentioned here, a 5.5% library mill rate increase is equivalent to a City of Regina municipal mill rate increase of about 0.5%. Administration has supported the library increasing its mill rate by 5.5% a year for 5 years, as it allows the Regina Public Library a dedicated funding source to help build up a reserve to fund the central library renewal and reduce the overall debt requirement. And when debt is eventually acquired, the library has a funding source to pay for the related annual principal and interest payments. While we don't note it in the report, another benefit of beginning to build up that mill rate is that even if the project is delayed because of challenges acquiring, having sufficient debt room, it does help reduce the overall construction costs because you've built up a reserve to help offset some of those costs, and it also helps offset potential construction cost increases as well that might occur if you're building it a year or two later. With respect to the Regina Public Library's request for council to commit to acquiring debt between 92 and 119 million beginning in 2026, based on the debt scenarios the city has run regarding not only the Central Library Renewal Project but other city projects requiring debt financing, administration is concerned there will not be sufficient debt capacity available for the Central Library Renewal Project when it is needed, or other projects will not be able to proceed when needed, like the wastewater treatment expansion. So as a result, administration is recommending council defer a decision to commit to the debt of up to 119 million for the Central Library renewal, and direct administration to return by the end of Q3 with a recommendation regarding debt financing needs for this project and other projects, including an update with respect to the indoor aquatics facility debt, which is scheduled to come back to council in August, the wastewater treatment plant expansion project, and the city's overall debt capacity. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Please go ahead, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendation before us. I'd like to, and if that's satisfactory, I'd like to ask a couple of questions of Mr. Lacey. You heard the library say that it was prepared to work with the administration on the debt question. Is that something that the administration would find helpful and might possibly prove fruitful?
So through you, Chair, I think 100%. I think if the recommendation does pass, that would be one of the things that we would do, is work with them when we come back in October.
Thank you very much for that. I want to make 2 points. The first is what's being asked this evening is that we approve this so that it can go to City Council. And I'd like to ask my colleagues to approve this so it can go through to City Council on our meeting on June 26th. I want to make one other, and I want to say as well, I appreciate Mr. Lacey's willingness to work with the library on this, on the debt question. I want to say something else. Over the last few weeks, we've discussed housing and the need for a variety of housing and the possibility of housing developments that will attract new citizens to Regina, the kind of housing that people want to live in so that they'll move to Regina. In the last meeting, we took some bold steps to approve that kind of housing, and we suggested that developers would be interested in us having made that move. I think one of the things that a new central library does is not just increase the downtown, revitalize it, which is critically important, but it also helps attract to our community the kind of people that will build the entirety of our community. And further, with respect to housing, we've also heard from delegations today who spoke eloquently of the contribution which libraries can make to people who have less, people who are trying to gain a foothold, to immigrants who are trying to come into our community. So I think that those two things, the idea that the library is a community builder of the downtown, but of the entire community, not just because it dispenses knowledge, which is of course critical, but also because it encourages people to want to live in Regina. To put it another way, if we don't get on with this project, which has been talked about for years, we may not need wastewater expansion. We may not need improved housing. which would be terrible for the city. So I think thinking about the library is thinking in the same way about better housing, about better support for people who need support, about building our city. So I'd like to leave that thought with you, but the immediate thought is that this should go to council on the 26th, and I'd ask for approval of the administration's recommendation.
Please go ahead, Mayor Masters. Oh, sorry, was there a reply?
Thank you through the chair. Councillor Hawkins, you're good to defer the decision with regards to the debt until Q3 of 2024?
I understand that that's the date at which you can, the earliest date at which to come back. I didn't put that to the administration.
Okay.
Perhaps you could put it, if they can come back earlier, that's better.
Mr. Lacey?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think the important piece of information when we look at outwards at debt is the indoor aquatics facility, and the update you'll receive in August is a big part of it. I think that's a big uncertainty for us currently about whether that project cost is changing, and if it is changing, how council wants to deal with it. I think it'll provide us more time to have a better understanding with the wastewater treatment plant expansion, and a timing of it when it's needed, and perhaps a better understanding of whether there's grant funding potentially available for it out there. We can certainly work to coming back earlier. I think earlier is probably later in September. I'm very cognizant of the council calendar here with respect to where we are in the election cycle, and so I think I think in fairness for us to do the type of analysis and provide the advice that you need to make this decision, I think later in September is the earliest that we can probably do.
Please go ahead, Councillor Berciani.
Thank you very much. So just on the funding source, what is the, it says 5.5% each year, 96 cents per month of the average household, or $11.53 per year, which is pretty minimal. What is that on the average household? Is that the 550,000, or what is that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's just under $12.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, it's just under $12 a year would be the impact on the average household. So $12 a year each year for 5 years.
Yeah, just then, sorry, yeah, maybe I didn't ask the question. So what is the average household that you're, is it, the
I
average
think
household?
so that's a 315,000 assessed value.
315,000
assessed value.
So I think we've been using 315,000 since I was elected in 2016. So I think we need to up that, because the average household, I don't think is 315,000 any longer, but just saying.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that has been upped. So that is we do look at that number when we do the budget. So when we do the budget again this year, we will look at that as part of assessed values. And I think at one point, actually, the house value is actually a little bit higher if you go back 3 or so years. So we will look at that as far as an update for next year's budget, 2025, but that is the current average assessed value.
Thank you. And I guess just the question I ask is, if we approve in principle the dedicated mill rate of 5.5, but say then come the fall, you know what, we see all of the projects that come forward, and maybe something with the pool and all that kind of stuff, or with the wastewater treatment that kind of goes out of whack, and all of a sudden we say, well, listen, we can't afford that debt. So then what, are we held to account to then continue to do the 5.5% or to do the mill rate increase?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the reason we've recommended that as something to approve the commitment for in this report, even though we're deferring the debt position, is I think just the recognition that like the debt piece to me is really about timing. I don't think anybody's disputing that we need to renew the library. It's about when do we have the ability to take on that debt to do that. And I do, and from administration's perspective, we do believe there's value in the Regina Public Library starting to build up in its reserve funds to basically offset future debt requirements, or if additional time is required before the city has the capacity for the debt, to help offset increased construction costs as well. Certainly you could defer that decision until the fall as well, because it's not going to go in until the 2025 budget is discussed and approved. But we've just made the recommendation because I think there's a recognition on administration's part that the library needs to start accumulating funding to support the library renewal project.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. I'm seeing no more questions. Made my comments already. I guess if there's no one else, let's have a vote then.
Councilor Mancinelli, I can't sign into the boardroom, so I just have to vote verbally. Hello?
Oh, sorry. Please vote verbally. Amber,
Okay,
call it
in favor.
Forgot I was cheering again.
Did you hear my vote?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 6-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, we're on to report EX 24-46. We have some delegations in regards to this report. So first off, I would like to call up Sarah Kozisko. Sorry if I pronounced the name wrong. Do we have Sarah present? Sarah's here, okay. So Sarah, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Sarah.
Cisco. I am a pharmacist at Queen City Wellness Pharmacy. I run Queen City Wellness Pharmacy, and I live in Regina. I am here to talk about the report that's going to be presented later on from the Community Impact Regina, and the impact that it's had on our organization and what I view as the impact it's had on the other nonprofit organizations in Regina. I am not a nonprofit. I am a for-profit business that puts all of our profits back into the community. So we look at things a little bit differently because we have the unique ability to be able to work with all the nonprofits in the city because we're not going for grants, which means that we've always been able to work to a better extent with the other nonprofits. But that isn't how things have been working in Regina for the last 10 years that I've been in this field. The nonprofits in Regina are very siloed. We're all doing amazing work. We work with all of them. They're all amazing, but they're kind of been rowing in different directions, all towards good things, but we're not using any synergies or anything together. Since the Community Impact Regina, I'm on the Substance Dependency Committee, has gotten together, it's been the first time that we've been sitting at the same table together on a regular basis and talking and getting the information from the community to you guys and to the other decision makers in a way that we can see is making a difference. All of us working together is going to save us all a ton of time and money and actually get some things done. So I'm just here to say that I'm really pleased that this is happening. And I'm really pleased with the work happening. We're collecting data, we know what's going on, and we know what's going on at the front lines. And that's all I had to say.
We have some questions from Councillor Bresciani, I believe. Go ahead.
Sheriff, thanks for being here and thanks for the work that you do. Just how often does the committee meet? And do you know how that information funnels back to wherever it goes? I don't know where it goes because I don't see any of it, but just wondering how is that, how often does your substance group meet?
So we've been meeting, I think, every 2 weeks. Some weeks we have met a little bit more, and some weeks we've met a little bit less.
Okay.
And there's probably, Cheryl's here and she'll know the exact numbers, but there's probably 10 different organizations at the table, and we all have reach with other organizations. And there are City of Regina employees there taking notes, and they're going into the information is going into the reports that you guys are getting. And the data collection, you'd have to ask Cheryl exactly how it's getting there, but I know that we're actually seem to be making actual decisions and actually moving forward, which is lovely and not always happening.
Awesome, that's great. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I'd like to call upon Judith Verasuk. Judith is online. Judith, you know the drill. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead, Judith.
Good afternoon. Hi. Good afternoon, City Council Executive Committee. My name is Judith Barasuk. I'm the Executive Director for Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I reside in the City of Regina. On behalf of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, I am pleased to express our full support for Community and Social Impact Regina Incorporated, or as I call it, CSIR. We have been delighted to witness the continuous growth and positive influence CSIR has had in our community. In particular, CSIR has been a key partner in the evolution of the Community Support Program into the recently relaunched Regina Street Team. With CSIR's guidance and support, we have been able to expand the program from 6 team members to 14 team members. We've also formalized our tracking metrics to ensure alignment with the city's community safety and well-being plan implementation process. CSIR's operation in our community has, without a doubt, contributed to the betterment of Regina Downtown. Their dedication to social issues aligns with our efforts to cultivate a collaborative, inclusive, and vibrant downtown community. We believe your support for CSIR will ensure that they continue to guide our local community-based organizations in their commitment to making a positive social impact in Regina. We are hopeful that City Council's continued support will continue to propel CSIR's mission forward. This will ensure that their important work can continue to touch the lives of many and foster a stronger community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Judith. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Verasuk? Okay. Thank you, Judith. I'll ask you to leave the meeting, and thanks for participating. Now we'll call upon Cheryl McCallum. Okay, I see you're present, Cheryl. So Cheryl, as you're walking up, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. Go ahead there, Cheryl, when you're ready.
Just mute. Okay. Good afternoon. I just wanted to introduce our chairperson here, Dorothy Josephson, who's here with me today. My name is Cheryl McCallum, and I'm the Executive Director of Community and Social Impact Regina. Dorothy, did you want to say your name?
It's Dorothy Josephson, and I'm the Chair of Community and Social Impact Regina. And we really appreciate the opportunity. It's our pleasure to join you here today on Treaty 4 territory and the homeland of the Métis. Cheryl will walk us through our 2023 annual report on behalf of CSIR Board of Directors. So I'll turn it back over to Cheryl.
Thanks a lot. So really, you're probably going to be upset with me today because I can only report on the 2023 actual reporting pieces, which is really building the plane as we're flying it. We are excited for the 2024 report, but I do want to stick to the 2023 results for today's reporting. I really wanted to start and reflect on the next slide, which is about really transitioning from the great work that the city did, and especially council endorsing the plan, which is now called the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. Do we have
the clicker?
The clicker? Is anybody clicking for me? Sorry. Sorry about that.
No, maybe it was there because that woman had it earlier. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Here, I thought you were doing it for us. So I just really wanted to elaborate that the city was the primary lead on this, the evolution of this plan, and city council endorsing the plan is really, I feel, is really thinking about an innovative way to actually bring community together in a transformative way. Developing a plan that actually gives you a pathway of deciding what an entity can do for community and be a support to community, and ensuring that community comes together in a way that makes, the health, safety, and social inclusion of Regina community members within Treaty 4 and Homeland of the Métis employ a collective impact approach that is viable for the years to come. So it just, for us, I think within this plan really gave us the pathway to plan for a longer term. And it really established a viewpoint that we do need to make and take the time to plan effectively with community, right? And to make sure that we are working together in a way that is going to enhance efficiencies and effectiveness in coordinated access and system navigation. I'm just going to move to the next slide. Within the community and safety well-being plan, it was indicated that an entity be established, and that is now known as Community and Social Impact Regina. It was, creating an inaugural board of volunteers that were dedicated to, creating a staff team for the organization, ensuring that we have the proper administration, working and transitioning from the city from an administrative perspective, but also supporting the outreach that had taken place prior to CSIR's establishment. And I know that city administration, along with the mayor, did a lot of community consultations, and what evolved from that were actions and recommendations in each of the 6 key priority areas, which is substance use, community safety, system access, racism, discrimination, food insecurity, and intimate partner domestic violence. So with that, within the plan, we were asked to use a collective impact approach, and within that 2023 journey, we are actually in the midst of phase 3 right now, really getting established as an organization while doing community outreach. And what that really entails is the administration aspect, the governance aspect, and then of course community consultation. To have and support transformative change and to empower community to be a part of this process, it's really about thinking about not being so reactive, but planning for the long term so that we are looking at the social determinants of health in the long-term planning and making sure that we are empowering community to come along with us. So when we started this journey, and I was hired in May, partway through the year, there was no staff in place, so that was a huge element that I think the board needed to fill the capacity to move forward. And then, you know, in Q3, we actually established a plan on a page. And what that was really was thinking long-term in the planning process. It also engaged the community members that we were consulting with to say, are we on the right track, given that you had talked to, you know, city administration and you've given us some recommendations and actions, we need to start somewhere. And if we think long-term, the strategic direction within that plan is really talking about continuous consultation, number one. How are we going to align those activities and how can we have conversations about that? But also, what are we actually measuring? And I just want to touch on this a little bit because I think it's super important. So often we measure and collect data on those that are socially excluded, but we don't measure or look at identifiers when you're looking for system access. And it is the power of the systems that actually to use a top-down approach in servicing vulnerable community members or those that have been socially excluded. So we're not looking to over-datalize the most vulnerable. We're looking at new data in addition to data that already exists to say, how do we have shared learning so that we can empower community change, actually advance policy, and mobilize investment. And I know just working, actually I'm going to flip to the next slide, but accomplishments for us came very early on, and you know, having volunteers take the time and spend countless of hours supporting the work that we were doing. I have to recognize Mike O'Donnell because he was really leading that inaugural board, and they spent a considerable amount of time thinking about and talking about how we can do this. And I think the plan they came up with in that third quarter actually started to engage the community. What it did is we talked about the community support program, how it aligned with the activities, knew we were going to have a surplus because one, we were short-staffed and there wasn't a lot of programming going on at the time. And we said, how about if we partner on this program and start to create some of that data? The other piece was working with the city administration on a systems analysis piece in conjunction with putting focus on substance use. It was the CAT leads that we brought together during the summer of 2023 that said substance use is a priority. We need to model the collective impact approach using that priority as the lead. And what it's really done is it's actually brought the people together, the pre-existing CAT table for substance use together to say we're going to start planning in alignment with those recommendations and actions. So there's a few key pieces. I don't want to get into all the detail. You do have the annual report from 2023. So I'm going to move to the next slide, which is really about financials. We did see a surplus. Again, I'm going to say $200,000 of that was because of staff capacity. We didn't get fully, well, I'm going to say 80% staff capacity until September of 2023 with one position still vacant. We also prepaid $800,000 to what's now known as the Regina Street Team to advance not only the measurement aspect of it, but the human aspect of it in alignment with the community safety well-being plan. So what that left for us was about $491,000 surplus this year, in addition to the $300,000 from last year. And the 2022 $300,000 was actually, I think the last time we talked, was allocated to operating surplus. Any nonprofit that's existing needs to have 50% operating for contingency, just in case we dissolve and we need to wrap up operations. The 491 is really going to help us with the path forward. We did ask at, the last meeting in November that we did and will use 1.655 in 2024. However, the investment that we're now, for the surplus that as we move forward is really going to help us with evaluation. We're looking at a data architect, we're looking at data developers, we have a social evaluator on board, and we're looking at some really cool data that is localized for this community to address those 6 priorities that we're seeking attention. And then the other huge piece, which you haven't seen a lot of, and I know I'm going to get questions about it, is communication. We need to enhance the communication, the advocacy around these pieces, and it's expensive. So we are, and I shouldn't be talking about 24 successes, but we do have a marketing and brand strategy process in place right now. We're doing a lot of HR pieces, and I think we do need to ensure that those program contributions are intentional. And what I mean by that is with $1 million in programming, it's not a lot of money for those 6 priorities. So we need to be strategic in how we invest so that we're leveraging those resources. And when we look at stuff like North Central Strong and we're focusing on youth, it hits on some of those recommendations within those priorities. And it says, okay, we have a program that's receiving close to $1 million. And if we can contribute $100,000 and create your evaluation, we're going to leverage that to mobilize investment and change policy. So I know I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to leave it at that and turn it back to my chair to just wrap up quickly.
Thank you, Cheryl. I just had a few things I wanted to say. I first came to this board or this committee at the end of, or in the last part of 2023. And what attracted me was that unique approach of collective impact. And I thought it was had so much potential. I would really feel that this council needs to hear our heartfelt appreciation for that leadership and that vision to create the community safety and well-being plan, and from it to pioneer implementations like our community and social impact Regina. I think we must be one of the first cities. I know when I talked to Mike, he said there were some other in Canada, but I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. A couple of thank yous, one to that inaugural board that Cheryl mentioned, and the work that Mike and his early committee members did. That was huge. Setting up this committee from the ground, tackling things like lining up the UMA with the bylaws. It's just volumes of work, and some of it probably isn't all that interesting actually, but it had to be done to get this set up. Also, I really want to thank the city administration. Have spent a ton of time with our CSIR staff, making sure that we've got the policies and procedures in place that we need to mitigate risk and to make sure that we have the accountability processes in place. So thank you. And finally, profound gratitude to our community members, our members of our CAT teams, and those other community-based organizations. It's their insights and their guidance have laid the cornerstone for the work of CSIR. I think we've got a good foundation to move forward. And in closing, we firmly believe that true change is a collaborative endeavor. That's really what attracted me to CSIR, was this collective approach. It's through that unity of process and diverse voices bringing community together to create the conditions for transformative change where everybody thrives and experiences well-being. So with that, I want to thank you, and we're here for questions.
Thank you. Do any members have any questions for the delegation? Councilor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the information. I had asked the delegation, and I do struggle with like the data and the information that comes forth. You talked about the communication that's going to be improved. But, you know, where does that data go? I understand there's city staff, but how does that, like the commitment that we've made with the dollars, how does that come back to us in an informed way? To what all the stuff, and I think it's great work, but like from a substance, what has come up? What even from the I guess domestic violence, because we know that that's a huge issue, interpartner violence in our province, but in our city as well. So again, what is the work being done around that? You don't have to answer that now, but I think for me, I would want to see the information, the work that's being done by the SAR to make sure that we understand what really is happening, because I really don't know what work is being done. How is that, Chair?
Yeah, no, I think that's a valid question, and I think in 2024 we're going to get early results to report to you on substance use. I think the most challenging part of this work in 2023 was determining what collective impact approach was. And it's really working with community to identify those outcomes, and then we can put the measurements in place and gather the baseline data. That's why I talk about data architecture and data development, and that's expensive. So it's really about figuring out and working with community to identify what those metrics are. And part of it is really working with the systems that are there to support that social net, and also combining that with behavioral methods that can support social inclusion. I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, that's good. And then I guess the last question, you talked about staff. You said, I don't think you're at full capacity yet, or are you? Like, how many staff do you have?
This year we're at full capacity. In 2023, we weren't.
And how many is that?
That's 4.
4?
Plus myself.
Okay. Okay, and anyway, I think this is great. Oh, 800,000 that goes to the downtown
Street team?
Thank you. Now, is that every year that you're going to be giving that 800,000? Because we've got other things that are happening with, you know, other areas of Regina City Police officer area, you know, kind of lower paid officers coming in. So is that going to be every year or no?
Actually, it was a one-time investment. They will be putting a proposal forward for 2024. We prepaid for 2024, and the intent was to strategically work with the group as a community-owned initiative to say, we're going to invest in you to build capacity, and we're going to help you put together a funding strategy, and then you're going to have to seek out other funders for sustainability.
Okay, perfect. No, thank you. I would appreciate just even, you know, halfway through the year, just some kind of a thing that could come forward to us, to kind of the work that you're doing, because I believe it's really good work.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and I don't mind moving the report if you need someone to do that. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing none, I'll thank you for addressing the executive committee. I'll ask for you guys to return to the gallery. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Mancinelli. Do you have any questions? Would you like to open up? Any questions from administration?
Actually, no, I don't have any questions in administration. I'm happy to see this progress. I'm happy to hear it's working well with the street team and with controlling that side of things. And I'm happy to hear back from charitable organization the communication's coming through.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. We'll give it to Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to the, so as far as the communication coming back to council, how does the city's obligation, be it's a municipal corporation, to ensure how that comes back to council, even if it's in a briefing or whatever? Who looks after that? Whose area is that? Through the chair. Ms. Pham?
Through the chair, typically with municipal corporations, that's actually up to the municipal corporation on the communication back to council. Administration does not get involved in that.
So what, I'll give you an example. As we talked today, for real, we said, you know what, we really would like to have some kind of a matrix with the budget come back, even if it's, 6 months or whatever. So I'm asking that through, I don't know if it's through you or whoever is asking that, I would like to see something come back to council, because as I've indicated, I'd like to see the information. I struggle to know, how, I think it's going great. I've heard great things, but, again, what can I see that would come back to council? And I don't care even if it's in a briefing, if it's an update, I want to see the good work.
Thank you.
City manager, yeah.
Through the
Go ahead,
chair,
Nikki.
I would say think of CSIR like you would REAL or EDR if you want them to do something specific. City clerk might weigh in on this as well, but I would say make a motion to CSIR to come back in X amount of time with whatever information that you want. Because they're an independent organization, administration does not drive what they bring back to council. You would ask them specifically, I would guess through a motion.
Yeah, and I did ask, and I think it makes it more firm to say, okay, do we ask, is it halfway, once through the year or 6 months or whatever it is, I think. So if you're asking me to make a motion, I guess at 6:15, yeah, would an undertaking,
Like the accountability.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we would prefer a motion, just because then it gets on the record and it's not lost. You could simply, I believe Councillor who moved the motion? I'm sorry.
Mancinelli.
If Councillor Mancinelli undertook it as a friendly, you could just add a new point too, and just say, request CSIR to provide a semi-annual report.
Yeah.
And that would do it.
Sure, okay, thank you.
There, then we'll have it as part of the formal motion that goes to council next week.
Thank you. Thanks, Bob. Okay, that's everything. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, seeing no one else, I will ask the clerk to call the vote.
Councillor Mole, this is Councillor Nelson. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mayor Masters. Mayor Masters? Okay, I'll hand it over to the clerk.
Sure. Councillor Nelson has voted in favor. Councillor Stadnichuk? Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani? We'll check with the mayor one more time. Mayor Masters? Deputy Mayor Mole?
In favor.
Passes 6-0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'll be looking for a motion for adjournment. Councillor Hawkins. All in favor, any opposed? Carried. Have a good night.